Age of Elves-My Ninja Frog Can Ninjutsu Chapter 101-150. Chapter 101 Fang draws a halberd. Unlocking new features, Buff immediately wanted to experiment. Let's test the function of plants first. Buff turned his head and looked for it, and found that a weed stubbornly burrowed out of the soil beside his feet. This also belongs to plants. Buff squatted down and took a look. Open black lens bracket name. Bagan grass close black lens bracket open black lens bracket year. 1 year close black lens bracket open black lens bracket characteristic. Tenacious growth. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. Do you want to add more points? Close black lens bracket. Buff tried to add 10 free points. However, the bagra became greener, and the entire rhizome doubled in size. The properties panel itself has also changed. Name. Bagan grass year. 10 years characteristics. Tenacious growth. Strength +1. It has been upgraded to the highest quality, can't continue to add points. Sure enough. And it can actually increase strength. Although only 1 point. Really poor. You know, this is added by Buff with 10 free points. There is no way. Bagan grass is the most common, only 10 free points can make a qualitative change. If it is replaced with ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum, although it will consume more free points, the characteristics obtained will also be better. The quality of the plant determines the cost performance. The husband immediately uprooted the bacon grass. Then he glanced at Zhang Kuang and the others. Who is good at fooling? Zhang Kuang has muscles in his brain, but he is not stupid. Qi Ying is clever, Liang Bo is resourceful, and bow and arrow are taciturn. Very long. Do you have bacon grass in your hand? I have always only known to go along with the steamed buns of my own stones, but this time I took the initiative to speak. Buff nodded. Yeah, you know. I know. Manto nodded quickly. When I was a child, my family was poor and could not afford to eat vegetables, and the wild vegetables on the mountain were dug up. My mother let me eat this bagra. Its roots are sweet and delicious. It's just that I've never seen such a plump bacon. The thickest I've ever eaten, and it's only half as thick. Manto said, and couldn't help but stretch out his hand and gesture. It was almost even drooling. Buff laughed suddenly, and handed the bacon grass directly to the steamed bun. Then eat it for you, but don't leave any leftovers. Thank you so much. Manto happily took it over and immediately. Her mouth, Mei chewed it, then she stretched her neck and swallowed it all, even swallowing a mouthful of saliva. It's delicious, sweet, it's mother's taste. Manto smiled. Buff was ashamed and asked again. Have you felt any changes? Change? Manto said puzzled, and then scratched his head. I don't know, nothing has changed. At this time, Shi came over and punched Manto. Stinky brother, what are you going to say to Shi Chong? Manto also punched the stone back and said, I'm eating bacon grass, but it's delicious, it's my mother's taste. Stone's face changed. How dare you hit your brother and me hard? Manto wondered. No, I've always been like this. No, your strength is a little stronger than before. Quote. The stone was firm. I really don't. Manto is very innocent. The two brothers are arguing about this trivial matter. Buff smiled, nodded in satisfaction, and left. Really works. 1 piece of bacon grass can increase a little strength. What about Polygonum multiflorum, ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, Tianshan snow lotus, its own life and death camp, and refused to obey the army? After the first function, Buff began to experiment with the second function. He went directly to his camp. Hi! The red rabbit horse cheered, like lightning, with its front hooves raised. There is a great desire to carry Bufu and gallop to kill the enemy. Previously, Bufu rode it to charge into the battle, and the wild and untamable Chituma completely felt it. The Zhongyang blood type who is galloping on the battlefield. It has fallen in love with the feeling of rushing to kill, and can't wait for it immediately. Rush out and do it again. But this time, Buff let it down, and just took off the 3-foot spear and unyielding halberd from its back. Grip with both hands, and immediately jump out of the attribute panel. Name: Zongsun Long Spear. Quality: excellent. Characteristic: sturdy, armor breaking, turning gun. It has been upgraded to the highest quality, can't continue to add points. Zongsun Long Spear buff later also added the best attribute, which has an extra sturdy feature than the top quality. Name: Unyielding Long Halberd. Quality: excellent. Characteristic: sturdy, mighty, dragon goes to sea. Improved to the highest quality, I can't continue to add points. Close black lens bracket. When one shot and one halberd was grabbed by buff at the same time, the system in his mind suddenly popped up a brand new choice. Detected 2 weapons of the same type, whether it consumes 200 free points to synthesize. Close black lens bracket. Buff can't help but click his tongue, 20 free points. This is a lot. It can be worth 2 lives. I just added some bag and grass, and now I only have there are 490 free points left. However, the spit is returned to the spit. Buff did not hesitate to put the 3-jong spear and the unyielding halberd together. Add points. Immediately, in the boof system, there were 200 less free points. Then, the 3-jong spear and the unyielding halberd merged into a brand new weapon. Shape is still a halberd, but it is more powerful and domineering than the unyielding halberd. At the same time, it has the chic and agility of a 3-jong spear. Name: unnamed. Quality: top grade. Features: sturdy, broken armor, mighty, turn around and spear, flood dragon out to sea. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Do you want to add more points? Close black lens bracket. The new halberd is synthesized and has no name. The characteristics are only the addition of the characteristics of the 3-jong spear and the unyielding halberd, and 2 of them are strong. Add more. Buff gritted his teeth and continued. Immediately, 200 less freedom points. And the halberd has finally become the best. Name: unnamed. Quality: top grade. Characteristics: indestructible, all invincible, dragon might. Upgrade to the highest quality. Cannot continue to add points. The quality has been upgraded to the best, and the characteristics have also evolved and merged. Too strong. Fusion into indestructible. Out, such as the dragon's claws, the dragon's majesty, shocking the enemy. And the 2 skills, turning around the gun, and the Jiaolong going out to sea, are integrated into a brand new Kinglong with regret. Buff closed his eyes and felt it, and when he opened his eyes again, raised his eyebrows. This trick has a lot of regrets. Good halberd method. Finally, I have to choose a name. Buff's shameless use of the doctrine. Fangtian draws a halberd. It is true that the author used to eat bacon grass when he was a child, but he just sipped and tasted the sweetness. In the author's memory, the sweetness of bacon grass is indeed a mother's taste. I don't know if you know this kind of grass, and finally ask for automatic subscription. Please download Fei Lu Xiao to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 102 Panel Properties, Horseshoes. Halberd. Buff stretched out his hand and waved. The wind was fierce and powerful. Buff nodded with satisfaction. I finally have a weapon in my hand. However, the free points are also consumed a lot. I had accumulated nearly 2,000 free points in the previous battle in Tundra City, and now there are only 90 points left. At this time, Buff's attributes panel. Open black lens bracket. Name: Buff. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Identity: military commander. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Strength: 60. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Speed: 50. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Physical: 20. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Life: long way. Kinglong has regrets. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Freedom point: 90. Close black lens bracket. It seems that you have to die a few more times. Buff shook his head and sighed. Over the next few days, Boof reorganized his 5,000 cavalry. This can be his future family. It's time to cultivate it. First of all, it is the horseshoe that has been planned for a long time. Buff asked Qi-Ying to lead people to find all the blacksmith shops in the Permafrost City. In the end, Qi-Ying found more than 30 blacksmith shops, 3 silver shops and 1 gold shop. Came out. A total of nearly white craftsmen were arrested, and they all knelt in front of Buff. Buff didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He still needed these people to do things for him. It's not good to be frightened. Untie, get up. Buff spoke directly. Qi-Ying nodded, and some soldiers loosened the crowd. But no one dared to stand up. For them, Buff and others, but the soldiers of the siege enemy country, if they disagreed, they would be beheaded directly. Buff was also helpless, so he had to let them kneel, and then through the sketches he had drawn to everyone. In 3 days, I want 5,000 pairs of these utensils. 444 feet s for a pair. Buff said. The craftsmen stretched out their heads to take a look, and found that the thing on the drawing was very simple, just a shaped iron piece. With their craftsmanship, it can be done easily. You must know that they built most of the time in the tundra city, but swords. This horseshoe has no technical content at all. But he was not willing to agree, without it, because of Buff's identity. 10 pairs and a tael of silver. Buff spoke again. This time, it was the turn of the craftsmen to be surprised. They also thought that the Qin army must be prostituting for free, and they would even give money and 10 pairs of silver. This price is not cheap. Because the frozen city is a frontier city, there are many troops and materials are in short supply, but there is no shortage of metal. A sword can be used to make this thing. And this thing has no technical content. 10 pairs of 1 or 2, they make a lot of money. Of course, the premise is that they can survive. Real and fake craftsmen I can't help but doubt. Buff sneered. No matter what. False, you all have to do it. There is a chance to get money. Don't do it, cut it. Soon as Bufu's voice fell, Qi-Ying cooperated to pull out his own swallow sword, and immediately gestured at the crowd. Dazzling, and everyone felt a chill in their necks. Small, willing to undertake. Within 3 days, 500 copies will be produced. Don't need a penny. The only goldsmith at once. Agreed. He was a goldsmith, earning a lot of money, and cherishing his life, but he didn't want to lose his head. With him taking the lead, the rest of the craftsmen also agreed. No one dared to mention the silver thing. Buff nodded in satisfaction, letting. Everyone immediately went back to work, and at the same time asked Qi-Ying to take someone to supervise the work. This horseshoe is related to one's own cavalry standing, and he cannot afford to lose it. 3 days later, a full 7,000 horseshoes were piled up in front of Buff. In order to survive, some craftsmen worked without sleep or restless nights for 3 days, and the number exceeded 2,000. The goldsmiths and silversmiths, in order to please Buff, even carve exquisite patterns on each pair of horseshoes. Buff pouted silently. No matter how beautiful a horseshoe is, it is still a horseshoe after all. It will be trampled under the hooves of a war horse. Send money. Buff didn't go back on his promises, and paid one by one according to the price of 10 pairs of 1 tael. The artisans were so frightened that they dared not ask for it. But in the end, under the coercion of Buff, he still accepted it and was grateful for Dave's departure. Many people were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe that the great Qin Tiger Wolf army was so kind-hearted. Even Qi-Ying and others didn't understand what Buff meant. It's so long, we'll be extra kind if we don't kill them. Why give them money? If you don't give it to them, they don't dare not to do it. Facing Qi-Ying's question, Buff could only shake his head, unable to explain. In the eyes of Qi-Ying and others, Qin State and Yan State are 2 countries, mortal enemies. The people of Yan State are also the people of the enemy state. But in Bu Fu's eyes, whether Yan State, Qin State, Zhao State or Chu State, they are all enemies. The descendants of China, Yan and Huang. There will be a great unification in the future. At this time, the killings will be reduced, and the process of cultural unification of the people will be much smoother in the future. Qin state can also reduce internal friction, and the country's fortune will be more prosperous. Let all the craftsmen go back, and Buff let each cavalry take a pair of horseshoes and put them on their own horseshoes. Although the cavalry are very puzzled about the purpose of this. But Buff's prestige is deep, and no one does not obey. Only Liang Bo, pinching his chin, is thoughtful. Will this delay the wear of horses' hooves? This method is really ingenious. Buff also personally gave the Red Rabbit a horseshoe. Was unwilling at first, but was directly pressed to the ground by Buff's hand, and had to succumb. After being slapped with horseshoes, Kitu was full of anger, but did not dare to attack Buff. So I went to the hot cavalry battalion and roared directly at the war horses who were unwilling to accept it. The war horses were so frightened that they slumped to the ground and succumbed obediently. Chatuma sneezed happily. Humph! This king has been beaten, you little bastards, how dare you refuse? Buff's hot action was noticed by Wang Ben next door. He came right away to get the scriptures. Bufu didn't hide it, he told Wang Ben directly, and gave the remaining 2,000 horseshoes to Wang Ben. Wang Ben readily accepted it, and went back to start fighting. Buff even wrote a letter to General Lin Xiao to contribute the horseshoe method. Lin Xiao will report to Wang Jian after receiving it. Replace horseshoes with iron sheets to reduce wear and tear and protect horseshoes. This method, when I think about it, seems to be feasible. The lieutenant nodded. Wang Jian also nodded. Since it is feasible, let's try it for now. Wait a while to see the cavalry situation of Bufu and Wang Ben, and then decide not to report it. If it really works, this is a good way to strengthen our Dakin cavalry. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 103 _ The 3 brothers of the husband's family have all encountered wolves. The second day of hitting the horseshoes. The Yan army, set off again. Crossing the Sui River and driving straight for 50 li is another military town in the country of Yan, returning to its home city. However, before the Yan army crossed the Sui River, a scout came to report. On the other side of the Sui River, the Yan army has assembled 100,000 troops. Watching as closely. Wang Jian frowned slightly amid the scout's report. Crossing the river and attacking. In this era, crossing the river is a hassle. Especially with tens of thousands of troops. Either rely on water and swim. Or chop down trees and build ships, so that the troops can pass in batches. Or build bridges, the most secure. But, no matter which way you cross the river, it is impossible for thousands or even tens of thousands of people to cross the river together. This has caused, as long as the opponent deliberately waits for the other side to cross the river halfway, the soldiers who cross the river have not assembled to form an effective formation, and they will directly charge with cavalry. That is a big collapse. In history, countless famous war cases have used this to achieve. Such as the Battle of Feishui. As a prudent veteran, Wang Jian will naturally not make such a low-level mistake. Attacking Yan stopped on the shore of Sushui River. Camp. Then, logging and building boats. As a cavalry soldier, Bufu also received a military order, that is, he is responsible for protecting the safety of the Yan soldiers going to the nearby mountains and forests for logging. This task is quite easy. 1,000 cavalry under his command into 555 columns, led by several members of the Dingxi squad, and patrolled back and forth. Qin Bings. In that case, they will take the initiative to lose the huge advantage of waiting for work. Wang Jian can laugh happily. Qin Bing's logging and building of ships are actually not the ships that Buf imagined, but they are simply cut and tied into rafts. Then several Qin soldiers rowed together in a boat, with their lower bodies in the water, relying on manpower to float over there. This method of transportation is really inefficient. The charge of the soldiers. Moreover, it is difficult for the horses to cross the river in this way. Buff looked straight and shook his head. If Wang Jian really wanted to cross the river in this way, he would definitely lose. As expected, Buff soon found out that Wang Ben received the secret order and led the team towards the lower reaches of the Sushui River. presumably looking for other places where it is easier to cross the river. The large-scale logging here is only to attract the attention of Yanbing. Wolf. Wolf pack. On this day, Bu Fu was leading a patrol, and when he went to the forest, there was the sound of Qin soldiers shouting. Hi. Without Buff's order, he sat down on the red rabbit horse and ran away. Bullying other species or something, but Kitu's favorite thing to do. Came to the depths of the forest, the Qin soldiers retreated in panic. Between the trees and jungles, a little bit of green ghost fires floated out. If you look closely, they are all the eyes of jackals. In the dark jungle, there is a faint green light. A rough look, at least no less than 50 head. In this forest, the formation of the Qin soldiers could not be deployed, and the spears were restrained everywhere. Even 100 Qin soldiers could not resist these wolves. Fizz. Chituma, however, snorted with excitement and was so excited. You bastard. Buff laughed and scolded, and immediately dismounted, and let Chituma rush over by himself. Deal with these wolves. Buff doesn't have to shoot himself. He won't be reduced to a man who rushes into the wolves and fights with the wolves. Was killed by wolves and then resurrected. Too many bridges like that. When Buff was a child, the eldest brother, the ugly man and the second brother, the reckless man, used to go hunting in the mountains, and then they were besieged by a pack of wolves. In the end, both of them ran home unscathed, which made Buff very curious. Unexpectedly, I also encountered wolves today. 3 brothers in a family, they are really destined. As expected of 3 brothers. Hi. The red rabbit neighed again, raised its hooves, and flew away. Immediately, all the Qin soldiers saw a white lightning strike into the dark clouds, and the dark clouds split up immediately. Although the dark clouds were tenacious and tried to gather, swallow white lightning. But the white lightning slammed into the left and right, and it was very brave, and it split the gathered dark clouds again and again. Ooh! The roar of the jackal was incessant, and it shook the mountains and forests. Buff told the Qin soldiers to leave in an orderly manner, while he was watching with great interest. Then, he found a clue. These jackals have a much stronger fighting ability than he expected. The power of the red rabbit horse, Bufu is used to comprehend. Charged, twisted and kicked, even the original Bufu would be kicked back 3 steps. Although in the mountains and forests now, the red rabbit horse cannot charge and charge, but under the kick, the strength will definitely exceed 100 points. Logically speaking, as long as any jackal is kicked in the front, it will be smashed into bones and directly turned into rotten meat. A stall. However, Buff has seen several jackals. After being kicked by the red rabbit and horse, they can stagger up, stagger, walk a few steps, and then fall headfirst, bleeding to death. Although it's only a few steps, but it means that the fighting ability of these jackals has far exceeded that of ordinary jackals. Addition, Buff can also see that these jackals are bigger than ordinary jackals. These jackals, there is a problem. Buff's eyes lit up. Shut up. Reckless. Stop the hoof. Buff said immediately, and stopped Chituma and let go of the last few wounded jackals. Then, he quietly followed. Sizzle. Chituma shook his head in dissatisfaction and snorted. Obviously, he was a little dissatisfied that Buff didn't let him kill him. Crack. Buff directly slapped it on the neck, almost knocking Kitu to the ground. Chituma become honest, waving his tail around Buff nonstop. This reckless bastard is worthy of beating. Buff didn't entangle with Chituma, but followed the blood trail all the way to the mouth of a cave. This is the den of those jackals. Go now. Buff faced the red rabbit horse. The red rabbit horse dashed away immediately, roaring at the cave. A few jackals inside, and they were so frightened that they flew out in a hurry. As a result, the red rabbit horse, which was kept waiting for the rabbit, flew directly with one hoof, and was embedded in the stone wall next to the cave, and it was impossible to pull it out. Buff bent down and came into the cave. In the depths of the cave, I saw a lush green grass. This is the source of the strong fighting ability of those jackals. Please download Filushao to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 104 Constitution +10. Hemming Mountain Immortal Grass. Name: Hemming Mountain Immortal Grass. Year: 50 years. Characteristic: keep fit. Do you want to add more points? In Buff's eyes, the panel properties of this herb suddenly appeared. Keep fit. Cloth. When the husband saw the characteristics of this herb, he immediately understood. This is the reason why those jackals have greatly enhanced their ability to fight. Moreover, it can be improved. Buff immediately. Start adding points. Click freely at 5 o'clock, and I saw this clump of Hemming Mountain Immortal Grass suddenly flourished and grew vigorously, 3 times larger than before. Name: Hemming Mountain Immortal Grass. Year: 100 years. Characteristic: Constitution +10. Whether to continue to add points. Sure enough, the characteristics of this clump of Hemming Mountain fairy grass have changed greatly. Physique adds 10 points. Although Buff spent 5 free points to add it. However, this is a large clump of Hemming Mountain fairy grass, enough to be divided into hundreds of parts. That way, it adds up to thousands of points. The husband immediately plucked off a leaf, chewed it, and swallowed it. However, I didn't feel any strength bonus. It was still 600 points. Buff took another bite, but there was still no change. He completely understood that the plants he added had no effect on him. If you want to increase your attribute points, you can only add them directly. Buff thought for a while, pulled it, and handed it to Chituma. Chituma hummed and ate. Immediately afterwards, blood-red sweat poured out of his body. Hi! It raised its neck and roared. Because of the increase in strength, he couldn't help being excited and started jumping up and down. Buff nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this Hemming Mountain Immortal Grass also has an effect on horses. As for people, Buff thought about it, turned around and entered the cave, and dug out the entire Hemming Mountain Immortal Grass. Although this Hemming Mountain Immortal Grass can continue to be upgraded. But Buff now only has 40 free points left, which is definitely not enough, so he can only give up. 50-year-old Hemmingshan fairy grass is enough. Sizzle. When Chituma saw the Hemming Mountain Immortal Grass in Buff's hand, he was in a hurry and wanted to get together and continue to eat. Buff slapped the reckless guy directly. The red rabbit horse suddenly became obedient. But then, Buff remembered something and let Chituma take a bite. This time, Chituma was no exception. It also snorted and tilted its head, full of puzzlement. Buff knew in his heart that a plant would only be effective when eaten for the first time. Buff can't eat all the Hemming Mountains alone, and then directly increase that person's attributes by thousands of points. Drive. Buff held the Hemming Mountain Immortal Grass and turned over. Return to camp. The wolves are no longer wiped out. Bring people in to search for wolf meat and wolf skin. Recovery logging. Buff ordered to go. Then he asked Chi Ying to find more than a dozen large iron pots. Tonight for the brothers in the life and death camp, add a meal. That night, more than a dozen cauldrons were placed beside the shui shui. All the jackals were skinned, and the wolf skins were dried in the sun, which was the warmest jacket. The wolf meat was thrown into a large iron pot that was boiled. However, wolf meat is sour and not as tasty as dog meat. But Buff chopped up the clump of Hemming Mountain Immortal Grass and put them into the big iron pots. Immediately, a refreshing scent wafted out from the big iron pot. In the life and death camp stretched their necks and gathered around. Is this really wolf meat? How can it be so delicious? Quote. What kind of dish is this? I really want to eat it. The food is so good tonight. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. In fact, Hemming Mountain Immortal Grass is a traditional Chinese medicine, and it is a good condiment. After being added by Buff, with 50 years of ingredients, the taste is naturally not comparable to ordinary wild vegetables. Open the pot. With Chi Ying's cry, more than a dozen cauldrons opened their lids one after another. Of the big drum, and the big drum suddenly rose. Qin Bing, who was in the life and death camp, immediately coveted. Line up. One by one. Liang Bo snorted. Qin soldiers stand in line. In the entire life and death camp, for ordinary Qin soldiers, the military officer Bufu is naturally the highest in prestige and can only be looked down upon. Except for Bufu, he is a good uncle who does not speak enough, and is the most frightening. Cold Noodle Counselor. This is the nickname given to Uncle Liang by the Qin soldiers. At this time Uncle Liang spoke, and everyone obeyed. Qiying personally took the lead and acted as the canteen aunt, giving all the Qin soldiers a bowl for each person. Galam, 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 galam. The Qin soldiers drank greedily. Then something weird happened. How am I so full of energy? I want to run to vent. Ah, it's so hot. One by one Qin soldiers, because their physique increased by 10-10, they all felt the enhancement of their physical bodies, and they all shouted. I also hurry up and I'm all hot. Insolently said, shoot. With a sound, he tore off his clothes. Then everyone saw that the centipede-like, twisted scar on his body actually began to fall off at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the battle at Fengali Gorge, Zhang Kuang was seriously injured and covered with scars. After 10 o'clock, the scars all fell off. I'm stronger, I can lift a rock shield all day without getting tired. Stone also said. I'm just like my brother. The steamed buns echo the road. Qiying also said. I can't tell, I just feel that I am different than before. I can ejaculate longer. Boya also spoke up. Buff blushed after hearing this. What kind of words are these tigers and wolves? Liangbo squeezed it, and then stared at the wolf meat in the cauldron. Could it be these wolves? Wolf meat is nourishing, and everyone's body is replenished with sufficient energy. Liangbo speculated. Buff nodded secretly. Uncle Liang was indeed smarter, but he only guessed the wolf meat, but he didn't know that it was actually the roll of Hemming Mountain immortal grass. However, Uncle Liang thought for a while and said, ordinary wolf meat will not be so nourishing. This batch of jackals must have eaten something from heaven and earth, so the meat quality has such a great tonic effect. This time, Buff had to slap his tongue. This good uncle, indeed, had 2 strokes, and he quickly guessed that he was inseparable from 1089. But I won't tell him the truth. After eating and drinking, the life and death camp continues to patrol. Qinbing with physique +10 will not get tired at all even on patrol all night. On the 3rd day, Wang Ben returned and met Wang Jian directly. On the 5th day, Wang Jian issued an order. Forcibly cross the river. Buff knows that it must be the Sui River, and there is no better place to cross the river. You can only forcefully cross the river and fight. The fairy grass in Hemming Mountain does exist in reality, keep fit. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 105 Battle of the River Crossing. Would be unwise to forcefully cross the river. But the Yan army could not stay here forever, and there were no 2 tentative attacks. If it was sent back to Shenyang, and a hat that was slack and avoided the war was buckled, Wang Jian would not feel very well. Therefore, this time across the river, I was forced to fight. Where is the military commander Zhao Mo? Wang Jian stood firmly on the high platform with a calm expression on his face. The end is here. A thin white man immediately ran out of the team and knelt down on one knee. You were born on the banks of the Yellow River, and you have excellent water skills since childhood. This general ordered you to pick 3,000 sons who were proficient in water, cross the Sui River, occupy the land as a camp, and take the army across the river. No. Zhao Mo immediately nodded excitedly. Crossing the river is dangerous. But once it succeeds, that's a great credit. In the first battle of Tundra City, his infantry was always in the rear, and there was no chance to participate in the war. Seeing that Buff and others have made meritorious deeds and been awarded, I can't be jealous in my heart. Now, it was finally his turn to make a contribution. He immediately took the order and went back immediately. From his own subordinates, he selected 3,000 masters who were well versed in water and prepared to cross the river. There were also sporadic Qin soldiers scouts on the other side of the Sui River. The scouts passed by in batches, about 10 people at a time. Number of people, it is very difficult to detect the enemy Yan soldiers. Even if they detect it, they will not send troops to harass them. They are waiting for the best opportunity. Midnight. Zhao Dynasty, 3,000 soldiers stood by the Sui River, no one lit the torches, and everything was in darkness. Every 555 pawns are tied to a raft in the river around them. Cross the river. Zhao Mo gave an order. Qin soldiers tucked into their waistbands, tied their weapons to their bodies, and then jumped on the raft, soaking their legs in the water. The last Qin soldier pulled the rope tied to the shore. The turbulent water suddenly saw the raft rushing down. The soldiers on the raft kicked their legs and rowed towards the opposite bank. The raft slanted downward immediately, drawing a diagonal line, extending to the opposite bank. On the bank, Wang Jian led Xin Sheng and other generals, and stood on the high platform, looking at the Sui Shui in the distance. Silence, everyone is silent. The battle of crossing the river, the victory or defeat will be decided in one fell swoop. As long as Zhao Mo can gain a firm foothold on the other side and hold on for an hour, the Yan army will be able to pass 10,000 soldiers in one fell swoop. At that time, with the strength of 10,000 soldiers, it will definitely be able to support more time. Let the army cross the river. As long as the army crosses the river, on the plain, with the strength of the Qin army, the Yan army will be defeated. The night is still dark. Except for the water waves, it is silent. Yan Bing has not moved so far. As for Zhao Mo's troops, someone has already landed on the other side. The number of Qin soldiers who are third on the other side is increasing. 1,000. 2,000 as long as 3,000 can form a defensive formation to resist Yan soldier. However, just after 2,000 people passed and 3,000 people did not. The darkness on the other side, there is a flame. It is a torch, which is as eye-catching as the sun in the dark night. This one torch is like a signal. When it lights up, the flames behind it are ignited one after another. In the whole darkness, they form a line of fire. Then form a fire dragon. Under the fire, there are groups of Swallow's National Cavalry. Moreover, it is only one charge away from Zhao Mo's 2,000 landing troops. They are also groping in the dark, looking at the approach. By this time, most of the Qin soldiers had already landed. 3,000 Qin soldiers. Once the defensive formation is deployed, it will be somewhat difficult. It's only 2,000 now. The time is right to attack. Kill. The cavalry of the state of Yan roared in unison, and the cavalry charged. The fire dragon danced in the dark night and rushed directly into the Qin army camp. It's over. Su Shui's side, the generals of the Qin soldiers all felt a sudden surge in their hearts. In the dark night, the Qin soldiers had just landed on the shore, exhausted, and they had not assembled a whole team, so they could not organize an effective defense at all. Can only rely on personal bravery to fight the charge. However, how can the scattered infantry stop the cavalry charge? For a while, the sound of Qin soldiers roaring and screaming came from the other side. Wang Jian directly ordered that those Qin soldiers who had not yet landed should be returned. When it is broken, it will be chaotic. The 2,000 Qin soldiers who have landed on the shore are no longer able to survive. Send troops to support. The loss of the command will be even more severe. Only the strong man can break his wrist. This night, the fighting continued until dawn. The sky is slightly bright. The Qin soldiers on the other side had very few left. The corpses all over the ground, blood and water pooled together, and flowed all the way into the water. River water on the bank turned pale red. If it wasn't for the flow of water, the entire water would have turned crimson. Among the corpses, only the last dozen Qin soldiers were still holding on, covered in blood, holding Qin swords. I'd rather die than give in. Among them, there is a military waiting for Zhao Mo. Zhao Mo's face is full of blood, and his armor is broken. There was even a spear stuck in his chest. But, he didn't fall down. He fell forward, smashed the ground with the spear in his chest, then raised the Qin sword and glared at the Yan cavalry in front of him. Wind. Wind. Dakin will win. He shouted loudly. The dozen or so Qin soldiers who remained behind him also shouted loudly. Wind. Wind. Dakin will win. However, the Yan cavalry was as cold as an ice front, turned their horses' heads, and charged directly. More than a dozen Qin soldiers, who would rather die than retreat, instead rushed forward with their flesh and blood. The infantry rushed against the cavalry. Bang! The collision happened in an instant. 2 Qin soldiers were directly knocked into the air. But when the third Qin soldier was knocked and flew, the Qin sword in his hand suddenly threw out, and a sword was inserted into the gap in the armor of the Yan cavalry. The Yan cavalry suddenly cried out in pain, and the charge speed dropped sharply. Several Qin soldiers, immediately up, grabbed his arm, and dragged him off the horse. PFF'd. The rest of the Yan cavalry, immediately handing out the spear, he stabbed these Qin soldiers to the core. But Zhao Mo, who had been unable to move, roared violently at this moment. He cut off the spear on his chest with one sword, and then jumped up and fell, and Qin Jian in his hand slashed it down. Crack! The Yan cavalry who fell off his horse just got up when he was cut off by Zhao Mo's sword. Then Zhao Mo grabbed Yan Bing's head and held it high above his head. Yan will die. Qin will win. Zhao Mo shouted, standing tall and standing upright. At this moment, a cavalry commander of the state of Yan wearing a flower quill stabbed it, pierced Zhao Mo's body directly, and threw it into the water. Finally, Lang Lang glancing at the other side of the Sushui River, a blood-stained spear in his hand. Indifference and chill. Please download Fei Lu Xiao to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 106_buff Please fight. For automatic subscription. The state of Yan. The cavalry is waiting. Zheng Feng. On this side, Lin Xiao squeezed his hands tightly until his joints turned white, gritted his teeth and said fiercely. He knew the cavalry commander on the opposite side. So Qin Bing, seeing the bloody death of Zhao Mo, was full of enthusiasm and fighting spirit. It's hard for all the troops to cross. Lu Bing, the last general, please go to battle. A military officer couldn't bear it any longer, and jumped out to ask for battle. Shui Gui, the last general, urges you to go to battle. It's better than taking down the head of the Yan soldier. Another soldier said angrily. I, Cheng Sheng, apply to play. I, Hulin, apply to play. After seeing Zhao Mo's death in battle, all the bloody Qin generals couldn't hold back, and they all invited to fight. Everyone looked at General Wang Jian and waited for his decision. Wang Jian was silent. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. Please wait for the battle, there may be a good plan. It must be better than Zhao Mo. Wang Jian asked directly. All of a sudden, several of the soldiers who had asked for the battle fell silent. They just jumped out to fight. In fact, they may not be able to do better than Zhao Mo. When asked by Wang Jian at this time, it was like cold water pouring on the top of their heads, directly extinguishing the heat in their hearts. The rest of the Qin soldiers were like being slapped in the head. When they crossed the river, they could only follow Zhao Mo's footsteps and die in vain. Even if they had a passion for blood, what was the use of the time? The Qin soldiers fell silent in front of the formation. Sui River, the cavalrymen of the state of Yan also roughly saw the predicament here, and couldn't help laughing. Finally, under the leadership of Zheng Feng, they even shouted in unison. Incompetent Qin soldiers, dare to cross the river to fight. Incompetent Qin soldiers, dare to cross the river to fight. Incompetent Qin soldiers, dare to cross the river to fight. A deafening sound came from the other side. The Qin soldiers were so angry that they rushed to the crown. Crack! Lin Xiao squeezed the hilt of the Qin sword in his hand, making a creaking sound. He couldn't bear the humiliation either. Lin Hua, the last general, please. However, at this moment, Ling's voice calling for battle directly overshadowed his voice. Last general buff, please fight. At this time tomorrow, I will definitely kill the Yan cavalry on the other side, establish a firm foothold, and welcome the army to cross the river. Buff rode a red rabbit horse, walked out of the cavalry team, and said directly to Wang Jian. Everyone looked at Buff in shock. Listen to what he means. He is confident that he can conquer the other side. You are a military officer. How dare you say such big things? I am not ashamed to say it. Cholera military heart. What should I be guilty of? A general stood up and snorted coldly. Buff looked up and saw that it was a guy with 5 fellows with Yi Ning. Yi Ning's brother, General Yi Ping. He hated Buff for killing Yi Ning and stared at Buff. When he saw Buff jumping out, he immediately opened for. He hasn't said how to defeat the enemy yet, but General Yi Pai decides it can't be done. It's too arbitrary. General Xin Sheng sneered directly and confronted him tit for tat. Buff was under his vanguard, and he could be regarded as his subordinate. How could he allow Yi Ping to bully Buff? What good ideas can a little soldier come up with? It's just grandstanding, a clown jumping on the beam. Yi Ping sneered. Humph. Jumping clown. Xin Sheng was directly angry. A clown jumping beams can kill 366 enemies. A beam jumping clown can break a city alone. A beam jumping clown can charge and break the army alone. These real military exploits, I don't know ye. General, can you do it? Xin Sheng directly replied. Buff is the #1 hero of Tundra City. The king will know his deeds and see his name. General Yi, do you think the king will meet the name of a clown jumping from a beam? Xin Sheng stared at Yi Pai General, and sarcastically opened his mouth. Yi Ping was stunned for a moment. There is no way to refute this. If he dared to question the military merit of Buff, he was questioning the military merit system of Qin. Clown, don't say it's him, even his old man will be beheaded. Yes or no, the facts can prove that it's useless to say so much here. Yi Ping said angrily. Then you are still long-winded, and let Buff try it directly, and you will know. If you dare to talk for a long time, it's all farts. Xin Sheng was a rude general, and laughed directly. Yi Ping was very angry. Enough. In the end, Wang Jian spoke up. He looked at Buff below. You have a good plan. Breaking the enemy in one day. Buff nodded. Destroy the enemy in one day. What kind of good strategy? Say it, I want to see, what can you do? Yi Ping couldn't help but said. Buff smiled. The so-called good strategy, of course, the less people know, the better. It doesn't matter what people wait, it's better to know less. Yi Ping was scolded by Buff again, and he was immediately furious. Xin Sheng is a general, and his status is no longer under Yi Ping, so he will be stunned. Buff, a military officer, dared to attack the generals. Yi Ping was about to be charged with one of the following major crimes. However, Wang Jian gave Yi Ping a look at this moment. Yi Ping trembled all of a sudden, did not dare to say any more, and stepped back. Although Wang Jian is usually mature and obsessive, it does not mean that he can allow his subordinates to do mischief. Once Wang Jian gets angry, even if Yi Ping is in the Shenyang court, he will suffer. Husband. There is no joke in the army. If the old man agrees to your request to fight, within a day, if you can't complete it, then you will have to accept military law. Wang Jian looked at Buff Road. Buff nodded with a light smile. That's natural. As long as the general agrees to the final battle. At this time tomorrow, if I can't capture the other side, I will deal with it by military law alone. Then the old man will allow you. Wang Jian also acted decisively and agreed directly. All the soldiers were surprised. They really can't figure out what means Buff can do to ensure that the other side will be conquered at this time tomorrow. You must know that Zhao Mo's entire army will be wiped out in front of you. Everyone is puzzled, only can look at Buff. And Bufu's next action made the three armies stunned. Bufu returned to his life and death camp, turned his head, and shouted at the Yan cavalry who kept shouting on the other side. Incompetent Qin soldiers, dare to cross the river to fight. Incompetent Qin soldiers, dare to cross the river to fight. In the cries of Yan soldiers. Buff was the first to speak. Shameless Yan soldiers, tomorrow at 90, the life and death camp will cross the river to attack Yan, and you will be awarded the head to be slaughtered. One person was violent, directly pressing over all the Yan soldiers on the other side and shouting. Immediately, the 5,000 life and death camps shouted in unison. Shameless Yan soldiers, tomorrow at 90, the life and death camp will cross the river to attack Yan, and you will be awarded the head to be slaughtered. Shameless Yan soldiers, tomorrow at 90, the life and death camp will cross the river to attack Yan, and you will be awarded the head to be slaughtered. Shameless Yan soldiers, tomorrow at 90, the life and death camp will cross the river to attack Yan, and you will be awarded the head to be slaughtered. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 107 Ride a white horse and slay the dragon. Loud shout, deafening, straight into the sky, and the clouds in the Tianshan mountains were washed away. You must know that the 5,000 cavalry in the life and death battalion, each physique plus 10. The voice is more than doubled. The opposite Yan cavalry shouted, was directly crushed. Become like a baby whispering. Not just the loud voices of the life and death camp that shocked them. It's the content of this sentence of the life and death camp. Tomorrow at 90 o'clock. 90 o'clock is the time when the sun rises, and the sun rises for thousands of miles. It is morning. This time period, when the sky is bright, and the soldiers start exercising, is to recharge their batteries for a whole night. The moment when the energy begins. But Boof insists that he wants to cross the river at this time. Isn't he asking for his own death? The battle of crossing the river is difficult because it is impossible to hide the other side and cross the river quietly. NTC me, Jalmo's troops quietly crossed the river in the middle of the night. Unfortunately, it was finally discovered by the Yan cavalry, resulting in the annihilation of the entire army. But now Buff has made a big splash, telling his own attack time. This is not courting death, but the Yan cavalry can't figure it out for a while. Finally, Zheng Feng spoke up. This is the enemy's plan to disrupt the military, don't pay attention. I'll just follow our patrol schedule. Tonight, you must not relax. The Yan soldiers on the other side were shocked. How could the Qin soldiers on the side not be shocked? Before crossing the river, they would tell the other side the time. Buff's trick to lure the enemy is old and vicious. We will waste a lot of time on the question of whether it is 99 tomorrow. The soldiers don't get enough rest either. A general named Yu nodded. It seems that this Bufu is not a real arrogant man. This tactic works well. General Yu Pai said, and asked Buf again. Buff, when are you going to cross the river? Buff was stunned and replied, tomorrow at 9, didn't you already say it? Yu Pai Zhang was stunned for a moment and almost fell. You are serious. Of course, there are no jokes in the army. Buff is very honest. That Yu Pai Zhang was dumbfounded for a long time, and finally stomped his foot and dropped a sentence. Reckless. Total reckless. Generals were also curious, but Buff just replied that crossing the river tomorrow, at 9 times, will surely defeat the enemy. If it doesn't work, the military will deal with it. Yu Pai Zhang sneered and waited to see Bufu's joke. Back in the camp of life and death, Uncle Liang greeted him. Sir, I thought about the strategy of crossing the river you mentioned earlier, and it's very promising. I've already asked Qi Ying to bring people back to the frozen city, and made it overnight. The rest, also led by Zhang Huang, went up the mountain to cut wood. Buff nodded. Tomorrow must be done. The second day. By the Sui River. Zheng Feng with 3,000 cavalrymen was waiting in full force. The time is almost here. But he was on duty all night. Cavalry under his command is rotated in batches. This batch of 3 has just been replaced and is full of energy. There are still 3,000 cavalry in the rear, resting, but as long as a military order is needed, it can be sourced quickly. Not to mention the 100,000 military camp in the rear. I want to see how that. A reckless man, how to stand across the river. Zheng Feng's eyes were like electricity, and he was imposing. On Su Shui's side, the army of the Qin kingdom gathered again. Wang Jian led a group of generals and was still on the high platform, watching the audience. Where's Buff? Yi Zhang said, looked down, but did not see Buff. It's almost time. Isn't he just running away? Yi said yin and yang strangely. HMPH, General Yi, it is a serious crime to criticize his comrades indiscriminately. As a general, you shouldn't know it. Xin Sheng said directly. Yi Zhang was stagnant again, and hummed in anger. Okay, I won't say it. I want to see, if he didn't complete the military order, what should he be guilty of? At that time, some people should not cover up. At this moment, Yu Pai's eyes lit up. Come on. All the Qin soldiers turned their heads one after another, only to see a group of people running from the upper reaches of the Sushui River. The leader is a fierce man, but it is not Boof, but Zhuang Kuang. Zhuang Kuang leads the cavalry of the 3,000 Life and Death Battalion and gallops to the horse. Get off the horse. Arrogantly ordered. 3,000 cavalry dismounted, and the cavalry became infantry. In the battle of crossing the river, it was difficult for the horses to cross the river, and generally they would not be the first group to cross the river. There are still 2,000 cavalry. A general asked. Where's Buff? Why hasn't he come yet? Yuba couldn't help but speak. Until now, no one has seen that Bufu has the confidence to cross the river. Isn't this the same as Zhaomo yesterday, and Zhaomo was at least in the middle of the night, quiet. At this time, the sky is bright, and the 3,000 Yan cavalry on the other side are waiting for work. How do you see it? It is a game of death. Line up. Zan roared again. Of the 3,000 Life and Death Battalion faced Sushui one after another and formed a charge formation. Yi Pijian immediately laughed. He thought it was a glacier. Still ready to charge over. As soon as you enter the water, all formations are scattered. It's a joke. On the high platform, no generals paid him any attention. Because everyone found anomalies. Da 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 da. The faint sound of hoofs came from afar. Over there. Someone with sharp eyes pointed in the direction of the permafrost city and shouted loudly. Everyone turned their heads and saw a tall and straight figure, riding a white horse, galloping. It's Buff Red Rabbit. Behind Buff, the dust is flying and rising. Distance, it looks like a long smoke dragon is following Buff. One person and one horse, how could there be such a battle? Yu Pai will be surprised. Generally, the one that can stir up so much smoke and dust must be an army of thousands of horses. But there is only one person in Buff, how could it be possible to raise so much dust? Red. It's turning red. Some Qin Bing exclaimed. I saw the Red Rabbit horse running, turning red little by little. The Red Rabbit is a sweaty horse. At this time, blood-red sweat came out, and the entire body of the horse was dipped in red. From a distance, you can see he came to a white horse, ran, and gradually turned red. Very amazing. Chop, chop. Soon, Buff approached on horseback, and the sound from behind made everyone stunned again. The sound of iron chains rubbing and colliding. Now, everyone finally sees it clearly. They also understand how the long smoke dragon behind Buff came from. It turned out that behind Buff, there was actually a trail of dozens of meters. The long iron chain. The iron chain is as thick as an arm, interlocking, and it is dragged on the ground, stirring up dust and flying. The long smoke and dust is caused by the friction of the iron chain on the ground. Only, this time the iron chain on it, at least 100 or 200 caddies, or even less than that. The Red Rabbit horse, dragging and running, is actually much faster than the normal war horse. Shows that the physical strength is amazing. However, how can one iron chain be able to cross the river? Yu Pai will still be puzzled. Everyone should guess how Buff crossed the river. Please download Fei Lu Xiao to see the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 108_Buff's plan. The white horse crosses the river. Whoa. It was as if he was answering a question from General Yu. In the camp of life and death, the bowman held the star bow, and suddenly shot an arrow toward the sky. The arrow broke through the sky, entered the sky, and then exploded with a bang. Red cloth strips spread out in the air. At this time, Boof tried his best to make Easter eggs. As the red cloth strips spread, the soldiers of the 2,000 life and death battalions on the upper reaches of the river, as if they had received a signal. Ring the arrow. Put the raft. Immediately, 2,000 soldiers pushed the bundled rafts into the water. They felled and tied them overnight, and there were thousands of them. It was enough to cover the surface of the water. But at that time refers to the situation that the water is still and does not flow. In fact, when the water is rolling, as soon as the raft enters the water, it is immediately washed downstream by the current and floats away at a very fast speed. The raft is pushed into the water. Let it drift. Soon, the raft flowed down and rolled in the water, but it kept floating on the water surface. When the raft appeared in everyone's field of vision, all the generals got up one after another. The raft again. Isn't this the same as Jalmo yesterday? Someone was surprised. No, it's not the same. Yi Pai Zhang immediately sneered. Jalmo let 555 soldiers build a raft together, and they can float there safely. This braff put the raft in the water and went down with the waves, and the soldiers on the shore couldn't catch it at all. All rafts, all wasted. Soldiers cross the river without rafts. Yi Pai Zhang said, almost burst out laughing. It's as if I saw Buff making a big fool. Hehehehe. What do you think Buff is doing with that long chain? General Shin Sheng said with a sneer. He had already seen Buff's intention. Just that it's unknown whether it can be done or not. This difficulty factor is too high. No way. Does he want? It's not possible. Absolutely impossible. Of the generals also guessed it one after another, shaking their heads in amazement, expressing that this is impossible. It was too late, but at that time, Bu Fu rode on a scarlet dragon steed, a flying horse, and roared in front of the Qin soldiers. Past. The chain then twisted and danced, dragging and dragging, like a dragon. The dust was flying, but no one blinked. Everyone was staring at Buff, for fear of missing any details. Hi. Under everyone's attention, Cao Bao Kai Tu Ma, even more proud, neighed twice, and ran to the shore of Sushui. Then, the front hooves raised, and the rear hooves stomped suddenly. Crack. The earth cracked open directly, and the red rabbit horse rose directly from the ground, drew a beautiful arc in the air, and flew directly over the water. The heavenly horse galloped. The black dragon moves and lifts its head up to the sky. Whether Qin Bing or Yan Bing, raised their heads at this time, twisted their heads with Chatuma's vigorous body shape, moved their eyes, and grew their mouths in amazement. Horse. Nay. The red rabbit horse is in the air, very, the ponytail flicks, it is not good. But the water is too wide after all, a full tens of feet. Even if the red rabbit horse has extraordinary horsepower, it is impossible to jump over it. Jumping into the middle of the water, the red rabbit horse began to fall. Puff. Water is everywhere, and the red rabbit is like a river. But this is not the end. It is the beginning. The red rabbit and horse rolled in the water, and then straightened up again, half of its body surfaced, and its forehooves rode hard in the water. Cloth the husband was almost all exposed above the water, riding across the river. Crash. The chain dragged behind him all the time, walking through the water waves, stirring up billowing waves. It's like a dragon tumbling in the water. Water Dragon. Water Dragon King. Opposite Yan Bing was stunned by this scene for a long time. A superstitious Yan Bing couldn't help snoring. Then he knelt directly to the ground and kowtowed his head. Lord Dragon, spare your life. Lord Dragon, spare your life. According to legend, a dragon, and a horse can turn into a horse when the dragon comes ashore. So Kitu is so brave, and it is normal for Yan Bing to regard him as a water dragon king. It's just that he kneels, and Yan Bing's army is in chaos. In this era, soldiers and common people are still too ignorant after all. Zhang Feng's eyes were stunned for a moment, and he directly drew out the Yan sword, which cut off the head of this superstitious Yan soldier. Those who disturb the heart of the army, behead. He's not the Dragon King. He's Qin Bing. Qin criminal Dian. Kill. Zheng Feng roared again and again, and finally regrouped his army. Then he faced Buff again, and pointed the sword in his hand. All the troops obey the order and charge with me. Kill. Hoo-hoo. In the sound of water waves. The red rabbit horse finally reached the other side, roared, and jumped directly to the shore. The red sweat on his body was also washed away by drinking water, and it turned back into a white horse. Kill. At the same time, Zheng Feng, who was not far away, was already charging with his cavalry, and he was ramming towards Buff. Wow! Facing the charge of 2,000 Yan cavalry, Buff didn't even look at Yi Young. Instead, he turned over and dismounted. He pulled out a bundle of spears on his back, inserted them one by one into the keyholes of the iron chains, and plunged them deep into the ground. Whoosh! Buff's hands were extremely fast, and after a while, a bundle of more than 10 spears nailed the chains to the ground. At the same time, the chain finally came to the shore. Done! Zhang Kuang roared, rushed over, grabbed the end of the chain with both hands, and prevented it from rolling into the water with inertia. But the chain of several hundred kilograms is pulled by the red rabbit horse. What a great relationship. Insolent, after hugging, he was still staggering, and was dragged by the iron chain and fell to Sushui. The stone and the steamed buns rushed up and grabbed the iron chain. Finally, the iron chain was able to stand up, and then they were straightened and tightened. Whoosh! Qi Ying, who had been prepared long ago, immediately. Team, insert dozens of spears into the iron cables, and nail them to death. In this way, the iron cables cross the river, and above the water surface, pull out a road-blocking iron cable. Boom! Just right, at this time, the raft that floated upstream just hit the iron rope and made a loud noise. The iron rope swayed, but after all, it was blocked. The raft was blocked on the river. One after another, the rafts crashed up, and then they were all blocked. There are many wooden houses, and they spread out on the water surface. The most important thing is, these rafts are all specially made. The front wood is sharpened, and the rear wood is cut in rows. Crack! In this way, the rear raft hits the rear end of the front raft. The sharpened wood was directly inserted into the rear end of the raft, split by the powerful water flow. The two rafts suddenly became one. Then the third and fourth rafts were inserted one after another. One after another, and finally, all the rafts are connected together. Although it is not as strong as the ground, it cannot let the horses gallop. But already, it can be used for soldiers to run. This is Buff's plan to cross the river. Life and death camp, disobey the army. Cross the river with me. Zhang Kuang suddenly roared, carrying the moon-breaking axe on his shoulders, and stepping on the iron-locked river raft first. Disobedient to the army, he rushed over immediately. Uncle Liang shouted out that slogan in a timely manner, destined to shine in the world. Belongs to the camp of life and death alone, and the slogan of disobedience to the army. Life and death are light, if you don't agree, just do it. Phailu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 109 _ The tyrants are boundless. Life and death are light, if you don't agree, just do it. Life and death are light, if you don't agree, just do it. The soldiers of the life and death camp shouted slogans, ran wildly, ran onto the raft on the river, and ran to the other side of the Sui River. Although the raft is still shaking, they are all connected together and will not be separated and broken. Enough for everyone to pass by. And on the other side. After buffled his spears, he stood in front of more than a dozen spears. His current task is only one. When the spear is held, the iron rope will definitely sag. Time, the river will no longer be blocked, and the raft will flow down the river. Of the life and death camp will not be able to come. Kill. The cavalry of the state of Yan came crashing down. The first cavalry of Yan soldiers came straight ahead, and the spears were sharp and pierced, and they were aimed at Buff. Buff didn't move. On the contrary, the red rabbit horse next to him moved. It stepped on the ground with its front hooves, and turned its back hooves, directly kicking the horse under the crotch of the rushing Yan soldier. Bang! The red rabbit horse's hind hooves kicked the war horse's neck fiercely, and suddenly made a muffled sound. The war horse was directly crooked and broken. The Yan soldier on the horse's back fell down, his head hit the ground, and he died directly. Hey! Chituma succeeded in a blow, and immediately neighed with pride. As a result, a neigh came out. The rushing Yan soldiers and horses all jumped up in fear, and the horses lost their front hooves. More than a dozen horses knelt to the ground in unison, and the Yan soldiers on their horses fell to the ground. For a time, with the red rabbit horse and Buff as the center of the circle, in the semicircle in front, all the Yan cavalry directly turned their backs on their horses. For a time, the Yan soldiers shouted, and the sound of the roar of the war horses was incessant and colorful. The red rabbit horse is the king of wild horses. It has a natural suppressing power over these war horses of the state of Yan who came from the black grass pasture. The king of horses roars, and the horses are scattered. A red rabbit horse will be settled directly. Drive. At this moment, a violent roar came from among the cavalry of the state of Yan. A black warhorse jumped up suddenly, leaping over the fallen cavalry in front. Leaping on the horse. The Yan cavalry on the horse's back is not Zheng Feng, but a commander. This commander is obviously a good horseman, leaping past, with a spear in his hand, and grabbing the head of Bufu's neck. The husband finally moved. This commander is worthy of his action. With a backhand grip, he holds Fang Tianhua halberd and slams it. The commander of the state of Yan, who was attacked by the horse, made a sudden stroke. Heaven and earth were silent. Buff stood up. The commander-in-chief of the Yan kingdom in the air, however, had a broken neck, and the neck of the horse under him was broken. The entire cavalry was directly shattered, turned into a pile of rotten meat, and fell to the ground. 1 halberd, kill 1 cavalry. Buff's 600 points of strength combined with the halberd of the sky above is unparalleled. Buff lifted his foot, stepped on the corpse of the commander of the Yan kingdom, and looked at the rushing Yan cavalry again. Who? Fang Tian's halberd swept across. A warhorse was directly swept away, and the neck of the horse was shattered, neighing and died. The cavalry on the horse's back fell directly and flew out. As a result, he was kicked by the red rabbit and horse's hooves in midair, folded 90 degrees, flew to the side, hit a Yan cavalry, and the two fell off the horse together. On Bufu's side, Fang Tianhua come down, add another ghost. In this way, Buff stood in place, not taking a step back. Come on, kill 1, and step on your feet. Come on 2, cut 2, and pile up in the pile of corpses under your feet. Tyrant is boundless. The red rabbit horse is running beside Buff, the hooves are flying, and the cavalry and the horses are kicked away. Occasionally, there is a ranged roar, and the horses are shocked and the cavalry falls. Horse. It made this reckless guy scream with excitement. Finally, after Boof killed dozens of horses, the others finally washed ashore. Wind. With a loud roar, he interrupted the moon axe in his hand and slammed it out for a month and a half, and then slashed out, directly slicing a cavalryman of the state of Yan, even with a horse, and slashed directly. Half, moon cut, boom. 3 arrows flew at the same time, plunged into the nests of the 3 Yan cavalry, and came out straight through the helmets behind the head. The 3 Yan cavalry fell down immediately. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Wow, you cheated. Zhang Kuang suddenly shouted in anger. He worked so hard, he was the first to rush up, and he tried his best to kill 1 person. As a result, the bow and arrow were in the back, and before they landed on the shore, they directly shot and killed 3 people. Isn't this maddening? On the other side, the stone and the steamed buns, also looking at the giant shield, collided with each other. Bang! A Qin soldier of the state of Yan, with a gun, came over. Manto immediately erected a giant shield in his hand, and with 1 person's strength, he could resist the cavalry's collision. It stands to reason that no matter how fierce the infantry is, it is not that arrogant. It was clearly stuck in the center, but the gun head was slanted and slid to the side. The force of the whole body collided, slanted directly, and fell to the ground. Then he was stabbed out by the spears of the Chin soldiers behind Manto and stabbed to death. The black wooden shield comes with its own skills. Unloading. Right next to it, another cavalryman from the state of Yan, the spear stabbed the rock shield in the stone's hand. He didn't come out skewed. But the spearhead broke directly, bounced out, and plunged into the cavalry's chest. The warhorse hit the rock shield, and it was even more bloody. But the stone behind the rock shield didn't seem to withstand the strength of the collision as the same. The rock shield has its own skills. Rebound. The two brothers of the stone steamed bread, relying on their two sides and shields, quickly gained a firm foothold on the shore, allowing the skilled Chin soldiers to continuously rush to the shore. Team 13, left. Team 14, right. Team 15, get in there. Uncle Liang did not go ashore, but stood on the raft, watching the situation on the shore, constantly dispatching troops and arranging which side of the Chin soldiers in the rear should be replenished. Stay. Baby Chi. Uncle Liang shouted. Chi Ying immediately brought a backup team to fill the gap in the third team. Came to the front line, Chi Ying jumped up directly to the same height as the opponent's cavalry, and then slashed with the swallow sword in his hand, directly hitting the cavalry's neck. Blood spurted out, but at this moment, a Yan soldier next to him stabbed Chi Ying, who was slashed with a long spear. At this time, Chi Ying slashed open with a slash, and the remaining momentum was endless and could not be effectively blocked. The gun stabbed himself in the chest. Yan back. Chi Ying suddenly roared and used the sword technique he had learned. The swallow sword, which was still in its remaining momentum, suddenly turned around. Just like a swallow returning to its nest and cage, with an incredible turn, it slashed back of the cavalry into the sky. In this way, the entire Life and Death Battalion, led by the Dingxi team, quickly stood firm on the shore of the Sushui. The soldiers of the Life and Death Battalion continued to charge. And on. Chapter 110_Fang Tianhuaji comes with his own skills. Long way. Kill. Yan Bing roared, and rushed up like a tide. They also knew that they had to kill the soldiers in front of them and cut off the iron cable. Otherwise, more and more Chin soldiers would come across the river. It was time for their Yan soldiers to be in danger. However, in the process of fighting, they were surprised to find out. In front of them seemed to be extraordinarily fierce. He slashed at their shoulders with a knife, but they didn't cry out in pain or start to retreat. Instead, with a backhand sword, he came over. Why did this Chin Bing get hit by a knife, as if nothing was wrong? I clearly cut his blood to splatter. Of Yan soldiers lost their lives in this moment of astonishment. There were also Chin soldiers who were stabbed through the abdomen with a single shot, but they were still able to roar, raise their swords and cut off their spears, and then rushed forward. Kill the Yan soldiers. With the addition of +10 to the overall physique, the Chin soldiers in the Life and Death camp have a substantial improvement in their ability to resist trauma. Ordinary injuries, on their bodies, become minor injuries. Gradually, Chin soldiers also I found myself seeming to be getting thicker. When the enemy stabbed him with a sword, he didn't have the piercing pain as before. Although it was still painful, it was enough to bear. Endured until he rushed forward and chopped off the head of the Yan soldier to comfort his wound. Life and death are light, if you don't agree, just do it. For a time, the Chin soldiers threw their blood and rushed to kill. It was a life-threatening death. Anyway, my physique is strong, even if I fight, I can fight to the death of the Yan soldiers. Of this sentence was brought into full play by the soldiers of the Life and Death camp. The soldiers of the Life and Death camp were fierce, and for a while, they actually resisted the charge of the Yan cavalry. On the other side of the high platform, General Yu Pai and other generals were amazed when they saw it. With infantry against cavalry, don't retreat half a step, don't be afraid of a single cent. This Life and Death camp, brave. Yu Pai will sincerely say. Fuck. They're all fools. Lin Xiaozhang didn't know whether to sigh or helpless. A reckless man has a reckless man. The entire life and death camp has become a reckless man. General Xin Sheng sneered and looked at Yi Ping, whose face was ashen. Yi Pai Zhang, who is it just now, shouting that Buff is courting death? This is courting death in your eyes. General Xin Sheng stretched out his hand and pointed to a hill on the opposite bank where corpses were piled up. That tall figure. The corpses of Yan soldiers and war horses at the feet of Buff were already piled up to the height of 2 people. Every time he beheaded one person, 1 horses, step on them. Gradually, he rose step by step, as if he was a martial artist looking down on the sky. The iron rope behind him is fixed, so far the soldiers can approach. Buff guards the iron rope with the strength of 1 person, standing still. Yi Ping's face was suddenly embarrassed. He did not expect that Bufus can come up with such an ingenious way to cross the river. Turn the Sushui into a flat land. He also did not expect that the life and death camp led by Bufu, to be able to fight against the cavalry with the posture of infantry. Send orders to the 3 armies. Ready to cross the river. Boom. Destroy the Yan army. Was Wang Jian who spoke directly. His voice was not loud, but he was extremely powerful. He knew how difficult it was to gain a firm foothold on the other side. Now that Buff has done it, it must not be wasted. Qin Bing's victory is beyond the reach. Yan Bing is anxious. Zheng Feng has already sent a messenger to the rear to ask for help. Dong dong dong. The earth trembled, and the Yan cavalry resting there had already rushed over. But the messenger did not stop. He wanted to report to the Yan Kingdom army farther away. Even if the reinforcements were behind him, they would come soon. But Zheng Feng looked at the battle situation in front of him and couldn't be happy at all. In front of them are 2 tenacious. Ordinary cavalry can be stabbed to death with a single sword, and can be stabbed to death with a single spear. However, now this group of Qin soldiers has been hit with a sword, and their actions are only a little slow. The sword can still roar loudly, and kill even more fiercely. Even though I can't hold it with 3 swords, I can fight to the death and die with the Yan Bing. He was pierced by the Yan soldiers with a spear, and he could cut off the spear and slash wildly. How can this battle be fought? Zheng Feng was in a state of anxiety for a while. As long as the opponent's 3,000 soldiers stand firm, even if the chain is broken, it will not help. The most crucial point is that on the battlefield at this moment, there is actually a fierce general. It is a hill formed by a pile of corpses. At the foot of the mountain, a white lightning is circling and running around the corpse mountain. Horses' hooves flew. I don't know how many Yan soldiers who wanted to get close were killed by kicking them to death. And on the top of the corpse mountain. 1 person, 1 halberd. No one can catch his halberd. In the crowd of 10,000 troops, there is no one enemy. Moreover, he is also the leader of the soldiers below who are not afraid of death. Those soldiers, even if they are in a desperate situation, but as long as they look up and see that their soldiers are still there, stand up to fight, and suddenly burst out with more turbulent fighting spirit. Even if they die, they will drag 2 Yan soldiers to hell. Kill him. Otherwise, my Yan soldiers are in danger. Zheng Feng quickly saw the situation and pointed directly to the core of the problem. 2-3, Sun, charge together. Zheng Feng called on more than a dozen Yan cavalrymen to charge at Boof together. Buff stood over the corpse. The power of 6, wielding Fang Tianhua halberd, it is really a god to kill god, Buddha to slaughter Buddha. A swallow cavalry rushed over, Bufu Fang Tianhua halberd waved, and shot to death. Another swallow cavalry came over. Cloth Fu Fengtian picked up the halberd and flew straight into the sky. More than a dozen Yan soldiers died. Boom boom boom. Another 3,000 cavalry were rushing to help, just approaching. Then, just seeing Bufu on the corpse mountain, he moved suddenly. This is his first time to take the initiative to attack. Bufu jumped directly from the top of the corpse mountain. Fang Tianhua halberd suddenly slammed, like a dragon, hitting Zheng Feng directly. Zheng Feng was about to raise his gun to block. Suddenly, In his eyes, the Fang Tianhua halberd in Buff's hand suddenly turned into a black dragon, with its teeth and claws, rushing towards the face. Come. Strong coercion, directly restrain Zheng Feng. It makes him feel as if he is really being watched by the same ferocious dragon. Fang Tianhuaji has his own skills. Long way. Chapter 111 _ The best defense is the offense. Black dragon probes its claws, unparalleled fierceness. A mortal in Zhengfeng district was immediately attacked by the black dragon's claws. So, when the supporting Yan soldiers rushed over, they saw the center of the battlefield. His own commander-in-chief was provoked by a Qin soldier with a halberd in hand. On the other hand, Zhengfeng seemed to have lost his soul, like a ruined scarecrow, pierced through his chest, motionless, no. Cavalry shouted in their hearts, whip the whip again, and rushed up. Pain. Endless pain. Zhengfeng was finally awakened by the pain. Then I found that I had been provoked and my chest was pierced. The whole person was in the air. There is no such thing as a black dragon, it's just that. Qin Bing's halberd. I was actually frightened by him just now. I even lost the ability to resist. No. I'm Zhengfeng. You can die, but you can't even fight back. Yan people, never cowardly. Zhengfeng roared in his heart. The long spear in his hand had already been discarded. Let both hands grab the halberd on your chest, and then forcefully, little by little, push your body upwards. Finally, the spearhead of the halberd came out of his chest. Zhengfeng also fell to the ground, his chest still spraying blood. Even if he fell to the ground, he obviously didn't live long. However, when he was in the air, he roared angrily, stretched out his hand to hold the hilt of the long sword around his waist, choked, and drew the sword out of its sheath. A long stab, throat, and head and feet at this time. Even if he really stabbed Buff and fell in his posture, his neck would be broken and his neck cracked. He would definitely die, but he didn't hesitate. Embodies all the murderous aura and momentum at the end of his life. This sword is full of his thoughts for his hometown, wife and children. This sword is full of his loyalty and blood to die on. This sword is Zhengfeng, the strongest sword. Just like Buff's previous turning gun. The same is the thought of killing the whole body in one moment. Shoo. This sure kill sword stabbed Buff in the throat with precision. It was inserted directly into it. Although it is only 3 inches. But it is enough to kill. Zhengfeng suddenly smiled. Worth it. With his own death, he replaced this powerful Qin soldier. The Yan cavalry who came to support him will definitely be able to pull out the spear behind the Qin soldier and destroy the rafts gathered on the river. Qin soldiers can't cross the Sushui. Close your eyes and prepare to fall to the ground and die. However, the big hand that has always been strong grabbed his ankle. Stop when Zhengfeng's head is still an inch from the ground. Zhengfeng opened his eyes in surprise and saw a pair of feet. The whole world is upside down. Then, he felt that he was being turned upside down, and turned his head towards everything in front of him. Everything returned to normal, but what he saw, Zhengfeng's blood was cold. Because, he saw that he saved himself and turned himself upside down. It's not the Yan soldiers who came here. It's the Qin soldiers. The terrifying Qin soldier who guarded the charge of thousands of cavalry with 1 halberd and 1 horse. The Qin soldier who was stabbed in the throat by his own sure kill sword. At this time, his own long sword was still stuck in his throat. However, there was a smile on his face. There was no sign of injury at all. In front of his own face, he pulled out the long sword on his throat. Blood splashed out immediately then. He covered the sword wound on his throat with his hand. When he opened it again, the wound on the throat was actually closed. Although there were still scars, it was no longer spitting blood. The terrifying power of self-healing is still a human being. Zhengfeng is still sluggish. At the same time, as the blood flowed from his chest, his consciousness slowly began to blur. You are a warrior. Warriors shouldn't fall headfirst to death. That would be a pity. Approaching, a soldier's head can be regarded as a great military merit. If you smash your face, it's hard to recognize. Warrior, die at the hands of the enemy. At the last moment of his life, Zheng Feng heard these few words. Then, he saw the terrifying Qin Bing, grabbing his head with one hand. Then, there was a sharp pain, and the blackness of darkness and death in front of you. Rescue Zheng Junho. The Yan cavalrymen who came to help saw Zheng Feng fall from the halberd, and they all exclaimed, and rushed over. Then, before they got close, they saw Zheng Feng's army rise up again. But there is only one head. The body is gone. The head of the military commander Zheng Feng was cut off. No, under his head, there is dripping flesh, and there is a spine hanging. Tear it down. Military waiter. All the Yan soldiers, their blood is rolling, and their eyes are red. That is their sinful and beloved military commander. At this time, their necks have been torn off. At this time, a blood-red figure rushed out. The red rabbit horse soaked with blood. The red dragon full. With a neigh, the charging Yan soldiers under the horses, all panicked, and their hooves were messed up. The Yan cavalry formation was in chaos, and many Yan soldiers fell off their horses, screaming one slice. Buff was not idle either. At this time, 2,000 soldiers from the life and death camp had already crossed the river. It takes another 1,000 to gain a firm foothold and let the large army cross the river. But another 3,000 Yan cavalry came to the rescue, carrying the anger of the death of the soldier, and they were aggressive. Contempt. If you continue to defend like this, the soldiers of the Life and Death Battalion may not be able to withstand it. After all, it is infantry versus cavalry. Therefore, Buff can only change one way of defense. The best defense is to attack. You don't have to be on the defensive. Stone. Manto. Where is it? Buff roared loudly. The stone-steamed bun, carrying a huge shield, rushed over. You two, be sure to guard this pile of corpses. I'm going to kill the enemy. Buff ordered quickly. That were nailed to the iron cables were buried by Buff with the corpse of the soldiers. If you want to pull out the spears, you must remove this mountain-like corpse. No. No. Stone Manto, the two of them led the order together. The two of them are among the life and death camps, and they are the best at defending. In addition, Liangbo is cooperating in the middle and guarding the corpse mountain, so there should be no problem. The most important thing is to kill Zheng Feng. The murderer is Buff. Those Yan soldiers who were dazzled by the flames of revenge will only rush to kill Buff. This is also the reason why Buff had to leave the corpse mountain. Come here. Bufu roared, and the red rabbit horse galloped. Bufu turned on his horse, with a halberd in his hand, pointing directly at the 3,000 Yan cavalry who came to help. Charge. One person, 3,000. Read the underlined version of the novel. Please download Felu Xiao. Chapter 112 to gain time. I'm sorry, I directly defeated the enemy. Buff got on the horse and rode first. Fang Tian painted a halberd like a dragon and panicked. Sigh. The red rabbit horse let out a roar, and the dozens of Yan cavalrymen in the front got off their horses and panicked. But Buff is going forward bravely. Fang Tianhua halberd swept across. 5 or 6, a cavalry of Yan, tumbling down directly from the horse's back, bloody. Buff is like a sharp nail, slammed into it fiercely among the 3,000 Yan cavalry. Go. Follow the army. The black 500 lords in the rear suddenly roared loudly, and Qin Bing with the Life and Death Battalion wanted to catch up with Bu Yufu. He has been promoted from 100 generals to 500 masters. However, after hearing what he said, the arrogant person beside him couldn't help but pouted. Chong is rush. But keep up with the military or something. Forget it. Zhang Kuang slashed the Yan cavalry with an axe and said helplessly. Even on a long walk, we can't catch up with us on horseback. Not to mention the reverse now. The last charge experience, Zhang Kuang is still vivid in his mind. People like myself want to keep up with the long footsteps. It is impossible to keep up, and it is impossible to keep up in a lifetime. They can only stay far behind, walking on the long split road, killing Yan soldiers like this. At this time, the Yan cavalry was also panicked. How have they ever encountered such a fierce person, one person and one horse, directly rushing into their own cavalry team. Moreover, they were rushed in by him. From a distance, they can only see their comrades, constantly flying out. Of that terrifying Qin Bing did not mean to slow down at all. Sure here. High platform, the generals also looked sluggish. How have they ever seen Buff's reckless style of play alone, and directly charged? One person rushed to this Bufu, so fierce. A military officer, commanding 5,000 cavalry, his task is to defend the position. What do you mean by taking the lead and rushing into the Yanbing army now and abandoning the overall situation? I originally saw his clever plan to cross the river, but I thought he was a wise general, but he was so reckless. If he is caught in the enemy's army, his 2 fists are no match for his 4 hands, and he will surely die. As soon as he died, the position on the shore collapsed, and the crossing of the river was a waste of time. Many generals sighed with regret. Ha 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 ha. 2 more laughter sounded out of time. When everyone saw it, it was General Xin Sheng and General Lin Xiao. The 2 looked at each other and smiled, very tacit understanding. What do you know? This is Buff. What stratagem? It doesn't exist. Just one word. Yan Katangtang is a school captain, and his subordinates are in the army, so he was scattered by him. Everyone, prepare to cross the river. Today we'll win. General Xin Sheng said very proudly. This Buff, but one of his vanguard troops. Buff has made meritorious deeds, and his vanguard army is also honored. The rest of the generals are all astonished. They have never participated in the Battle of the Permafrost City, they have not seen the figure that broke through the city gate, and they have not seen the dead Yan Yan. 1 shot of 7. A lot of things, they couldn't believe it. But today, everything is different. Reckless man, it's right in front of you. Kill, kill. In the blood rain, Buff's eyes are empty, and there are no more cavalry. I have the experience of the last time, Buff. It was soon understood. You have pierced through 3,000 Yan cavalry. When you turn your head, the Yan cavalry behind you are in a mess. Once the cavalry team charges, it is far more ferocious than the infantry team. But once it is damaged, the cavalry team, the ability to self-adjust is much worse than that of infantry. Approaching, the dispatch of the cavalry depends on the war horse. And the war horse's panic, not the cavalry, can comfort the heart. At this time, in the Yan cavalry team, many war horses were intimidated by sad red rabbits and horses, jumping up and down, and they were not controlled by the cavalry. Caused some riots. And Buff, looking down at one's panel properties. 154 blood. Plus the 78 points accumulated by defending the iron spear before. And Zhang Feng's sword, 82 points. Hey. Freedom points are getting more and more earned. Bufu sighed, turned the red rabbit horse, and rushed back again this time, because the Yan cavalry was in chaos, the resistance that Bufu received was even smaller. Cut through again, but only lose 65 points of blood. On the other side, on the high platform. As for Buff's generals, there are fewer and fewer. Because they are now, although they can't see the specific figure of Buff. But you can see the turmoil of the 3,000 Yan cavalry. At this moment, the 3,000 cavalry who came to the rescue were already in chaos. Yan soldiers scolding, the sound of war horses neighing, and the sound of Yan generals being unable to command can be heard. The Yan soldiers are in chaos. Where's Buff? Has he really become? Yu Pai Zhang couldn't help but speak, expecting and worrying at the same time. Soon, the scene in front of him answered him. The 3,000 Yan soldiers collapsed. The 3,000 Yan soldiers dispersed and ran towards the rear. What formation, what charge, leave it behind your head. At this time, the scattered cavalry is all the Yan cavalry, their own idea. They fled, and they don't care about the rest of the comrades fighting on the shore. Generally speaking, any team in the army, the damage rate exceeds 30%, and the army will collapse. And the collapse line of the cavalry depends not only on the cavalry, but also on the horse. So, it is even more than 30%. It is only about 10%. Cloth the husband charged through the cavalry line several times. The red rabbit horse kept neighing and threatening. Of the Yan cavalry were already panicking. After being slashed by Boof for nearly 100, the surrounding Yan soldiers and war horses all collapsed. In particular, the most respected and beloved soldier in their hearts died in front of them not long ago. The general Yan soldiers of mentality and quality have already collapsed. Who cares what the formation and battle target is? Escape is the most important thing. And some of the Yan cavalry with strict discipline, at this time, still want to kill the Yan cavalry who stabilize the heart of the army. In the chaos, it was impossible to find Buff, let alone get close. When the cavalry disintegrates, it can trample the hesitant to death. 3,000 cavalry came to help, their hoofs were thunderous. After breaking down and fleeing for their lives, the hoofs were scattered. Together with the Yan cavalry who were fighting on the shore in the life and death camp, they also began to collapse and fled. Buff immediately attacked, watching the scattered Yan cavalry, but did not stop it. He knew in his heart that the battle goal of the Life and Death Battalion was to cross the river, land on the shore, and stand firm. Give the rear troops enough time to cross the river. But what method can buy more time than breaking the Empire's troops? Buff held the Fangtianhua halberd high, and shouted towards the opposite bank with all the disobedient troops in the Life and Death camp. The Life and Death camp is back. The Yan army has been defeated, and the Qin army is crossing the river. Filu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 113-Military Order. All road idiots. The Yan army has been defeated, and the Qin army is crossing the river. The Yan army has been defeated, and the Qin army is crossing the river. The cries of the Life and Death camp passed through Sui Shui, to the high platform, and into the ears of the generals of the Qin soldiers. And immediately slapped the table, looking up at the battle situation on the other side. Sure enough, the Yan soldiers fled in all directions, and only a few were still resisting. But the overall situation is set. The Life and Death camp has completely stood firm. He really did it. Defeat the 6,000 Yan cavalry directly. No need for defense at all. Offense is the best defense. The generals exclaimed in surprise. Before, they were still discussing whether Boof could do better than Zhao Mo, stand firm, and welcome the army to cross the river. As a result, now, Boof not only stood firm, but also directly defeated the enemy. This comparison is really too big. Ha ha ha. It's a good one who takes life and death lightly, and if you don't agree, just do it. What a fool. Yu Pizhong couldn't help laughing too. As for General Xin Sheng and General Lin Xiao, they have long been used to it, so they just shrugged. All troops, obey orders, cross the river. Wang Jian decisively issued a military order. The Yan soldiers were not really scattered. These cavalry fleeing back will only attract the attack of the Yan soldiers. There is not much time left for the Qin soldiers. They are all made by Bufu. We must seize this hard-won time and cross the river as quickly as possible. It is worth learning how the rafts used by the husbands spread the river. However, the thousands of rafts made by the buffalo camp overnight were only enough for the soldiers of the 3,000 camps to cross the river. If more people stepped on it together, the raft would sink and float away from under the wire. But if only a few people are transported each time, the 100,000 Qin army will take longer. Therefore, Wang Jian immediately ordered 10,000 Qin soldiers to go to the upper mountain forest at a hurry, and continued to cut wood and build rafts. When the army of the state of Yan is attacking, we must resist it. We must hold on until the army crosses the river. The Life and Death camp has finally got a rest. Buff checked it out. In this battle, 53 people were killed and 48 people were slightly injured, with no serious injuries. Seriously injured were all slightly injured under the influence of strong physique. Of enemies killed was 123. Among them, 567 died at the hands of Buff. This exaggerated battle loss ratio once again shocked the 3 armies. Wang Jian looked at the battle report and was silent for a long time. Then speak up. I'm going to book right away. Contribute this method of crossing the river. Although no one can pull the iron rope across the river and stretch it straight like Buff. But the use of boats is enough for Da-Chin to learn from. This can be used in the past to float across the river, which is too fast. Buff's power will be reported again, go to the sky to listen. Wang Jian said solemnly. The biggest reward he can give to Bufu now. The king of Qin intends to sweep Liuhe, to dominate the world, and finally the generals. The generals who can be in his eyes, as long as they can stand the test. The biggest dream is to make King Qin pay attention to himself. Buff naturally doesn't know what Wang Jian has done for him. He was resting in the barracks at this time. View your own attribute panel at the same time. Open black lens bracket name, Buff. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket identity, military commander. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket strength, 60. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket speed, 50. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket physical, 20. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket life. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket weapon. Fangtian painted halberd, indestructible. All invincible, long way. Kanglong has regrets. Freedom points, 47. Nearly 500 free points. It doesn't seem like a lot. But Buff is clear that as long as he spends it himself, it will be like running water, rushing. Still have to earn more. In the next 2 days, Qin Bing will. They are all trying to cross the river. When crossing 70,000 Qin soldiers. The Yanbing army finally heard the sound and came. Wang Jian quickly made a decision, and the military orders were issued quickly. The life and death camp of Bufu also received his own military orders. The life and death camp receives the order. I order you to rush to Broken Soul Forest immediately. Intercept the Yan soldiers who may be attacking from there. While reciting the military order, the messenger couldn't help but keep looking at Bufu in front of him. This is Bufu's. Life and death are bearish. Bufu who refuses to accept it seems to have only one head and 2 arms, just an ordinary person. He's tall, and he's very young. It's not like the legendary 3-headed and 6-armed, with a height of 3 feet and 3 feet and a width of 10 feet and 1 feet. It is the reincarnation of the ancient evil. The camp of life and death, take orders. Buff took it with a military salute. As a result, the messenger did not respond and stayed in place. Life and death camp, take orders. Buff had to speak again, his voice raised. Ah! The messenger was startled, and the military token in his hand slipped out of his hand. Fortunately, Buff had a quick hand and caught it as soon as he stretched out his hand. Then look at the messenger. The messenger hurried back in fright. The order has arrived, I am leaving. After saying that, he quickly turned around and ran away. In front of him will turn into the legendary monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. Buff helplessly raised his hand, touched his own appearance, and said strangely in his heart. There is nothing special about myself, how can I scare people away? Is it because I am too handsome to receive the military order? But Buff doesn't dare to stop and delay, and immediately order troops and horses, and set off quickly. Broken Soul Forest. It is the Qin army camp, a forest in front of the left. The mountain forest is not high and steep, but the forest is dense, which is a good place for sneak attack and ambush. Wang Jian was worried that the Yan soldiers might be buried here, and all the death camps derived from them would be occupied in advance to intercept the Yan soldiers that might appear. And once there is a need in the main battlefield, a military order can transfer the life and death battalion and ram the Yan soldiers from the side. This is an act of multiple arrangements. Uncle Liang rode on his horse, pondering the military order, and added. Buff nodded. With Uncle Liang, his military advisor, he could save a lot of worry in many places. Soon, the 5,000 cavalry of the Life and Death Battalion, according to the topographic map, stopped in front of a fork. Buff glanced at Uncle Liang. Uncle Liang glanced at Qi Ying. Qi Ying glanced at Zhuang Kuang. Zhuang Kuang at Shi Shi. Shi Shi glanced at Manto. Manto at Gongya. Ganya didn't look at anyone, his face was expressionless. Manto had to look at his brother again. The crowd was silent. It's all been seen. I just wanted to know, which way should this bastard go? Buff said helplessly. Uncle Liang lowered his head and I looked at the topographic map. On the topographic map, there is no fork in the road, just say that if you walk 10 miles further, you can reach the Broken Soul Forest. The trees in Broken Soul Forest are all black, so they are easy to identify. Buff rolled his eyes. I can also recognize Broken Soul Forest. I just want to know how to go now. Amount. The crowd shook their heads. Buff almost vomited blood, not only himself, but everyone in the entire Dingxi team, they are all lunatics. Before attacking Black Earth City, they attacked Black Rock City and Blackwood City one after another. Now I can't even find the Broken Soul Forest. Let's split up. Buff had to say. All of you on the right, and I alone on the left. Chapter 114-Red Rabbit play hundreds of soldiers. All of you on the right, and I alone on the left. Buff split up the troops directly. The crowd nodded without any opinion. Now there are 2 roads ahead, and it is possible to reach the Broken Soul Forest. The military order is urgent, and there is no time to send spies to inquire about the situation, so it must be done immediately. Go. Therefore, the best way to do it is to divide the life and death camp into 2 halves according to strength. This way, no matter which side encounters the enemy, they can take action directly. The other side finds out the situation and determines that it is not the Soul Broken Forest, so they can rush back to support. Therefore, it is divided according to the equality of strength. Buff alone can be worth the rest of the people combined. After that, Buff rode the Red Rabbit horse and turned to the left. The others rushed to the right. Actually, I think that the strength of this division is not balanced. Wei, Zhang Kuang couldn't help but said. Everyone looked sideways and looked at him in unison. You are floating, in the eyes. Questioning look. Muttering wildly, he continued. It's so obvious, can't you see it? 5,000 of our 5,000 people, adding up, is not a match for one person. If you want me to say, I should ask Shichong to give us the Red Rabbit horse. In this comparison, even if we still can't fight very long, we can at least escape a few on horseback. Let's save some fire. Zhang Kuang analyzed it carefully. This time, everyone nodded their heads in agreement. The other side. Buff rode the Red Rabbit horse and traveled 10 miles. Sure enough, I saw a dense forest. It's not really black trees and knights. It's dark green, close to black, and from a distance, it looks like a piece of ink painting. This should be the Soul Broken Forest. Buff made the right choice. Zhang Kuang's side was wrong, he should have come over after he knew it. Buff passed through the Broken Soul Forest, and just climbed up the treetops, ready to observe the terrain. As a result, the sound of hooves was heard in the distance. Bing Yan. I saw in the distance, a team of 1 cavalry, coming on horseback. Roughly estimated, as for the appearance of 100 people and 100 people, they are all Yan soldiers. This should be the scout team, who came to investigate the situation. Scout. Buff pondered for a while, and made a decision in his heart. Since he was the Yanbing scout, he should hide himself. When the other party finds out that there are no Qin soldiers here, and go back to lead more Yan soldiers, it will be a good opportunity for him to take action. Therefore, Bufu did not go down the tree, so he hid on the top of the tree and watched the team of Yan soldiers come over, spread out, and check the terrain. Fortunately, Buff came here alone, leaving no trace. Those scouts didn't find anything unusual, it was just a no-man's land. Who looked like 100 generals gathered everyone and discussed it for a while. Then they dispatched 2 cavalrymen and rode away to report the situation. The remaining 90 people were stationed here, guarding everywhere. If they find Yan soldiers, they can at least escape a few people and go back to report. However, Just after the 2 Yan soldiers disappeared, a string of crisp horse hoofs sounded in the broken soul forest. There are Qin soldiers. A Yan soldier immediately. He jumped up alertly. Shish. Bai Zhang shook his head, then put his ear to the ground and listened carefully. Then he straightened up and said firmly. Don't worry, it's just a horse. And it's still an empty horse with no one on its back. It may be a nearby wild horse, or a war horse that was lost on the battlefield before. Let's grab it and take it back. The 100 generals are confident of listening to the ground as his specialty and his pride. With this trick, he is not worth avoiding many attacks. Once again, he even heard that the other party had a colony with 50 people. Pretending to be ignorant, he led his subordinates to encircle and suppress them directly, killing all 50 people, making great achievements. The rest of the Yan soldiers were no longer worried when they heard that their generals were so certain. It's just one horse, but no one. Even if there are people, it's just one person and one horse, and one ride is just 100 people and 100 people on my side. I'm afraid that the heads are not enough. Everyone is easy to write, and they don't form a battle formation. One by one, leaning against the tree trunk. Little even lying on the ground to rest, do not want to get up. Da da da. Finally, the sound of hoofs got closer. A white horse came galloping. When the Yan soldiers saw it, their eyes lit up. What a fine horse. It is much taller and stronger than ordinary war horses. It has a saddle on its back. It's a lost warhorse. This shows that it has been trained. It is not afraid of rushing, it is best. The 100 generals are also happy to see the hunter. Don't take spears and swords, lest you hurt this horse. Bai Zhang said quickly. Whoa. All the Yan soldiers threw their weapons away one after another. Their war horses were restless, and they wanted to run. But the Yan soldiers grabbed it fiercely, and some were annoying, so they tied it directly to the tree next to it. The red rabbit horse got excited while running, and swung its tail happily. Hey! A Yan soldier on the side roared, and suddenly rushed out, trying to pounce on Chatuma's back, and then grab the reins to tame it. However, Chatuma suddenly accelerated and took 2 steps forward. The Yanbing suddenly threw himself in the air, fell to the ground, and fell into a dog's feces. What a beast! Another Yan soldier rushed up. But Chatuma's front hooves raised, a pause, let him fly again. Then, Chatuma crossed directly over him and continued to run forward. This time, all the Yan soldiers were interested. Nice horse. This horse is absolutely incomparable on the battlefield. Hey, I still don't believe it, we can't catch a beast today. Yan soldiers are all ready to go, it's up to who can catch the red rabbit horse. However, the red rabbit horse can advance and retreat freely, in the crowd, dodge in the east and west, avoid all the Yan soldiers, and directly run past everyone. Just when everyone was disappointed and regretful, Kituma turned around and ran back again. The Yan soldiers were instantly refreshed, and they were gearing up to prepare again. Unfortunately, this time, everyone still failed. Everyone threw themselves on the ground, one by one, with dirt and grass clippings all over their faces. I still don't believe it. An irritable Yan soldier was furious, grabbed his long sword suddenly, and threw himself at Chatuma again. This time, Chatuma was suddenly unhappy, and put away his thoughts of having fun. Front hooves hit the ground, the horse's body spun, and the rear hooves kicked abruptly. Violently kicked at Yan Bing's chest. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 115 _ a move from the sky. Click. A clear sound of bone shattering exploded. That Yan Bing's chest collapsed directly. The whole person is like a broken 5-sack, flying upside down. Bang. The corpse hit the tree trunk behind and hung directly on it, fluttering in the wind, dripping with blood. As for himself, he can't die any longer. At this moment, all the soldiers of Yan were immediately shocked. I thought that this white horse was just wild and hard to tame, and I didn't want to be caught by myself and others. But who would have thought that it would be so ruthless when it shot? The comrade was kicked to death. Old Fifth. Everyone's eyes were split, and they shouted. On the tree can no longer answer them. Kill this beast. The 100 generals gritted their teeth, their eyes were red, and they stared at the red rabbit fiercely. Everyone grabbed their weapons, and the momentum became fierce. Exclamation mark quote. Hi. Red Rabbit immediately. He raised his head and roared. The soldiers of Yan got off their war horses, panicked and fled in all directions. Many war horses panicked and ran straight into the dense forest. As a result, the Yan soldier on the horse was immediately swept down by the overgrown tree trunk, and he fell into a daze. The most unlucky one, holding a long sword, fell down, but was directly pierced by his own sword in the neck. Blood flowed like a column, and died. Don't get on the horse. This white horse is the king of horses. Can scare back the horses. The 100 will be immediately. Recognizing the situation, he spoke quickly. All the Yan soldiers dismounted one after another. More than 90 people, even in foot combat, killing a horse should not be too easy. Kill. A Yan soldier, armed with a spear, stabbed directly at it. Kituma got up and leapt, stepped over the spear, stepped on top of Yan Bing's head, and then fell to the ground. He turned his head, the Yan Bing's head had already been stepped into his neck, and he couldn't die any longer. Hey! An archer suddenly shot an arrow. The arrow broke through the air, swept past the Chituma directly, and nailed it to the tree behind. The tail of the arrow trembled and made a buzzing sound. The right side of Chituma's neck was slightly pierced. There was a bruise, and a blood stain appeared. The arrow just now almost hit the red rabbit horse. Hey! Chituma was instantly annoyed, and roared again, and rushed towards the archer. But soon there were 7 or 8 soldiers standing in front of the archer, and their spears were raised diagonally. If Chituma rushed over, must be stabbed by the spear. If you want to step over, you will also be stabbed by the Yan soldiers with the spear. The red rabbit horse stopped and stopped moving forward. Whoa! Archer in the back shoots again. This arrow is not right. It wants to shoot the red rabbit horse's eyes, but it will fly over its back. But even so, Chituma was furious. But he couldn't take revenge, so he raised his head and roared at the top of the treetops. Hiss. The hiss was full of grief and anger. As if blaming Buff. Your war horses have been bullied. You're still there, watch the show on it. Are you a qualified cavalry? Are you worthy of being a cavalry? The soldiers of Yan also followed the red rabbit horse and looked up. Hoo 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 hoo. Suddenly, above the head, there was a whistling sound. Then, I saw a figure, jumping down from the top of the tree. He was holding the halberd in his hand and kept spinning, just like the helicopter wings of later generations, whistling. Enemy attack. There is an ambush. The 100 generals of Yan's soldiers were the first to react, seeing the Qin-style armor on Bufu's body, and immediately shout out. At the same time, he turned his head and looked around, looking for the rest of the Qin soldiers in ambush. However, he didn't seem to see anything. Only one Qin soldier said, "Bang." Bu Fu waved the Fengtianhua halberd, and descended from the sky, landing directly among the 7 or 8 Yan soldiers. The spinning Fengtianhua halberd directly swept away the spears raised by the Yan soldiers. Then, Fengtianhua halberd circled again, slashing a halberd on the chest and abdomen of all the Yan soldiers. Immediately, the armor shattered, and the flesh flew. Fengtianhua halberd is not the only armor of the Yan kingdom, it can be resisted. Exclamation mark quote. Whoa! Still the last archer, calm and composed, he shot an arrow directly into Buff's throat. Buff's body froze, and he fell to the ground. It was as if he was dead. The scene was immediate. Be quiet. The Yan soldiers looked around nervously, but there was no movement from the Qin soldiers. Only him. A Yan soldier asked in a low voice. Looks like he's really the only one. This Qin soldier is also a spy, but he ran into us and had to hide in a tree. It's quite fierce, jumping straight down and hurting so many of our comrades. Relaxed while talking. If there are no more Qin soldiers, it will be fine. Shut up. Hurry up and save people. Yan Bing 100 generals said calmly. He knew in his heart that since the Qin army was here, the Qin army must also be watching here. It must be done immediately. This situation back and let the general decide. But at this moment, Yan Bing, the doctor who went to treat the injured, exclaimed in surprise. Dead. All dead. Not a single one alive. They've all had their ribcage or belly cut open, and the intestines are all leaking out. Totally dead. The Dr. Yan Bing exclaimed. The rest of the Yan soldiers were also stunned. That Qin Bing just swept in a circle as he fell. I thought it was just scary, and my own people were injured at most. However, how could they all die? There is something wrong with his halberd. The nimble Yan Bing said, and then wanted to run over to pick up the odd-shaped halberd in Buff's hand. However, he had just run to Buff's side. Just saw the one who was supposed to be lying on the ground and was shot through the throat. Qin Bing actually sat up straight. It's only 65 o'clock. It's so low. It's still the throat. Then Qin Bing said cursingly, raised his hand and pulled out the arrow from his throat. Then throw it directly at the Yan Bing who ran over. Hey! Arrows shot through the throats of the Yan soldiers, came out through the body, flew straight into the sky, leapt over the treetops, and fell into the dense forest. That Yan Bing, clutching his throat, collapsed to the ground. Please download Fei Lu Xiao to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 116 _ It's too late, and you won't be able to catch a single head. Buff made his move, all the Yan soldiers were terrified. Who is this person? He is so powerful. He was shot in the throat and still not dead. Wait, are the rumors of the soldiers who escaped from their mouths true? They said that the reason why they could not break into the army by the Sushui River. It was not because the Yan soldiers were ineffective, but Dakan had Gao Da, tall and mighty reckless man. One person can stop 1,000 people, and one person can cut 1,000 people. He broke his head. It is said that the city of frozen soil was conquered by him alone. It's just the words of the fallen soldiers. But now, he finally saw it. In this world, there really are such fierce and reckless people. Kill. 100 generals roared angrily, and their fighting spirit was high. Even if the evil of the ancients were alive, they would still be killed for Dian. The battle to become famous is at this moment. However, just after taking 2 steps, he was surprised to find that he was the only one who let people rush towards the reckless man. The rest of the Yan soldiers turned around and fled. The Yan soldiers are also human. They are also afraid of death. Look to Buff is so powerful. Only a few hot-blooded fools will die. Smart people will only run far away. You. Escape from battle, death penalty. The 100 generals shouted. But those Yan soldiers don't even look back. If they flee, they will die, and if they don't flee, they will die. Hey! A neigh, the horse ran, and with a raised front hoof, he stepped directly on Bai Yang's body. Bai Zhang immediately vomited blood and flew upside down. The red rabbit horse kicked Bai Zhang flying with one kick. Hundreds of generals flew out upside down, tumbling directly to the ground, dying of breath. Then I could only watch. That terrifying Qin Bing raised his hand, picked up a sword, and threw it out. Who? The long sword whistled in the air. Of a fleeing Yan soldier and flew out from the chest of the previous Yan soldier and nailed it to the ground. Ah! The first Yan soldier passed through his body and died immediately. The second Yan soldier screamed and was pinned to the ground, unable to move. That terrifying Qin soldier has not stopped. He stood on the spot, and everything around him turned into his offensive weapon. Knife, sword, spear, even branches, even a strong attack. If the Yan soldiers did not escape, they would block with their shields and dodge with their movements, and maybe they would have survived. But now, these Yan soldiers are panicking and fleeing everywhere, leaving the back empty doors all exposed. In front of that terrifying Qin Bing. It's strange if you don't die. Don't run. Response to the enemy. Response to the enemy. Hundreds of generals screamed, wanting them to turn around. Don't say goodbye, lead to death. But, under the fear of death, the Yan soldiers ran faster. Don't look back. Always thought that there were so many people, how could I shoot myself so coincidentally? I just need to run faster than the others. PFF'd. A1 stone penetrated the chest of the Yan soldier at the front, shot into the black wood in front, and directly embedded it. How come? I was the first to run. There are so many people behind, how could they shoot me? He was unwilling, unable to scream. Then he slowly turned around, only to see that behind him, there were no more comrades standing. All the Yan soldiers had already fallen to the ground, blood pooling under their bodies. It turns out that the rest of the soldiers are dead. This thought flashed through Yan Bing's mind, and then fell to the ground helplessly. Finally dead. No. The real last one, that 100 generals, looked at his subordinates, the entire army was annihilated, and shouted in pain. But to no avail. Buff walked coldly in front of him. Sorry, this time war. The next moment, Buff chopped off with a halberd. In front of the 100 generals, suddenly fell into endless darkness. Dong dong dong. The sound of the hoofs moved like thunder. Zhang Kuang brought 5,000 men and horses and came galloping. The fork on their side, at the end, is a valley, and there is no way out, it is a dead end. The trees on both sides are also green. It's not the soul-breaking forest. They immediately understand it, and then go back the same way to support Buff. But now, I know it's a step too late. In front of them, on the edge of the soul-broken forest, there were corpses all over the floor. There was also a red rabbit horse with his head raised and his hooves raised in the coolest pose. As if to show off again, many of these people were kicked by it. It's the same as death. Buff is alone, leaning beside a black wood trunk. The wind is light and the clouds are light, and it is easy to write. It's like watching flowers in the back garden. Insolent and others, suddenly speechless. I waited for others, hurry up and hurry, why not just to be able to rush over in time, grab some heads from Bufu, and increase military merit. The result, all Bufu alone, the slaughter is over. These Yan soldiers are really useless. I want to cry without tears. No. It is impossible for the Yan Bing to send so many people to ambush. This time the scout team. The real big army is still behind. There is a black grass pasture nearby, and the horses are here. 100,000 Yan soldiers, as long as 10,000 cavalry. Then there will be an ambush here, it should be between 3,000 and 6,000. Uncle Liang was on the side, pinching his chin and analyzing. Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a faint sound of horseshoes in the distance. Everyone was startled and looked at each other. Qi Ying immediately, like a monkey, it jumped directly to the top of the tree, and looked around, looking far into the distance. It's the Yan soldier. At least 4,000. It's coming to us. Qi Ying quickly reported. The crowd froze immediately, gearing up for their hands. Zhang Kuang couldn't help but scream. Finally, it's not in vain. I want to plunder the military merits. None of them can be spared. In the rear are also in high spirits. After the previous Sushui landing battle, they realize the power of +10 physique. One by one is full of confidence, just waiting to plunder military merit. Beware of arrogance and impetuosity. Bing Yan is not a turkey. Their horses are stronger than ours too. They defend their homeland, the heart of the death fight, and they will not be weak. Don't take it lightly. Uncle Liang always poured a pot of cold water at the right time to keep everyone awake. Everyone was shocked, and this is no longer impetuous. Buff also stood up. The Yan soldiers in the Forest of Broken Souls are dead. They won't get close to Broken Soul Forest easily. Get ready to strike. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 117-Chin Cavalry. Yan Cavalry. Charge. Shut up. 4,000 Yan cavalry came galloping. Stopped when he was a stone's throw away from Broken Soul Forest. What about the generals of light? It stands to reason that they will come to meet us. What about people? The leader of the cavalry commander raised his hand, and all the cavalrymen stopped. He is wearing a beautiful cloud armor with flower feathers on his head. He is a cavalry soldier. He is of the same rank as Zheng Feng. Return to the Sand Army. Guangbai General is in the woods ahead. Maybe something was delayed. I'll go check it out. Yan Bing, who had returned to report the letter earlier, said. Immediately, he rushed to the Broken Soul Forest. However, before he ran a few steps, he saw one person and one horse in the Broken Soul Forest, stepping out. 100 generals. Immediately shouted when he saw the man's armor and figure. Although the horse is not a horse of 100 generals, it is a white war horse with extraordinary steed. But the armor is really the armor of 100 generals. It's just that he carries 6 spears on his back and a halberd in his hand. What does it mean? Who is coming? The Sand Army at the back immediately felt that something was wrong, and immediately roared. At the same time, an archer beside him, immediately bow and shoot the arrow, pointing straight at the approaching person in front. He is definitely not 100 generals of light. At this time, the so-called 100 generals of light finally raised their heads. Sure enough. Uncle Liang's method doesn't work at all. Buff complained, then untied the swallow-style armor on his body and threw it on the ground. The inside is exposed, Dakan armor. Qin Bing. The Yan soldiers at the forefront immediately shouted. Whoa! The archers in the rear shoot directly at Buff. Buff didn't dodge or dodge, just stretched out his hand and pulled out a spear behind him. PFF'd. Archer's archery is extraordinary. An arrow shot into the gap in the armor of Buff's shoulder and directly into Buff's body. Buff's figure paused slightly, but his movements did not stop. He held a spear in his right hand. With his left hand, he hangs Feng Tianhuaji on the back of Kitu's horse, and then pulls out an arrow from his chest, bringing out a stream of blood. I was shot by you, you should taste my shot too. Speaking, Buff swung his right hand and directly projected the spear in his hand. Woo! Air burst. The spear was like black lightning and shot right in front of the archer. Archer didn't react at all, and he was about to be killed by the spear. The Sha Junho who was next to him reacted quickly, putting his foot on the archer's body and kicking him off the horse's back. This was the only way to escape. However, the spear didn't stop, it didn't hit the archer, but continued to advance, and shot through a Yan soldier behind the archer. Straight through. The spear turned into a blood spear. Then it shot through the next Yan soldier. 3 Yan soldiers were pierced by one and turned into candied haws. With a spear from Buff, it was so terrifying. You know, this is just a stone's throw away. The Yan soldiers suddenly burst into an uproar. The Sha Junho also applied for a sigh and stared at Bufu as if he was facing a big enemy. He knew that he had encountered a big enemy. The Qin soldier in front of him is by no means easy. Fortunately, he is only one person. Dewey also killed him. However, just as he had this idea, he heard a thunderous sound of horse hooves. Then, from the Broken Soul Forest behind the terrifying Qin Bing, a group of cavalrymen poured out. Qin cavalry. Wind. Wind. The Qin cavalry came on stage. There was no bells and whistles, and under the leadership of a Qin general carrying a big axe, they charged directly towards the Yan soldier. Meet the enemy. Charge. The Sand Army waited for a decisive decision, immediately. Take your subordinates and start charging. There is only one arrow between the two sides. If you want to turn around and sneak away, it is too late. We can only hedge. Fortunately, the other party came out of the Broken Soul Forest, although I don't know how many people there are. However, the Broken Soul Forest is complicated in terrain and dense with trees, and can only rush out 21 horses side by side at a time. Is a wide plain, dozens of horses, charging together. Who? Was another sound of air tearing. The horror was another spear shot. The spear broke through the air and shot directly at the Yan soldiers. This time, the distance was too far for the Sha Junho to intervene. He could only watch on his right flank. A whole column of Yan soldiers were pierced by a spear, punched to the end. A full 7 or 8 cavalrymen were killed by a single spear. The cavalry in the next 2 columns also suffered influence, unable to charge. With one spear, 3 columns of Yan soldiers were destroyed. When the Sha Junho was feeling distressed, there was another sound of breaking through the air. The terrifying Qin soldier projected a spear here. Woo! It was followed by a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Among the Yan soldiers, more than a dozen Yan cavalrymen were directly pierced and smashed to death. A dozen or so columns of cavalry were blocked and unable to charge. This time, the Yan soldiers rushed over, and the number of formal confrontations with the Qin cavalry was still large. A lot, but there is no crushing potential. Hey! The archer was about to bend the bow and shoot the arrow to kill Buff. As a result, an arrow flew out from the Qin soldiers, shot directly into the archer's eye socket, and drilled out from the back of his head. Bow and arrow, shot. Yan Bing archer, directly fell off the horse's back, was stepped into the grass by the cavalry behind, and at this time, Yan Bing and Qin Bing finally collided. Ban Yu slash. With a loud roar, Zhang Kuang picked up the moon-breaking axe and slashed directly at the Sha Junho. The weapon in the Sha Junho's hand was a machete. He was not afraid, raised the machete in his hand, and slashed down at the arrogance. Hey! Clashing, suddenly, Zhang Kuang and Sha Junho were shocked at the same time. Puko giant hemp. In the eyes of the two, a hot and fierce light burst out at the same time. They are evenly matched. Kill. The two let out a roar, and once again they knew the man, facing each other head-on. But when the other ordinary cavalry collided, it was different. Qin Bing's side, the 18 Ping'an riders are like one person, and they shoot at the same time. Black spear, bang, black spear, it has its own characteristics. Blood kill, boom. The eyes of the Yan Bing on the opposite side, there was a sea of blood, Wang Yang. The boundless waves of blood and water directly engulfed him. When he came back to his senses again, he fell to the ground, blood gushing from his chest. The 18 Qin cavalrymen rode their horses. Step over, once again resorted to the black spear, stab the second wave of enemies. Please download Fei Lu Xiao to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 118_Pianist Gao Jianli. 18 safe cavalry, with 18 black spears. 18 blood-killing characteristics are activated at the same time. Blood Si Wang Yang directly rushed into the formation of Yan soldiers and swept away. The Qin cavalry behind them came up and charged fiercely. Yan soldiers, the vanguard, was directly smashed to pieces. And Buff, Zhang Kuang and the others couldn't keep up with him. He drove straight in, rushed into the ranks of the Yan cavalry, rampaged, and turned on their backs. I don't know how long they rushed. Buff's eyes lit up, and the Yan troops had dropped sharply. There was only one group of Yan soldiers in the distance, escorting a carriage, and they were fleeing. When he turned his head, the Yan cavalry had been pierced by Buff. Now, it is time to turn back and continue to dig. The swallow-piercing cavalry is still the carriage that Buff looked at and fled in the distance. On the battlefield, there is actually a carriage. This is strange. Buff hesitates for a while, but there is a decision. Rush General, the overall situation is set. Buff, the commander, is basically a free man, and he does not need to do everything himself. He can leave the army for a short time. Therefore, he chooses to chase that carriage. Hey! The red rabbit horse immediately understood what Buff meant, and with a neigh, it raised its hooves and ran wildly. A swallow flew from the sky. Red Rabbit neighed and fell to the ground in fright. The red rabbit horse galloped, a hoof stepped on the swallow, and then galloped away. After the red rabbit horse galloped, the swallow on the mud ground shook its wings, instead of flapping its wings. Horses tread on flying swallows. Horses pass but swallows do not hurt. Drive. There were 4 cavalry on each side of the carriage. At this time, seeing the Qin soldiers falling behind them, he immediately accelerated. Unfortunately, the Yan soldiers' horses were a little faster than the Qin soldiers' horses. However, it can't be faster than the Red Rabbit. Hush! Red Rabbit chased after him and let out a neigh. The war horses were in a panic, and the carriages were all skewed. 8 cavalrymen suddenly turned their horses, and they were bound to stop Buff. Protect the carriage and leave safely. The curtain on the carriage was lifted, revealing a handsome face with star-like eyes. Then, in this pair of star-like eyes a terrifying picture was reflected in his eyes. 8 cavalrymen of the state of Yan swore to stop it. However, under the halberds of the terrifying Qin soldiers, they couldn't support the 3 moves. After the 3 moves, the 8 cavalrymen all died. Hey! The Red Rabbit horse crossed the 8 corpses and rushed to the carriage again. The horse pulling the carriage was not a war horse, and when the Red Rabbit horse roared it immediately trembled in fright. The driver in the car fell straight down, his head hit the stone, and he lost consciousness. I don't know if it's dead or faint. Buff rode a Red Rabbit horse and came to the carriage. Feng Tianhua halberd gently picked it up. He opened the curtain and looked inside. The car, sitting upright, a man with clear eyes and long hair, man. Yes, those star-like eyes belonged to a man. Handsome man was sitting upright in the car, looking at Buff calmly. Although there was panic, it was only deep in his eyes. On the surface, the ancient well has no waves, even the wind is light and the clouds are light. He stretched out his hand lightly, and placed the side tail on his lap. There are guests from far away. It's better to play the piano. Thank you for your relentless pursuit. Finished speaking, he started to play the Qin to himself. Buff pouted, his 5-tone, incomplete, can't sing, let alone listen to the Qin. Just about to raise Feng Tianhua halberd to kill this person. But suddenly a light flashed in his mind, and something sounded. Buff stared carefully at the piano player in front of him, thoughtfully. End of the song. The luthier held down the strings, put them in order, carefully placed them in the cloth bag, and held them in his arms. Finally, he looked at Buff. Thank you for your willingness to listen to Li Fucking. Please do it. The pianist exclaimed. But Buff didn't make a move. After a long while, the harpist was looking into his eyes when he saw Buff staring straight at him. He couldn't help but feel a little hairy. This Qin soldier has not been able to fight all the way, and there are no women in the army. Could it be that when he thought of this, the harpist immediately grabbed the Zongdu dagger in his sleeve? Made up his mind that if Qin Bing was in front of him, he really wanted to do something to him. Then he must commit suicide first. However, to his surprise, Buff did nothing to him. Just asked. High gradient. Violinist was stunned for a moment, and looked at Buff in amazement. Your Excellency, get to know each other. Buff shook his head. I don't know you. But I know Jing Kai. Gao Jianli's body was suddenly shocked. All kinds of imprints in the depths of his heart emerged. You want to avenge him. You want to assassinate King Qin. Buff got straight to the point and asked directly. Gao Jianli's body was shocked again. At this moment his deepest secret. He never told anyone. Because he is now just a little-known violinist in the country of Yan. Too far away from King Qin. It's so far away that he will be laughed at when he expresses his thoughts. But the rude and wild Qin Bing in front of him, in one sentence, directly revealed his own feelings. You can't make it. You can't kill King Qin. No one in this world can kill him. Maybe it was a little bit possible before. But when I come, there won't be. No one can kill him. Buff said directly. The world will be unified. The 6 kingdoms return to Qin, and they are all descendants of China. After Buff finished speaking, he lost interest and put away Feng Tianhua Ji. You go. A Gao Jianli was nothing more than a failed assassination of Qin in the future. Let him go at this time. Mainly, this is the first time that Buff has seen a familiar character in the history book with his own eyes. Still a novel feeling. Gao Jianli looked at Buff and frowned. He has always been unable to fathom the intention of this Qin being in front of him. Normal Qin soldier will definitely kill himself, the Yanran. He is a Qin soldier. How does he know Jing Kai, a knight, Jing Kai? How can he see through his own heart and be confused by his heart? Finally, he straightened his posture and bowed to Buff. This is to thank Buff for not killing him. Then, he rode his horse and drove away. Carriage jolted and traveled halfway. A bizarre thought suddenly popped up in Gao Jian's heart. He recalled what Buff had just said. You can't kill King Qin. No one in this world can kill him. Maybe there was a little chance before. But when I come, there won't be. No one can kill him. When he came, no one could kill King Qin. He protected King Qin and swept the world for King Qin. If he went to kill King Qin, thinking about it, Gao Jianli laughed. I thought a lot about myself. That is the king of Qin who is aloof. And just that person. Just a Qin soldier. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 119_chopping knife. Moonbreak axe. Fusion. Buff did not leave Gao Jianli and watched the carriage go away. In memory, Gao Jianli blinded himself, swallowed charcoal, and went to assassinate the king of Qin, after the king of Qin ruled the world. The current Gao Jianli should just be trying. Based on his relationship with Jing Kai, this time he should follow Qin Bing by the way, trying to sneak into Qin State from the Broken Soul Forest. But unfortunately, bumped into Buff. But Buff didn't kill him. The king of Qin was unstoppable and unstoppable. Whether it was Jing Kai, Gao Jianli, or the assassins behind, it was impossible to assassinate the king of Qin. Jing Kai was the most dangerous one. Therefore, Buff is not worried that these assassins will assassinate the king of Qin. The contrary, because of the relationship of the previous life, there is a kind of assassin complex. Therefore, Buff can be open to Gao Jian's departure from the net. Or, it would be best to persuade Gao Jianli to give up the idea of assassination. Up his mood, Buff turned around, rode on a white horse, and rushed to the battlefield. Fang Tian painted a halberd, like a black dragon. He rose up and went straight to the Yan soldiers. Ah! Ah! The Yan soldiers were attacked from front and back, and they screamed again and again. Buff swept through the army and penetrated all the way. After an unknown amount of time, he pierced through the cavalry again and rushed to the front of the battle group. Zhang Kuang and Sha Junho are still fighting. The moon-breaking axe and the machete collided with each other, and the sparks shot in all directions. This time, Zhang Kuang has met a formidable enemy. After several battles on the battlefield, Zhang Kuang's strength has broken through the 100 mark. Now, and this Sand Army candidate is also not weak, with a machete, dancing like a tiger. Insolence is also brute force. The broken moon axe is axe, and the axe is violent, and it can't stop slashing. It's hard to face the Sand Army, and it won't retreat at all. Chain slash. The machetes in the hands of Sha Junho slashed out in a series, like a wave, one wave after another. The tide surged, and the pressure was so arrogant that he couldn't breathe. He could only be tired of resisting. Only in the midst of fighting can you grow. Intervening by yourself and beheading that Sha Junho will only hinder the arrogant growth. Of course, Zhang Kuang might die under the machete of that Sha Junho. But that's his own business. Bufu can't always take care of everyone on the battlefield. Bufu turned his horse's head and rushed into the rest of the Yan soldiers, the tiger into the sheep. Of the 4,000 Yan cavalry, only the Sha Junho was brave. But now he was being held back by Zhang Kuang. On the Qinbing side, a few people from the Dingxi squad, plus the 18 Ping'an cavalry, were all brave and killed the Yan Bing without any resistance. Gangya was surrounded by a circle of Qin cavalry, and went straight into the Yan army camp. The bow and arrow are holding the falling star bow in one hand, and the other hand keeps pulling out the arrows from the quiver full of quivers around the waist and shooting them continuously. The arrows are especially precise, and they are specially shot into the places where there is no armor protection on the body. Eye sockets. One arrow enters, killed in an instant. The bow and arrow kill so fast, it can be said to be fast. It is like mowing grass. Even, he will occasionally shoot an arrow to help the cavalry around him. A cavalryman stabbed a Yan soldier to death with a spear. But the Yan soldier, before he died, held on to the spear tightly and refused to let go. The spear could not be drawn out for a while. At this time, a Yan soldier on the side roared angrily, and with a spear in his hand, stabbed the Qin soldier in the head. Qin Bing couldn't draw his spear, so it was delayed for a while. Suddenly irresistible. Boom. At this moment, the bow and arrow shot out, directly piercing the Yan soldier's arm. Ah! Yan soldier let out a pained cry, and the spear in his hand was tilted, stabbing the Qin soldier in the ribs, waiting for a stream of blood. But at this time, Qin Bing also exerted his strength again, pulling out a spear from the dead Yan Bing's hand, a straight thorn, and pierced directly into the Yan Bing's throat. Yan Bing silently whimpered a few times, and then he vomited blood and died. Qin Bing escaped from the dead. In addition to being fortunate, he looked at Gongya gratefully. But Gongya has turned around to shoot the rest of the Yan soldiers. Buff nodded, although Gongya stuttered a bit. But when it comes to archery, he is simply talented. If Zhang Kuang is a humanoid warrior, he is brave in single-handed combat. The current bow and arrow is like a mobile shooting battery, advancing slowly, and directly pushing out a broad avenue. Wind. Wind. At this time, another team of Qin soldiers suddenly shot out from the flank and went straight to the unprotected flank of the Yan soldiers. That team of Qin soldiers went around from the side of Broken Soul Forest from the very beginning, and only now did they finally shoot. This is Uncle Liang's plan. Under the personal performance of the Dingxi team. Yan Bing quasi-fake collapse and collapse. Kill. Zhang Kuang suddenly roared. Buff turned his head and saw that Zhang Kuang had already held up the head of the Sha Junho, covered in blood, like a madman. In front of him is already a headless corpse, still sitting on the horseback. There were multiple injuries on his body, and the blood flowed non-stop. One arm was almost taken off. If it weren't for his physique +10, I am afraid he would be in a coma now. As soon as the Sand Army was waiting for his death, the morale of the Yan soldiers plummeted. Coupled with the surprise attack from the side, the Yan soldiers were in chaos. Start fleeing. What's left? It's time for the Qin soldiers to hunt down and expand the results. Wind. Wind. Even if he was seriously injured, Zhang Kuang dragged a broken arm, shouted and rushed up, chasing the Yan Bing. As a result, he fell straight down and fainted. Yan Bing next to him wanted to stay and take care of him. But Buff shook his head and let him go. Then, Buff walked over and picked up the machete and the broken moon axe on the ground. As for arrogance, he just needs to sleep and do and move. Strong physique will make his wounds heal slowly. Can't lose life. Buff looked at the machete in his hand. Name, Mountain Splitting Knife. Quality, excellent characteristics, sturdy. Open mountain. Chain slash. It has been upgraded to the highest quality, can't continue to add points. Chain slash. This is what the military officer of the state of Yan showed just now. The chain sword technique is like a wave, slashing and slashing layer by layer. Every time you slash, the momentum will be superimposed. Until the end, when you look at the knife, the accumulated momentum suddenly erupts, and you are unparalleled. A bit cut off. Detected two similar weapons, whether to consume 200 free points to synthesize. Close black lens bracket. The system pops up the prompt again. Sha Junhu's mountain splitting knife and arrogant moon breaking axe can be fused. Fusion. Buff said quickly in his heart. Chapter 120 _ Can everything be added? Name, moon splitting axe. Quality, excellent. Characteristics, indestructible. Powerful splitting washin. Chain full moon slash. It has been upgraded to the highest quality, can't continue to add points. Sure enough, the mountain splitting knife and the moon breaking axe are integrated into a brand new weapon. The shape is similar to that of the broken moon axe, but the blade is narrower and longer. Weight has also increased by 30%. The most important thing is that there are two more built-in skills. Power to split Washin. Serial full moon slash. It is a combination of serial slash and half moon slash, which can continuously display half moon slash to form full moon slash. The momentum is like a wave, layer upon layer, one layer is stronger than one layer. Buff nodded, the moon splitting axe is much stronger than before, enough to continue to use it arrogantly. Take a look at your own attribute panel. Name, Buff. Identity, Military Commander. Strength, 60. Speed, 50. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket physical, 20. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket life. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket weapon. Fang Tianhuaji, indestructible. All invincible. Dragon might. Dragon has regrets. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket freedom point, 61. More than 800 free points. Synthesize weapons for Zhang Huang. It will consume 200 points. There are 612 points left. This is not too much. Still need to kill the enemy and get injured. Buff said helplessly. He was about to catch up and kill 2 Yan soldiers. He took the opportunity to be injured. Looked up, he saw Gongya and the others, almost killed. More Yan soldiers fled, took advantage of the horses, opened up the distance, and couldn't catch up even if they wanted to. In 2 hours too. Finally finished counting the record. This time, 5,000 soldiers of the Life and Death Battalion faced 4,000 Yan soldiers. 124 people were killed. 78 people died in the Life and Death camp. 1 person was seriously injured. 128 people were slightly injured. It is possible to attack from the side. At the same time, the cavalry of the Yan army will be defeated, which will greatly reduce the strength of the cavalry of the Yan army. The 100,000 Yan army is full, and there are only 15,000 cavalry. The Battle of Susui Landing, 6,000 cavalry were defeated by Bufu. In the Battle of Duanhunline, 4,000 cavalry were routed by Bufu. The rest were only 5,000, and thousands of defeated troops who fled back. Not only the Life and Death Battalion of Lianzan Lianji, but also the Wang family cavalry under Wang Ben, who are equally brave. It can be said that in terms of cavalry strength, the Qin army has already conquered. On the battlefield, the victory of the cavalry is a decisive factor for the entire battle situation. Extremely important. Heeing. Immediately. Hurry back and tell me. At the same time, ask the general to fight. My Life and Death camp can attack from the side of the Yan army. After Buff looked at the military exploits, he immediately. As Qi Ying ordered. Qi Ying nodded and immediately. Horse and gallop away. Buff can actually take the initiative to send troops to attack the flanks of the Yan soldiers. However, that would be an unauthorized action. If the situation on the main battlefield is critical, Buff will take action and turn the tide. That is a great achievement. But if the main battlefield does not need him very much, he may be judged to be ignoring the military order. And Wang Jian is a mature and prudent style. Buff would naturally choose to be conservative. Fix in place. Buff spoke directly. Qin soldiers rested one after another. Some people are gathering their comrades who died in the battle, placing their corpses, and they will be transported after the war. Back to Qin State. Someone is caring for the wounded. Buff spent dozens of free points, upgraded several mid-grade trauma medicines, and distributed them. Qin soldiers who were lightly injured, with these trauma medicines and their own strong physique, can quickly recover their combat effectiveness. As for the recovery, Huki had to rely on his own constitution and slowly recover. Qin soldiers took out their dry food and prepared to replenish their stamina. Buff's eyes lit up, and he immediately called someone to bring a bag. Open black lens bracket name, marching dry food. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket quality, medium grade. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket feature, satisfy hunger. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket do you want to add more points? Close black lens bracket dry food can also be added. After spending 10 points, the marching rations will be automatically upgraded. Open black lens bracket name. Marching dry food. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket quality, top grade. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket feature, satiety. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket do you want to add more points? Close black lens bracket the feature becomes satiety. It is one level higher than hunger. It can make Chin Bing eat more full and restore his physical strength faster. If you add it to the top grade, Buff estimates that there will not be any more attribute points, so he just gave up. Free points and points to upgrade also require the quality of the item itself. Only medicinal materials can be upgraded to high-grade medicinal materials with added attributes. Dry food has no potential in itself, and adding points is in vain. Buff had to give up the idea of continuing to add points. After all, not everything can be added. After resting for an hour, all the Qin soldiers recovered about the same. Zhang Kuang also woke up, and the broken arm was almost reconnected. Just that he can't swing and hold heavy objects a lot, but it doesn't affect his basic actions. The axe. Zhang Kuang held the moon-splitting axe in his hand, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He also felt the difference between this moon-splitting axe and the previous moon-breaking axe. Very long. Insolent hurriedly looked at Buff. He knew that it must be Buff's arrangement. Buff didn't explain much, just spoke lightly. Master new weapons well. Go into battle and kill the enemy. Insolently nodded his head, holding a moon-splitting axe in his hand. No. Buff didn't know how the moon-breaking axe became the moon-splitting axe by then. Zhang Kuang didn't ask any further questions. As if arrogant and curious, his injury can actually be seen with Buff and healed quickly. You know, after the previous battle of Fengali Gorge. Insolent almost died, thanks to Buff's best wound medicine, but now, his arm is about to be cut off, and he can heal so quickly. All of this is caused by Shicheng Buff. The entire Dinch team, or more or less, everyone has this knowledge. However, in this era, human beings do not have so much curiosity and questioning spirit. The reincarnation of an ancient evil can solve the doubts in many people's hearts. It's as if even a 4 or 5-year-old child, with a well-spoken export, crushes the literary giants of the world, and reincarnates with a sentence of Wenkushing, the people will take it for granted. Therefore, Buff will not explain. Such a wonderful misunderstanding. Finally, the sound of hooves sounded. Qi Ying came with a military order and came quickly. Filu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 121-Son of Fan Yuki. Report. The order is here. Qi Ying shouted while running. Everyone turned their heads and looked over. Buff also raised his eyebrows. Finally came. Wang Jian, don't let yourself down. Military order. Order Bufu to live and die. Immediately throw down soldiers and attack the right flank of the Yan army. Intercept the troops on the right flank of the Yan army. Intercepting the Ancient Three, the general of the state of Yan. Waiting for the encirclement and beheading. Buff took over the military order and started to take a look. Attack, kill, slay generals. Only these words were left in Buff's mind. Ignore the rest of the interception. Assemble. The order has arrived. In my life and death camp, I must kill the generals of Yan State. 2 or 3, son, follow me. Buff got on the horse directly, stretched out his hand and waved. Rush. Insolent also immediately. Climb on the horse and fight with high spirits. I don't care that I am still lying on the ground just now, I can't move. Dong 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 dong. Roared like thunder, and they headed directly towards the direction that the Yan soldiers came from before. As long as you go around the hills in front, you can reach the main battlefield. It didn't take long for Buff to take the lead, go around the hills, and see there is a plain ahead. Qin soldiers and Yan soldiers are fighting fiercely. The two sides have invested at least 50,000 horses each, and they are entangled with each other. Qin Bing is excellent. Definitely. Uncle Liang glanced at it and immediately. Judging the situation, he said. The entire battlefield, Qin Bing firmly held the victory. Yan's soldiers are retreating steadily, and can't hold on for long. Qin's strength is strong, Qin's soldiers are brave, and they are much better than Yan's. In the battle on the plains, the only cavalry in Yan's country who was slightly superior in battle because of their horses was solved by Bufu. Yan's soldiers could not stop the Qin soldiers from attacking. Wind! Wind! Bufu roared directly, his legs were clamped, and the red rabbit horse ran out. The 5,000 soldiers of the life and death camp followed one after another. Dakin will win. In the army of the state of Yan. This time, the general of the army, Fan Guixiang, is a young general. However, he has a high status in the state of Yan. It is not because of his tact and martial arts, but because of his father. Fan Yuki, Qin and Fan Yuki committed suicide, and Prince Dan of Yan cried bitterly for it. We can only make up for the guilt on Fan Yuki's son, Fan Guixiang. Fan Guixiang's status has skyrocketed. Until the Qin state attacked Yan, Fan Guixiang directly became a general and led the army to resist the Qin soldiers. Fan Yuki was originally a general of the Qin state, but because he offended the king of Qin, he had to flee to the state of Yan. Fan Guixiang was the only one he brought here. The rest of the children were slaughtered by the king of Qin. Fan Guixiang was cultivated by Fan Yuki, and he is not weak. But without a strong accumulation, he is far from being able to be a general. However, he was still relied on by the prestige of his father's death. Prince Dan, push it up. It can be seen that Prince Yan's loyalty is greater than his strength. Of the Yan kingdom is doomed. At this moment, Fan Guixiang is frowning in thought. Why did you lose? My 70,000 Yan soldiers can't stop the 50,000 Qin soldiers. Where's the cavalry? The cavalry flank attack was promised. Where's the Shatong people? Fan Guixiang slammed the table and said angrily. The lieutenant next to him answered. Shatong rushed to Broken Soul Forest and was ambushed. 4,000 cavalry lost more than 1,000. There are more than 1,000 left. Only 2,000 remnants have returned. The Qin state cavalry who ambushed Shatong will most likely attack from the flank. General, it's better to quickly integrate the remnants of Shatong and Zhengfeng, and transfer them to the right wing to prevent the Qin cavalry from attacking. The lieutenant was an old man, calm and sharp, quickly analyzed the situation on the battlefield, and opened his mouth to suggest. No. Fan Guixiang refused directly. Shatong's cavalry is not weak, and if they can defeat them, Qin's cavalry will suffer even heavier losses, and they will not be able to attack our army again. All those cavalry who came back, join me on the left flank. Resist the Qin cavalry over there. Wang Ben is right, worthy of being Wang Jian's son, he has a set of commanding cavalry. But it will surely die by my hands. Fan Guixiang gritted his teeth. But the right wing can't help but be on guard. Besides, the right wing is our army's best troops now. Just put the last 20,000 infantry on top, plus cavalry. It may be possible to defeat Qin Bing from the right wing and save the overall situation. Also, Zhengfeng was not defeated by Wang Ben. In the Qin army, there must be fierce generals. The old lieutenant reminded. No matter how powerful, can Wang Jian's son be so powerful? Stop talking nonsense. The remaining 20,000 soldiers must protect our army tent. All cavalry, press me on the left flank. I will kill Wang Ben. Fan Guixiang did not listen to the advice of the old lieutenant, and directly issued a military order. Sighing silently, homecoming child. Mistakes in the war and the country. Mistake me die on. The old lieutenant said angrily and pointed his hand at Fan Guixiang, trembling all over his body, his beard trembled with anger. You're out of date. Not suitable for the battlefield. Go back and calm down. Fan Guixiang spoke directly and ordered the guards to take the old lieutenant out. Stop. You. The old lieutenant pointed to Fan Guixiang and was speechless with excitement. Finally, a mouthful of old blood spit up. Fan Guixiang took a step back, ducked, and then waved his hand. Take it down quickly, don't pollute the topographic map. The guards immediately lift the old lieutenant out. Fan Guixiang frowned in disgust, kicked the sand beside his feet, covering the blood on the ground. Report. Right at this time, the messengers came quickly, shouting to this day. The Qin cavalry appeared on the right side of the battlefield, and attacked the right flank of our army. Crack. When Fan Guixiang heard this, he immediately slapped the case. How is that possible? Where's our cavalry? Speed send over. Crush them. Fan Guixiang said immediately. The messenger said bitterly. Return to the general. All the remaining cavalry in our army have been sent to the left wing by you. There are no more cavalry in the army. Fan Guixiang was sluggish for a while, and then he remembered. The old lieutenant seemed to have mentioned these just now. However, he didn't care at all. Now, it's too late. General. Do you want to send an order to move the cavalry from the left to the right? The messenger said weakly. Go away. Fan Guixiang kicked the messenger on the body and kicked him somersaults. Fan Guixiang is not a rice bucket. He naturally knows that the military order cannot be changed easily. Circle. Now, I can only look at the right wing Ji-Yu-san. I am asking for more blessings. Fan returns home, gritted his teeth. Chapter 122 General Fan did not care about you, and began to prepare to escape. On the battlefield, Ji-Yu-san is a brave general. But he is nicknamed the Red Viper. He is in the army on the right wing, commanding Ruoding. Catch the slight mistakes of the Qin soldiers on the opposite side, and bite them like a poisonous snake. In the end accumulating less and more, forming an advantage. Now, after several rounds of fighting, he finally accumulated enough advantages. It's time to counterattack. Ji-Yu-san's heart is determined. But he has no surprises. Because he knew that the commander-in-chief of the Qin army on the other side was Wang Jian. King Jian of Qin. We must not take it lightly. Often the most dangerous time is when the victory is the most secure. The darkness before dawn is the darkest. Ji-Yu-san's heart was unusually calm, and he scanned the surrounding battle situation. Then, his pupils shrank suddenly. Enemy attack. Ji-Yu-san saw a group of Qin cavalrymen coming out from the hill on the right, and they rushed straight in. And the steady stream made it impossible to judge how many Qin cavalry soldiers there were in total. This is Wang Jian's method. He's been buried there for a long time. Just for this moment. Ji-Yu-san suddenly felt cold in his heart. He knew that Wang Jian was by no means an easy match, but he didn't expect him to be so old-fashioned. Just when he was about to gain the upper hand, he dispatched cavalry to sneak attack. Messenger. Hurry back and ask for help. To General Fan, I want 4,000 cavalry to stop the Qin cavalry. Ji-Yu-san quickly calmed down, immediately. Order the order. Then he looked at the cavalry rushing from the side. Army Li Xuan. Lead 5,000 troops, be sure to block them for me. Ji-Yu-san looked for an order. No. Li Xuan immediately. Take command. Take the 5,000 infantry on the right and greet him. Ji-Yu-san nodded. Nod. This Li Xuan is his most important subordinate. Brave and good at fighting, and his strength can carry a cauldron, which is a brave gesture. He led 5,000 infantry, even if he could not resist the Qin cavalry, but at least he could delay for a while until the rear base camp and support the cavalry. At that time, everything can be improved. Ji-Yu-san thought so in his heart, and then turned his attention to the battlefield ahead. He must defeat the Qin soldiers in front of him as soon as possible, and let Wang Jian's layout fail. But just as he was about to continue giving orders, a sudden scream came from the right side. This cry, why is it so familiar? Ji-Yu-san turned his head, and his whole body was shocked. Eyes, there was an unbelievable look. Li Xuan, who had high hopes for himself, took the lead in rushing to the front. The Qin cavalry who broke out of the formation. The Qin soldiers riding on white horses and holding halberds. Fighting cavalry with infantry. This is self-defeating. But, for Li Xuan, it is not. Ji-Yu-san has seen him several times, just rammed the cavalry like this, and directly sent the cavalry away. This time, Li Xuan thought so too. Ji-Yu-san also thought so. However, at the moment of the collision, Li Xuan's spear in his hand, indignantly, took the Qin soldier's chest. The cavalry did not escape, and with a halberd in his hand, he also stabbed at Li Xuan. The two lances and halberds collided with each other. According to the previous situation, with great strength, they will directly knock the weapons in the hands of the flying cavalry. Then one shot will fly. But this time, Qin Bing's halberd, Li Xuan's spear. Then, the halberd, like a dragon, plunged straight down. It plunged into Li Xuan's chest. Holding a halberd and carrying Li Xuan, just like holding a flag, he continued to charge forward for more than 10 steps, hitting several Yan infantrymen. The scream of Li Xuan was called out at this time. Look! Come here! The Qin cavalry, with a shock of the halberd in his hand, poked Li Xuan and moved forward. PFF'd. The halberd penetrated Li Xuan's body, and the halberd blade came out from the back, exposed. Then, the halberd in the Qin cavalry's hand twisted again. Crack! Halberd, Li Xuan's body was torn apart directly from his chest. The flesh and blood poured down like rain. It smashed on the heads and faces of the surrounding Yan soldiers, making them instantly dumbfounded. And the Qin cavalry roared. He was covered in blood, fierce like a madman. He swept his halberd again, swept away a group of Yan soldiers, and rushed in. Li Xuan. Ji-Yu-san couldn't help shouting in surprise. At the same time, my heart trembled. That's Li Xuan. That's his most important subordinate. The most reliant brave general. However, he couldn't catch a move of this white horse Qin soldier. Li Xuan's proud strength lies in his in front of him. It's so ridiculous. Vulnerable. How terrifying his power must be. Ji-Yu-san watched the Qin cavalry rampage through the army, and there was no enemy at all. Immediately absurd. There are fierce generals in the Qin army. They have been able to endure until now, and only now have they attacked from the side. Wang Jian. Sure enough, they are ruthless. A fierce general with a huge axe. Once the axe fell, he directly split a Yan soldier, no need for a second. Another fierce man. An archer, the arrows flew, almost in a line. The arrows and arrows, it is incredible to hit the most vulnerable point of the Yan soldiers. There are almost no Yan soldiers, and they can rush in front of him intact. Finally, there are Yan soldiers who hit the arrow. With a breath of blood, they rushed up and were about to attack him, the archer. As a result, a cavalryman holding a large shield on the side was shot straight away. There were also 18 black cavalry, and when the spear came out, it was crushed. These Qin cavalrymen were like tigers entering the flock, sweeping the quartet. The Yan soldiers were defeated and retreated. Ji-Yu-san immediately estimated the situation in his heart. Li Xuan died in battle, and his infantry under his command could not stop these wolves and tigers of Qin cavalry. They couldn't last for a while. Where are the reinforcements? Reinforcement is necessary. The order. Ji-Yu-san immediately roared. Come back to base camp. Quick cavalry support. Otherwise, the right-wing advantage will be difficult to maintain. Be sure to arrive immediately. Heralds immediately. Run back. Ji-Yu-san is not at ease. He called out three messengers one after another and went backwards. There is only one purpose. Hurry up to find Fan Guixiang and ask for cavalry. Only cavalry can delay the horseshoes of these Qin cavalry a little. Otherwise, my entire right wing will be attacked by this. The Qin cavalry was chaotic. Report. The first messenger returned. General Fan replied, there are no cavalry, so I can do it myself. Report. The second messenger is back. General Fan replied, there are no cavalry, so you can do it yourself. Report. The third messenger is back. General Fan is angry. If you support, you know you need support, so what's the use of me asking you? Report. The fourth messenger is back. General Fan scolded. Fuck your grandma, let's fend for yourself. Report. The first messenger is back. General Fan doesn't care about you, and starts to prepare to escape. Ji Yu-san heard the details and vomited blood. Fan Guixiang mistaken me. Filu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 123 _ How about an interception? Buff is on a rampage and is unparalleled in bravery. Probably in the previous 2 battles, they were all fighting with cavalry, and the advantage was not particularly great. But now facing the infantry, Bufu only feels like chopping melons and vegetables. Standing on the red rabbit horse, Feng Tian draws his halberds around, he slashes randomly, and he harvests a life. It's just slaughter. As for whether the Yan infantry can hurt until he can. Ding! The host's toe is scratched, and the health value is deducted by 1 point. Ding! The host gains 1 free attribute and can add points freely. Ding! The host's instep is injured, and the health value is deducted by 1 point. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket ding. The host gets 1 free attribute, you can add points freely. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket ding. The host's toenails are bruised, and the health value is deducted by 1 point. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket ding. The host gets 1 free attribute and can add points freely. Close black lens bracket a series of +1++++ sounds in Buff's system prompt. Buff has ignored it. A halberd, and looked straight at the center of the right wing of the Yan army. There is a burly Yan general with 3 points and 3 elegant. The commander of the entire right wing. The ancient 3 generals. Kill. Among the Qin army, it is Yi Ping who is fighting against Ji Yu-san. But he is indeed a little mediocre. He was suppressed by Ji Yu-san. Yi Ping asked himself that although he had a father who was an official in the court. But he did it as a little accumulation of military exploits and a promotion to a general. It is by no means a person who deserves a false name. However, facing the opposite Ji Yu-san, he felt that he was entangled by a poisonous snake, tightening a little bit. Obviously there is no mistake anywhere. It's just some small details. I was negligent and caught by Ji Yu-san. Slowly, these details became the teeth of Ji Yu-san, the red poisonous snake, and pierced into his own flesh and blood. At the beginning, there was no what. But as time went on, Yi Ping felt that he was being restrained a little bit. By the time he wanted to struggle, it was too late. He knew that if it went on like this, he would be defeated. But at this moment, he received an order. Fake defeat and retreat. The rear Yupai will lead the crowd to attack it. At this time, Wang Jian's handwriting. Wang Jian had long expected that Yi Ping was not the opponent of Ji Yu-san. He had already left behind. He deliberately let the mediocre Yi Ping consume Ji Yu-san's energy. Wait for Ji Yu-san, the poisonous snake, when it completely entangled Yi Ping, who has been recharged by the side, will attack brazenly. Directly kill Ji Yu-san in the midst of surprise. The poisonous snake needs to entangle its prey a little bit and inject venom. But don't give him this chance. Take Yi Ping as the leader the bait, so that the benefit will be the knife, will be able to cut the poisonous snake with 1 knife. In the back, it is necessary to block the road with a net to prevent the dead snake from slipping away. The one who blocks the road is naturally Bufu. He was stunned, then it was big but soon, he had to accept it again. Wang Jian's arrangement is perfect. Without Yuba General, he can't do it himself. Now cheating defeat, uniting Yuba General to defeat Ji Yu-san. At least he did it deliberately before. But without Yubai General, he can only be defeated by Ji Yu-san defeated. The general of the defeated army. He Ping can't bear it. Therefore, even if he is humiliated, he can only admit it through gritted teeth. Take the order. Yi Ping turned blue. Then, he was ready to start defeating the army. At the same time, the General Yu Pai in the rear was also ready to take action. But, at this time, Yi Ping was stunned by the sound of killing in front of him. This is the voice of Qin Bing shouting. This is Qin Bing's dominant voice. Report. Soon, there were deputy generals reporting the battle situation of the front line one by one. Yan Bing suddenly lost his footing. Exclamation mark quote. Bing Yan retreated by himself. Our army is killing the quartet. There seems to be a riot within the Yan Bing. Yi Ping was overjoyed when he heard it. This is his good chance. As long as he can defeat Ji Yu-san, then he doesn't need the help of the generals. The military exploits are his own. Of course, since he has just received the military order, Yi Ping can't either. Immediately. Repent. That's a felony. He just changed his order to prepare to retreat. Pass my order. All troops charge. Be sure to defeat the Yan army. Yi Ping shouted. He will not stop Yu Pai from not attacking, but he will not retreat, but attack. As long as Yu Pai will attack, he will defeat Ji Yu-san. Then there is no illegal military order. It's also his own. It's not too much a general, and it's not easy to match. He has been preparing for a long time, but he wants to defeat Ji Yu-san in one fell swoop. How can you let Yi Ping snatch you away with his own military exploits? He has also been paying attention on the battlefield. Yan soldiers were in civil strife, and he also found out at the same time. Attack. General Yu Pai made a decisive decision and sent troops directly. No matter what. Not deceitful, he has to do his best at this moment. The military merit of defeating Ji Yu-san is his own. Two groups of Qin soldiers attacked Ji Yu-san's subordinates at the same time. Spin around. Yi Ping and Yu Pai Zhang were both puzzled in their hearts. Judging from the previous battle situation, Ji Yu-san's subordinates are not so unbearable. Could it be that there is a major civil strife within the Yan Bing? The entire Ji Yu-san subordinates went out of control. Report. Report. At this time, both of them received a report from their side spies. Yan soldiers, right flank, there are Qin cavalry raiding. Look at the flag, it should be the life and death camp. The life and death camp rushes and slams. Go straight into the Yan Bing formation. On the right side of Yan Bing, there is a sudden chaos. The core of the right wing seems to have also been rammed. The same message was passed to Yi Ping and General Yu Pai's ears. The two were shocked. Buff. It's him. Yi Ping is angry. Why is this guy everywhere? He actually entered the Yanbing formation. Whether it is to grab the merit or die for a while, Yi Ping is in a complicated mood. As for the general, he received his own military order after that. I guess that General Wang Jian would definitely have a backhand to intercept Ji Yu-san. I just didn't expect it to be Bufu. But the key is, Bufu's military order should not be to intercept Gusen. Then you should wait for yourself to defeat Ji Yu-san, and when he is defeated, he will take action to intercept it. This way, he will attack him back and forth. Ji Yu-san will surely die. But now, he hasn't shot yet. Buff just went in. Husband. A fool. General Yu Pai sighed twice, but he could only grit his teeth and attack together with Yi Ping. The Yan army was in civil strife, and suddenly the two of them joined forces, and the army was defeated. Yi Ping and General Yu hurriedly pressed on, and were about to find the command of Ji Yu-san. Then, just saw a white shadow riding in the Yan army formation, sweeping everything like a storm, pointing directly at the command of Ji Yu-san. Yan country child. Come up and die. Chapter 124-Red Viper, Ancient 3. For automatic subscription. Children of Yan Kingdom. Come up and die. Buff knew that. The burly and elegant general of the Yan Kingdom should be Ji Yu-san. He rushed over and roared directly. The red rabbit raised its hoof, kicked a few Yan soldiers, and jumped up. Volleyed directly at Ji Yu-san. Ji Yu-san was also shocked. He knew that this white horse Qin soldier was very powerful. He could stab Li Xuan to death with one move. Come in front of me. But now that I'm here, what are you afraid of? Li Xuan's bravery is taught by himself. He is like his own son. The son died and avenged his father. Gun, come. Ji Yu-san roared, and the lieutenant beside him immediately hold out a long spear. However, this long spear is a bit strange. The spear tip and the spear body are like snakes, twisting and twisting. Viper spear. Viper gun. Swipe through the air, bringing out a sharp sound. Then, like a snake coming out of its hole, it bit down on Fang Tianhua's halberd. Bang! Gun! The moment the halberd touched, Ji Yu San's expression changed greatly. He immediately feel that the strength of Qin Bing in front of me is actually bigger than myself. Moreover, it is much bigger. No wonder Li Xuan was picked to death by his halberd and shattered in a shock. His strength is almost twice that of Li Xuan. Human's opponent. Incompetent. Ji Yu San immediately judged in his heart. Then, the spirit snake spear in his hand, it moved suddenly, and it circled gently. The whole long spear moved suddenly. Like a smart snake, it was wrapped around Fang Tianhua halberd. Buff suddenly felt as if his strength had hit the air, and it was unbearable. Fortunately, his legs were tightly clamped to Chituma, and he suddenly tightened, forcing the discomfort. At the same time, Fang Tianhua halberd in his hand suddenly shook. The spirit snake spear that was entangled in it was directly shaken out. Ji Yu San suddenly flew upside down, rolled around in the air for a few times, and finally fell to the ground in embarrassment. Fortunately, he still stopped. He was stunned. This trick of his own to unload the spirit snake is a wonderful method. Don't know how many powerful warriors, because they were unloaded by themselves, they vomited blood from internal injuries. But this Qin soldier, not only did not vomit blood and was injured. Instead, immediately, shock yourself and send yourself flying out. This power is terrifying. I'm afraid, only the fierce general around Prince Dan can coerce him. Ji Yu San secretly said in his heart. However, he didn't have time to make a sound. Because, that terrifying Qin soldier had already jumped off his horse and continued to strike with a halberd. Ji Yu San was shocked and immediately. Gun. Resist it. Spirit snake gun. Unload the force flexibly again. But Ji Yu San was still pushed by 3 feet. Buff fell on the ground, holding Fang Tianhua halberd, staring at Ji Yu San in front of him. The corners of his mouth can't help but lift up. This Ancient 3 is actually a rare speed-type general. Most of the enemy generals that Buff killed before were power-type enemy generals. Compared with strength, Buff has never lost. Lost just add some points and compare. But the speed-type, Boof is really rare. Only the bandit commander I met in Daqingshan before. But that, because he's a swordsman. There are very few generals on the battlefield with speed. But the Ji Yu San in front of him is one. He is very flexible and agile. Like a live boa constrictor. Moreover, his strength is only weaker than that of Buff. In fact, he is already arrogant. At the level, and even more than that, Buff can't help but split his mouth. Such an enemy is a bit interesting. You want to fight me one-on-one? Facing Buff's smirk, Ji Yu San said coldly. Immediately, he stepped back. You thought I would be stupid enough to fight you one-on-one? I am a general, commander of tens of thousands of soldiers. From the moment I played against you, I already lost. What, more, when I am in the Yanbing formation, why do you fight me one-on-one? Ji Yu San said, and waved his hand directly. Up. Around Buff suddenly marched forward with troops. Hey! At this time, the red rabbit horse neighed. Then, the sound of hooves sounded. Chituma directly turned into a white lightning bolt, galloping around Buff and Ji Yu San, making a big circle. The Yan soldiers around the circle were kicked and flew out by Chituma. In the kick, the sternum shattered, direct death. In an instant, the corpses of Yan soldiers scattered and flew. The red rabbit and horse galloped very fast, and the white figure gradually turned red. Around Buff and Ji Yu San, circled a blank space that no one could enter. Circle. This is the decisive battle between Bufu and Ji Yu San. Ji Yu San immediately spoke, wanting to let the Yan soldiers swarm up and besiege directly. After all, it's just a beast. However, he has not had time to speak. Buff directly slammed Fang Tianhua halberd and slammed into it. Even though I was reluctant, Buff tried to speak, and there was no door. Fang Tianhua halberd straightened up. Come out and look to avoid Fang Tianhua ji. At the same time, he stabbed Buff with a spear in his hand. But Buff also avoided. But, Ji-Yu-san immediately twisted the spirit snake spear. Snake-shaped spirit snake spear. Immediately twisted, the complete spearhead stuck directly on Buff's arm. Like a poisonous snake. PFF'd. Ji-Yu-san's figure dodged, carrying a spirit snake spear. Move. On Buff's arm, he picked up a piece of flesh and blood splashed. Buff's figure stood still. Then, he laughed even more. This was his first time. After one move is right, he didn't hurt anyone else. But it was injured first. Ding! The host's arm is torn open, and the health value is deducted by 5 points. Ding! The host gains 5 free attributes and can add points freely. Ding! The host's arm is poisoned, and the health value is deducted by 3 points. Ding! The host has obtained 3 free attributes, and can add points freely. Close black lens bracket. The system prompt sound in my mind suddenly sounded. Buff smiled again. Although this shot only made myself lose 5 points of blood. But it was actually smeared with poison. Ding! The host's arm continues to be poisoned, and 1 point of health is deducted. Ding! The host gains 1 free attribute and can add points freely. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. Ding! The host's arm is continuously poisoned, and the health value is deducted by 1 point. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. Ding! The host gains 1 free attribute and can add points freely. Close black lens bracket. And this is not over. It will continue to take effect. Although except for the first time, the blood loss is 1 point and 1 point. But it adds up to a lot, and it is a lot. Lou reminds you. 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 125_Kong Long has regrets. Amount. Was stared at by Buff's straight eyes. He was going to kill this Chin Bing. Why does he seem to be looking at himself in the wrong way? However, this will not affect his determination to kill this person. As long as it's Chin Bing. Damn it. Power is not everything. Ji-Yu-san let out a low roar, holding the spirit snake spear, immediately. Hole, flexibly changing 9 times, biting towards Buff and simply standing still, swept away the halberd in his hand, blocked the snake spear, and then slammed it again. But Ji-Yu-san turned around flexibly, hiding Kai Fengtian painted a halberd, and the snake spear in his hand. He turned it around his waist, like a boa constrictor, and then came behind Buff. Spirit snake gun. In a split second, tear off a piece of meat from Buff's waist. Ding! The host's arm is torn open, and 5 points of health are deducted. Ding! The host gains 5 free attributes and can freely add points. Ding! The host's arm is poisoned, and the health value will be deducted by 3 points. Ding! The host has gained 3 free attributes and can freely add points. The system prompt sounded again. Buff's face was expressionless, and the halberd in his hand opened and closed. Mighty and unparalleled. And Ji-Yu-san is extremely flexible, circles around Buff, the snake spear, completely alive, swims around his body, and bites a piece of meat from Buff from time to time. And Buff's Fang Tianhua halberd has yet to stab the ancient 3. Relying on the collision with the spirit snake spear, relying on the giant force, Ji-Yu-san was shocked back 3 steps. That's all. The two fought dozens of times. See, Game of Thrones. The Red Viper singled out the Magic Mountain. The Yan soldiers on the periphery were still there at the beginning. They were afraid of being kicked to death by the Red Dragon and Horse, and they did not dare to enter the circle for a while. But at the same time, he was worried that his family would be killed directly by the terrifying Qin soldiers. So they all watched worriedly from outside the circle. But at this time, seeing Ji-Yu-san circling around Buff, Spirit Snake Spear, every time he attacked, he brought a slick of blood, and he couldn't help but feel relieved and applauded. It seemed that Ji-Yu-san had already won the ticket. Even Ji-Yu-san thought so. You move very slowly. It's even slower now. Do you feel like your stamina is running out a little bit? Do you feel like your consciousness is disappearing little by little? Do you feel that your insensitivity is degrading a little? You got my red snake venom. The faster you move, the faster the toxins run along your blood. The deeper you get poisoned. Power is not everything. Speed wins. Ji-Yu-san said, and flexibly turned to Bufu's back. His body suddenly jumped, and he jumped directly. Snake spear in his hand. Like a big boa constrictor, it hissed out and slammed into the back of Bufu's head. The Yan soldiers applauded, looking forward to the headshot of Ji-Yu-san's head. Time. Turned around at an extremely fast speed. Hand and grabbed the snake spear directly. The spearhead didn't care about the sharpness of the spearhead, his palm. The next moment, Bufu squeezed the snake spear in his hand, and he actually took the ancient three in the air directly with the gun. All of a sudden pushed it upside down and flew out. Ji-Yu-san couldn't help himself in surprise. It flipped a few times in the air and fell to the ground. His face was stunned, and he kept shaking his head. How is it possible? You are poisoned by red snake venom. How come there is nothing at all? How can you be so fast? Ji-Yu-san was surprised. He found that the speed of this terrifying Qinbing who just turned around and grabbed the gun head was not much slower than him, or even faster. This is completely different from the speed he showed before. But it's just a deliberate cover-up to taste how strong your red snake venom is. Unfortunately, I am very disappointed. Buff glanced at the attribute panel and shook his head. The world's martial arts, only fast is not broken. There is no difficulty in the world that cannot be solved with one punch with all one's strength. If there is, then 2 punches. Power, speed, all count. It's a pity, no matter what, I will crush you. Bufu said, waving Fang Tianhua halberd in his hand, but did not take the opportunity to kill Ji-Yu-san. Instead, he pointed at him from a distance. I'll give you one last chance. Catch my move and you will be born. If you can't catch it, you will die. After speaking, Buff's aura suddenly condensed. Ji-Yu-san also immediately. He got up, steadied his horse, held the spirit snake spear in both hands, and stared at Buff. The whole person was like a red poisonous snake. He no longer had that energy, but he was distracted. He had to concentrate all his energy to face the terrifying Qin soldier in front of him. It was the Yan soldiers around him who were dumbfounded by the huge reversal in front of him. Just now, it was clear that Ji-Yu-Pai will win the game. Why did it blink? It was as if he was directly pushed away by the Qinbing. Now, it was the last battle. The scene was silent. The screams of killing from the outside seemed to have left this small world. The momentum on Buff's body was a little restrained. Suddenly, the Fang Tianhua halberd in his hand suddenly retracted, directly from his hand, and retracted behind his back. Can't see it from the front at all. But it seems that Fang Tianhua halberd will pierce from any area around Buff. Ji-Yu-san is under great pressure. He can't hold on anymore, and suddenly yells. Kill. A rub of his hands, the snake spear suddenly came to life, like a giant python, twisting and twisting, rushing towards Buff. Of the python is erratic, making it impossible for people to know the exact location. This is Ji-Yu-san's ultimate move. Python attacked the enemy, however, when the python jumped 3 feet in front of Buff. The restrained momentum on Buff's body suddenly exploded. The black Fangtian halberd, from Buff's right shoulder, slammed out. Like an evil dragon, it went straight to the spirit snake spear. Spirit snake spear. This giant the python, in front of the black dragon, suddenly turned into a small loach, and went soft. A shot was stabbed in the waist of Buff. However, the black dragon-like Fang Tianhua halberd was directly inserted into Ji-Yu-san's chest. It passed through the body directly. One shot killed. King Long regrets. Yiping and Yu-Pai general, he led the army to break through the Yan soldiers and directly entered the Yan army. He was about to find the 3 generals of the ancient army, and wanted to kill and make meritorious deeds. Then, he saw a battle circle in front of him. A roar, like a dragon's roar. Then, a figure was picked up and flew up. Take a closer look, it is exactly the general of the state of Yan that the 2 of them are looking for. Ji-Yu-san. Please download Fei Lu Xiao to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 126 The defeat is like a mountain, old Yan soldier. Ji Yu-san threw up and flew up, like a broken kite, falling with an arc in the air with his body. The surrounding Yan soldiers immediately solidified. He was so dumbfounded, looking at the proud and trustworthy general of himself and others, he was like a broken a sack, and died tragically in the battlefield. No one even remembered to catch the falling corpse. No one thought that the three meetings were defeated. And the defeat was so complete. Before Ji Yu-san stabbed the Qin soldier, so many times, blood spattered one after another. That Qin Bing has nothing to do, but still has the energy to pretend to be slow. And that Qin Bing, now he just hit a trick, which directly caused Ji Yu-san to lose his life. The gap is so big. Yi Ping and Yu Pai general outside. Even more, he was so surprised that he almost broke his own tongue. The two of them were scrambling for each other, not just to kill Ji Yu-san and gain military merit. The result. Now everyone finds out that Ji Yu-san is already dead. The husband broke the army alone and was killed. Isn't Buff just an interceptor? As a result, he intercepted and directly killed the target. The two people were extremely depressed. It really responded to the slogan of their life and death camp. Death or bearish, if you don't agree, just do it. This Buff, really, if you don't agree, just do it. Kill. Yu Pai will be the first to react. Now that Ji Yu-san is dead, he can no longer fight, so he can only try his best to kill Ji Yu-san's subordinates. As long as the number of enemies killed is enough, the military merit will still be his own. Be sure to kill more Yan soldiers. Because of the death of the three soldiers in command of the ancients, Yan soldiers have no fighting spirit at all, so immediately crash and run away. Wind! Wind! With a loud shout, a group of Qin cavalry suddenly rushed into the fleeing Yan army, knocking off several Yan soldiers. One of the fierce generals holding a giant axe, the giant axe slashed, and the head of a Yan soldier fell to the ground. My God! In this life and death camp, it is fast enough to kill Yan Bing. 2-3, boys, hurry up. Li Gusen was robbed by Buff, and Yan Bing was robbed of his life and death camp. Yu Pai Zhang shouted loudly, causing his subordinates to rush up. Yi Ping also quickly pressed on. Yan Zhen's base camp. In the tent of the general. Fan Guixiang looked at the battlefield situation map in front of him. But this picture is completely useless. The battle situation outside is changing rapidly, and it is not at all possible to change it by relying on military reports. How's the battle going? Fan Guixiang's voice trembled slightly. Left-wing cavalry, defeated by Wang Ben. A young lieutenant next to him looked at the military orders and reported them. The left-wing general is in the cloud and is closing. Central Army. Still, encouragement to support. But 3 heralds have been dispatched. Fan Guixiang took a deep breath and said. The right wing. Isn't Ji Yu-san an advantage? Let him go to support the Chinese army. Quote. Amount. Lieutenant hesitated for a moment, then said. Ji Yu-san, the right-wing general, also called for help several times in a row. Look at the latest military report. They were attacked by Qin cavalry, and their formation was in chaos. Qin Bing still has spare strength, and sent a brand new infantry to press it. Ji Yu-san, I'm afraid I can only last for half an hour, said the lieutenant. At this time, a messenger rushed in a hurry. Lieutenant grabbed it, unfolded it, and his face changed drastically. General. Ji Yu-san is dead. I was rushed into the formation by a Qin soldier and killed with a halberd. Right-wing rout. Fan Guixiang's face was ashes, and he was stunned on the spot. Ji Yu-san, who had a slight advantage, was his only hope. Now, the right wing has been defeated, and Ji Yu-san is dead. His last hope has been extinguished. In this battle, Yan Bing was defeated. The bureau has been decided. General. Get out. There is no hope. The lieutenant reminded. Their military tent is still some distance away from the front line of the battlefield, and there are still 20,000 soldiers to protect them. It is still too late to retreat now. But if it is delayed any longer, until the Qin army comes over, it will be difficult. Withdraw. When things came to an end, Fan Guixiang had nothing to say. Decisive decision and withdraw the troops. After a while, Fan returned to his hometown and retreated with 20,000 soldiers. Just before taking it away, I saw a group of people and horses, still standing in place. All the Yan soldiers, armed with swords and fully armed, looked at the battlefield from a distance, ready to reinforce at any time. The leader is a veteran. Fan Guixiang took a closer look, and his face immediately turned red, utterly ashamed. He didn't dare to look any further, so he quickly covered his face and fled. That veteran, it was none other than the old lieutenant who was so angry that Fan Guixiang vomited blood before. At the last moment, he did not choose to escape, but asked to stay. He had to hold on every inch of Yan country. Even if you know that you will die in this battle, the real old Yan soldiers will not retreat. For Dian. The old lieutenant roared. For Dian. Hundreds of old Yan soldiers roared behind him. Kill. The old lieutenant took the lead and charged directly towards the battlefield ahead. Hundreds of Yan soldiers followed. It's just that these hundreds of people, in the entire battlefield, were like a drop of water in a big water tank. See the Qin soldiers, they were almost scattered by the fleeing Yan soldiers. Forcing the old lieutenant, he had to kill a few headless Yan soldiers, and they were stabilizing the situation. Then, they went retrograde all the way, passing through the fleeing Yan soldiers, rushed into the battlefield. At this time, the Central Army. The main battlefield, Qin Bing, who is like a wolf like a tiger, is rushing towards him shouting to kill. The old lieutenant brought the old Yan soldiers to greet them and killed dozens of Qin soldiers who were complacent. Although the old Yan soldiers are old, but the battlefield killing experience is rich. For a time, this small battlefield, unexpectedly stabilized by them. Kill. The old lieutenant slashed a sword on a Qin soldier's spear. He slashed the Yan soldier backwards and fell to the ground. The old lieutenant wiped the neck of a Qin soldier on the side with another knife, and the blood splashed all over his face. The old lieutenant wiped the blood on his face and greeted those behind him again. Old Yan soldiers, continue to charge forward. But he has just rushed 2 steps, but his chest hurts. Looking down, he saw a spear, from bottom to top, slantingly inserted into his chest. The one with the spear was just a weak Qin Bing on the ground. It turned out to be the Qin Bing who was slashed to the ground by the old Qin Bing. He was so frightened that he could not get up, but the spear was just right abutting on the ground. The old lieutenant was stabbed diagonally, his eyes were blurred by blood, and he didn't look carefully. A charge, put on a spear and pierced his chest. He was killed by himself. Strength drained from his chest. The old lieutenant still kept his head high. Towards the direction of Qin country, swear to death. Because, behind me is my home. Chew on the ground is stunned. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 127 On Merit and Deeds, Son of Luck. Finally, the Battle of the Plains is over. This is the first large-scale battle in which 100,000 people have gathered at the same time since the Great Qin attacked Yan. It ended with a great victory for the Qin army. The rest. More Yan soldiers were defeated and trapped. High-ranking generals. Yan army, Fan Guixiang, took the lead in retreating with 20,000 soldiers. Wang Ben led his troops to chase him and killed 2,000 enemies, but he still let Fan return home and escape. The rest of the generals, the General Chu Bai, the president of the cavalry of the Yan army, were surrounded and killed by the army led by General Lin Xiao and Wang Ben on the left flank. On the right flank, he was surrounded by 3 generals, Yi Ping, Yu Pai, and Zhen Hu Bufu. In the end, Bufu rushed to the army and killed him with a single halberd. The General Gao Yang led the Central Army. When the Yan soldiers were defeated, they fled quickly, and were cut off by the rebel army. The General Xian Wang, old and strong, was originally the deputy general of the staff of Fan Guixiang. After Yan's defeat, he refused to flee with Fan Guixiang and led hundreds of veterans. Going upstream. The end, he was stabbed and killed by the Qin army, Chu, with a spear. So far, the Yan army was defeated. 50 miles east of the Sushui River, without any obstruction, they all entered the Qin army's hoof. Here it is. The army is waiting for Wang Ben. Kill the enemy 56. Destroy the left flank of the Yan army. It's a good thing to chase the Yan army. The title does not change, the appointment does not change. The military officer read aloud. Wang Ben has made a lot of contributions. Destroying the left flank of the Yan army is very good. This shows that he is only a part of the battle situation, because there are other Qin cavalry, under the command of General Lin Xiao, to defeat the Yan army on the left wing together. Chasing the Yan army is a complete success. It means that this is all the work of Wang Ben. The promotion of a military candidate to a colonel requires too much military merit, and Wang Ben is only accumulating at present, and cannot be promoted directly based on this. Furthermore, because his father is Wang Jian, with Wang Jian's temperament, he will be able to slow down his promotion speed and become more tempered. Of course, these credits, although not reflected in the title and military rank this time, but they will be recorded in detail in the book. As accumulation. Once the accumulation is enough, it will be promoted naturally. Of course, apart from the titles and military positions, the rest of the monetary rewards are naturally indispensable. It's just that Wang Ben has no shortage of such things. Then, after the military meritorious officer read the merits of the people, he finally came to buff. Army buff, slaying the enemy 356. Log into Sui Shui for all the success. The Broken Soul Forest defeats the Yan cavalry with all the credit. Intercepting General Yan Ji Yu San has great merit. Killing Yan General Ji Yu San has great merit. The title does not change, the appointment does not change. Just like Wang Ben, Bufu also didn't get promoted. It's not that he didn't accumulate enough, but he surpassed it long ago. However, because of that invisible iron law, he has been unable to get promoted for a long time, so he can only get stuck at this step. The military report back to Shenyang. I haven't received a reply yet. But it is only 36 people who killed the enemy. The three armies are shocked. The number of enemies killed here is not. The Life and Death Battalion led by Bufu is Bufu alone. Human. Although Buf's position is now a military officer, when discussing merit and reward, more emphasis is placed on whether the military order has been completed, whether the tactical goal has been completed, and the number of enemies killed by individuals is relatively small. However, the number of 356. It still terrifies everyone. Even if the other aspects of buff are not outstanding, this number can stand out. Not cloth. Husband created the wonderful method of crossing the river with iron cable. Dakan soldiers can't cross the river quickly, or even win so quickly. Duan Hunline defeated the Yan cavalry fully. This is also nothing to say, because only Bufu's life and death camp rushed to the past, others have no chance to grab the credit. Intercepting Yan's generals and Ji Yu San has merit. At this time, because both Yu Pai and Yi Ping exerted their strength at the same time, they also dragged Gu's three subordinates. Therefore, Bu Fu can only have merit, not full merit. Killing Yan's Ji Yu San has merit. This is also true. If it was meant for Yi Ping and Yu Pai to attack the Ancient Three troops, Bufu would not be able to kill the Ancient Three in the same way. Of course, in killing the Ancient Three, Bufu is a great credit. Because Ji Yu San's head, after all, was attacked by him alone. Yu Bai and Yi Ping are at best assisting from the side. Under the condition that the title and military position remain unchanged, Buff has received a large number of rewards. It is also compensation. Buff said nothing about it, but Zhang Kuang and others were indignant. They didn't know that unspoken rule, and even wanted to come to the stage to find Wang Jian to judge. Fortunately, they were suppressed by Liang Bo. Apart from Buff, what surprised the three armies the most was Chu. Chu was just an ordinary soldier at the beginning. In the Battle of Frozen Earth City, a few heads were captured, and the title of the title was very high. Originally, With the title of the title, it was completely capable of serving as 100 generals. But because of Chu's character, he was not rigid enough to convince the public, so he was only appointed as a leader. In the army, the military rank is more important than the title. I still have to test my own ability. But this time, Chu actually hit the big luck and killed Xian Wang, a general of the state of Yan. This is a great credit. Especially for him, a small leader. Shen Changqiu, beheaded enemy 4. One of them beheaded Yan General Xian Wang. Don't change the title, serving as 100 generals. The military officer himself shouted with some envy. Only killing 4 people, you can be promoted from the hairpin to the next level. What a great thing. Compared to that, the promotion of 100 generals is mediocre, and even looks a bit shabby. But considering Chu's character, he was a little reluctant to hold the position of 100 generals. Great credit for beheading the General Xian Wang this time. It would have been impossible for him to be promoted to 100 generals. But I am still jealous. The military meritorious officer finished the reading. School grounds, the sour smell of eating lemons suddenly sounded. The 3 armies' scorching eyes stared at Chu, and they almost melted him. Chu was also at a loss. He was really dumbfounded. The last one, Lao Yanbing, really rushed up and inserted his spear himself. He didn't even do it himself. But at that time, there were no other comrades around. Therefore, he could only see that the spear belonged to him, so the head was awarded to him. Chu is really confused, and he has become 100 generals. For a while, Chu even felt a little inferior. I feel that I don't deserve this kind of military exploits. I don't deserve to be 100 generals. Only a savage general like Buff can be killed independently. How did it fall into my Chu's hands? And at the same time, of the frozen city has been replied. It is rushing to send it to the army of Cutting Yan. Chapter 128_Shenyang. That man. Few days ago, Dakan, Shenyang, Palace of the King of Qin. In the thick beaded curtain. Candle is bright. Reflect a figure on the beaded curtain. Soaring, soaring, like a mountain, like an abyss. A steady, prudent, sharp, stern and solemn aura came to me. Who was outside the beaded curtain, couldn't help kneeling down to worship in sincerity every time he saw this scene. In front of this figure, he had no idea. He knelt down respectfully. East expedition against Yan, the army has arrived. Beaded curtain, a voice of great importance sounded. It is unimaginable that this is the voice of a prosperous emperor. This voice is not vicissitudes of life, but it contains thousands of miles and thousands of miles away. Your Majesty Mingcha. General Wang's urgent report has just been delivered. Old slave dare not delay, immediately. Sent. Zhao Gao said, immediately. Submit the military report in your hand. He didn't dare to be a little bit sloppy. Because he knew that the in front of him could not wait to split 1 day into 2 days to use. Any negligence, in his eyes, is a big sin. The military newspaper entered the beaded curtain, and then the sound of unfolding sounded. Zhao Gao bowed his head and knelt and waited, but his heart was clear. With Wang Jian's character, the urgent news sent so quickly is naturally a good news. It's just that the good news shouldn't be so urgent. Zhao Gao speculated in his heart. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, behind the bead curtain, there was a burst of laughter. 10 days to break the city. This Wang Jian, not bad. Zhao Gao nodded secretly. The king laughed 3 times this time, and he was indeed very happy. If there are only 2 sounds, then it is generally happy, and once, it is slightly happy. Suddenly, the voice behind the bead curtain is slightly stunned. Zhao Gao is shocked. There are not many things that can surprise the king. 166. A soft moan sounded in a low voice from behind the bead curtain. Go first to attack the city. 1 person will break the city, and 1 person will break the army. The voice rose slightly again. Zhao Gao thought carefully. This tone of voice represented a hint of surprise in the king's surprise. Maybe I saw some good people. Your Majesty, the most important thing, talents, especially those on the battlefield. Zhao Gao said to himself. Worship the Duke and the Doctor, and serve as the military marquis. The voice got lower again. Zhao Gao trembled in his heart. This was the voice of dissatisfaction, and he could even imagine that his eyebrows should be slightly raised on the face of the sky. Oh, that rule. The voice came back suddenly. This is the tone of explanation, but Zhao Gao is not satisfied and speculates in his heart. Buff. Rule is dead. Man is alive. The voice suddenly became louder. Zhao Gao immediately. Yi Rin knew that the king was about to give instructions. Word buff was deeply imprinted in his heart. Obviously, this is the battlefield talent that made the king's attention. Can let the king see his name and even read it. This is a great honor. However, Zhao Gao's heart skipped a beat. The name buff obviously does not have a surname, that is to say, this person is just an ordinary scholar from the bottom of the bottom, who can meet the king by name. How much effort has to be made in the middle? Generally speaking, it is the efforts of several generations. May not be reachable. At this moment, Zhao Gao was extremely curious about that. Buff. However, buff. This name, why does he seem to be familiar with Zhao Gao, and he has to open his unforgettable head and search for it. But at this moment, within the bead curtain, it suddenly became quiet. Zhao Gao was stunned for a moment, and then he heard the sound of hurried footsteps from outside the hall. Zhao Gao was shocked. Who dares to disturb the king at this time? This is the power that only he can drive. He quickly retreated, but he saw a little eunuch who hurriedly came over and knelt down. Master Zhao, the front line is again. Send the expedited military newspaper. It's not the same batch as before, but because of the previous one, the post station on the road failed to raise horses, and it took a few days to deliver it together. The little eunuch said with sincerity and fear. Zhao Gao stunned. He grabbed the military newspaper with his hands, kicked the little eunuch to the ground with a ruthless kick. Wait to die. Zhao Gao was fierce as a tiger in front of the little eunuch. But when he ran into the hall, he knelt down again. Your Majesty, there is another report from the frontline troops. The previous one, a little late on the way. After speaking, Zhao Gao carefully handed in the second report. The sound inside was as quiet as water. Well, chopped. Well, that means I know. Beheaded, representing his decision. This is not to kill the person who was responsible for raising horses at the post station. It is to kill all the officials involved in the entire post station line, from top to bottom, who were responsible for all the responsible officials. One word lightly, it is a dozen or so human head. But Zhao Gao was used to it. Knew this would be the result even before he came in to report. In the beaded curtain, the military newspaper unfolded again. Then, the voice sounded again. Ha 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 ha. This method of crossing the river is wonderful. Landing at Susui, one person will cross 1,000 troops. Wonderful. Master, a few days ago, there was a memorial that mentioned that the Yan people sneaked in, pretended to be bandits, and raided forage. The voice asked suddenly. Zhao Gao recalled for a moment, immediately. Open your mouth. Reporting to your Majesty, there is indeed such a memorial, 2 copies in total. One is for General Wang, and the other is for Nanjing Prefecture. Zhao Gao said quickly. The reason why he can serve here and now is because he has a good memory and can recall the memorials that the king cannot remember at any time. One of them mentions how the Yan people's trick was discovered. The voice asked again. Well, it was discovered by a newly recruited soldier in Ping'an County among the memorials of the Nanjing County governor. It's called. When Zhao Gao recalled this, he was shocked. He finally remembered why he thought that name was familiar before. Because he had seen it before. Call buff. The voice in the beaded curtain, I recalled it myself. A man, a buff, wonderful. The voice spoke again. 3 wonderful words in a row. Zhao Gao felt a huge shock in his heart. The king seldom said three wonderful words to a person. This buff is worth paying attention to. At the same time, Zhao Gao's heart also showed a hint of vigilance. In the beaded curtain, there was no more speaking, but the sound of writing sounded. In the army report. Clap. Then, a memorial was thrown out. Thousands of miles expedited, sent to the front line. At the same time, spread the method of crossing the river inside to the whole army. I want to be alone in the world, and there is no way to stop the river that can stop my horse's hoof. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 129-Lonely Life, Breaking the Law, promoted to captain. State of Yan, the east of Susui, in the barracks of the Yan army. Wang Jian, his lieutenants are in the army tent. Yi Ping, General Yu Pai, General Xin Cheng, and General Lin Xiao are also there. Buff, Wang Ben, are also here. It's been a few days since the great reward was awarded. The Yan army has advanced another 30 miles to the east. However, Yi Ping still couldn't help protesting. General, I have an objection to military merit. Yi Ping couldn't help but said. Wang Jian looked at him calmly, expressionless. Yi Ping stretched out his hand and pointed directly at Buff. His order is to intercept Ji Yu San. He disobeyed the order. That's not interception at all. But interception. This point, Yu Pai will be able to testify. Yi Ping looked at General Yu Pai next to him. Yuba nodded. Indeed, Buff didn't intercept it at all, but ran towards Ji Yu San. However, on the battlefield, the timing of sending troops will inevitably be poor. As long as the result is good and it doesn't affect the military order, then it will be fine. Buff's military order is to intercept Ji Yu San, and the ultimate purpose is to kill Ji Yu San. He directly killed Ji Yu San, wouldn't it be a step further? I suggest, intercepting Ji Yu San. Buff is a complete success. Yu Pai will speak quickly. Yi Ping was stunned when he heard it, and almost vomited blood. He wanted Yu Pai General and himself to accuse Bi Yufu of disobeying the military order. The result. This Yu Pai General actually gave indirectly, but instead acknowledged Bi Yufu's military exploits and should go further. Yi Ping pointed at General Yu Pai, so angry that he was speechless. Yu Pai Zhang shrugged and rolled his eyes. He will follow Yi Ping to target Bufu. He is not a fool, and naturally he can see that Bufu has a bright future. Moreover, General Wang Jian attaches great importance to him. Going to offend him by himself is so funny. General, I have something to report. General Lin Xiao, who was beside him, suddenly spoke. Wang Jian looked at him again. In this battle, I found that the cavalry under my command and the cavalry under Wang Ben have a slight difference in lasting combat power. During a long-term rushing operation, the horses of my cavalry will lose their physical strength. But the war horses under Wang Ben are more durable. That's why in the end, it was Wang Ben who led the team to pursue Yan Bing, not me. Lin Xiao said, and looked at Wang Ben. The rest of the people also looked at Wang Ben. Improving cavalry combat endurance is a big question. Wang Ben blushed. Actually, the reason is very simple. The reason why the combat effectiveness of the war horses has dropped after a long run is because their hooves are so worn and broken that they cannot continue to fight. I put horseshoes on the hooves of my war horses, so the wear of the horses is greatly reduced, so that we can maintain the power of long-term rushing. When everyone heard this, they were surprised and nodded. Just nailing horseshoes on horseshoes, this idea has never been thought of before. Wang Ben Junho, good idea. This method is so effective, why didn't you propose it earlier? This is a great achievement, and it is worth promoting in the military. Everyone said, praise. However, Wang Ben quickly shook his head and waved his hand. Quote. You are complimenting the wrong people. The reason why Wang Ben didn't promote this method is because I only learned about this method not long ago. I can't guarantee the effect myself. I just have the attitude of giving it a try. I didn't expect that in this battle, the results were remarkable. This horseshoe method is actually something I stole from Brother Buff. I saw the Buff brothers act like this, and then I painted the scoop according to the gourd. I didn't expect the effect to be so strong. Wang Ben said, and gave a serious military salute to Buff. Thank you, Brother Buff. If it weren't for your horseshoe, I, Wang Ben, would never have the military merit I have now. My military merit is half of yours. Wang Ben said directly. This remark made everyone even more surprised. What horseshoe was actually made by Buff? No wonder his cavalry was so brave and good at fighting. The eyes of everyone looking at Buff were suddenly different. A reckless man with superior force. I didn't expect that Buff could actually tinker with horseshoes. By the way, the previous trick to block the river with iron ropes and bridge the river with rafts was also the first to tinker with him. This reckless man, it's not pure reckless. He's just going all the way on the battlefield. Hearts of everyone, there was a new understanding of Buff. Facing the surprised eyes of everyone, Buff smiled indifferently, non-committal. He didn't want to explain how he got this knowledge. Just let them be a flash of inspiration. Enough. At this moment, Wang Jian, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke up. The crowd fell silent immediately, daring not to make trouble. Wang Jian's majesty is still very heavy. What kind of manners do they have? In the Great Qin army, merit awards are as important as military orders. Once it is issued, unless there is an exception, it will never be changed. The reward is over, everything is set. If there are any other objections, please press, disobey the military order and deal with it. Wang Jian said directly. Everyone shut up. Yi Ping opened his mouth unwillingly, but did not dare to speak. Stupid he is, he would not dare to disobey the general at this time. Report. At this moment, the high voice of the messenger came from outside the tent. With it, there was the sound of hurried horses' hooves. Then only a neigh was heard, and the horses fell to the ground, obviously exhausted from running alive. The sound of the messenger landing, followed by the sound of violent footsteps. Soon, a messenger ran in, short of breath, holding an urgent document in his hand. Report. The 800 miles from Shenyang is urgent. Post station was chopped up, and now the emergency order is sent. The speed is not only 30% faster. When everyone heard this, they immediately. Serious. From Shenyang. That's what the man meant. Who dares not obey, take orders. Wang Jian immediately. Document in both hands and unfolded it. Rule is dead, man is alive. As long as the battlefield is successful in killing the enemy, there are other special achievements. Always break unwritten rules. This son of Bufu, first launched the Yan people's trick to intercept and burn food and grass, and then broke the 5, frozen soil city, and then climbed the water beach. Lonely life, breaking 5, law, promotion to captain. I am the Great Qin, recruiting fierce generals, sweeping the 6 kingdoms, and ruling the world. Chapter 130-Fusion. The cocoon-breaking dragon was born. Lonely life, breaking 5, law, promotion to captain. Wang Jian's personal order to be alone with the king of Qin. Everyone was shocked and looked at Buff in astonishment. The king of Qin personally appointed him to be promoted to school captain. In the world, that military officer, for a time, can have such an honor, everyone is sour. Of congratulations is endless. Brother Buff. I said you can do it. Wang Ben was also happy for Buff, clenched his fist and hammered Buff's shoulder. Buff smiled too. He could sense that Wang Ben was really happy for himself, and had no intention of being jealous. Yi Ping's jealous face was about to explode. He stared at Buff, his teeth were all smashed. The king of Qin personally appointed him. With this title, as long as Buff doesn't commit any serious crime of conspiracy, he, Yi Ping, a mere general, can't move Buff at all. Just now he also clamored to question Yi Ping, who had problems with Buff's military exploits. At this time, he could only smash his teeth and swallow in himself, without saying a word, and fled away in a daze. Buff's gaze stayed behind him for a moment, then turned away, chatting and laughing with the rest. Buff knew clearly in his heart that Yi Ping was a small, bellied chicken, and he would pay for it. He killed Yi Ning himself, and he always held a grudge in his heart. Now, although because of his identity, he can no longer make things difficult for himself. However, this does not mean that his hatred of himself will disappear. Contrary, it will be suppressed even more gloomy and tragic. For this kind of uncertainty that may threaten you, must be cut down the roots. However, Buff didn't show anything at this time, just thanked everyone for congratulations. Although now, Buff is just a newly promoted captain. But, because it was appointed by the King of Qin himself, coupled with the tyrannical strength that Buff had shown before, it was enough to make these generals pay attention. Many generals wanted to be overworked to throw an olive branch, but unfortunately it was too late. Wang Ben, General Xin Sheng, General Lin Xiao, and even Wang Jian all made investments in advance to establish a good relationship before Buff had made a big splash. Now how can we allow other people to pick peaches? Buff looked at them one by one. Who is good and who is evil, who is true and who is false, his heart is like a mirror. The next day, Wang Jian reconvened the three armies and announced in public the order of the King of Qin. Appointed Bufu as a colonel. He commanded 8,000 soldiers, including 5,000 cavalry and 3,000 infantry. Logically speaking, the colonel commanded 10,000 people. In several battles, many Qin soldiers have been promoted through the military merits of their heads. But the previous generals didn't die in battle. This led to the fact that there are more generals and fewer soldiers, so every general can't have enough soldiers now, Because of his sturdy combat power, Buff was already taken care of. Of the other captains can only command 5,000 people and 5,000. Buff is also satisfied with this. 10,000 people and 1,000 people are actually not much different for him. Anyway, he was used to taking the lead in the charge alone. As for the formation of troops, it was the matter of Uncle Liang in the rear. But no matter how many people there are in the future, Buff's most ruthless team is the Dingxi team, and then the 18 horses of peace, the black generals, the grass generals and others. And then, the 5,000 brave cavalry who have gone through life and death. As for the infantry at the back, it can only be the outermost layer. After the reading, Wang Jian gave another lecture. Idea is that Buff was brave and good at fighting, famously met the King of Qin, and won the supreme honor. This means that the King of Qin is always paying attention to everyone in the Yan army. As long as they are brave and good at fighting, anyone can become the second Buff. As soon as these words came out, the whole army was boiling. Many soldiers were eager to attack the next wave of Yan soldiers. Only Zhang Kuang and the others pouted in disdain. How is it possible for the second Buff? He was born with supernatural power, and even risking his life, he can only follow the leader to eat ashes. He can't catch up with the horses. How could someone become the second leader? It's just that it is a general, used to motivate the three armies. It's pretty effective too. But he is arrogant and has long been taught by reality to be a man. Recognize the reality. I doubted it for a while. As long as he is, there are more and more soldiers under the command. Just so that we can follow him and shout out loud. It's enough for him to rush into the formation and defeat the enemy. Stone aside, whispered, deeply arrogant. My eldest brother is right. The Buns are also immediately. Nod in agreement. The other side. Buff was sitting quietly in the military tent, looking at a strange-shaped spear in front of him. Spirit Snake Gun. After Ji Yu-san was picked to death, Spirit Snake Gun in his hand, he let go, and was put away by Buff. He could feel it, this Spirit Snake Spear, able to fight against Feng Tianhuaji without losing much. Apparently it's also a great weapon. As expected, the attribute panel of the Spirit Snake Gun will come out soon. Name: Spirit Snake Gun. Quality: excellent. Characteristic: indestructible. Spirit Snake Transformation. Wild Python out of the hole. Upgraded to the highest quality, can't continue to add points. Close black lens bracket. It really is a good gun. The spirit snake changes. It is the spirit snake gun. The gun that can meander the snake and stab the enemy unexpectedly. The wild python comes out of the hole. It is the last of the ancient 3-1 move. The spear is like a python, majestic, but unfortunately it was defeated by Buff's King Longyu. Buff was holding Fang Tianhua halberd on the other side. Detected 2 weapons of the same type, whether it consumes 200 free points to synthesize. Suddenly, in Buff's mind, the system's cold mechanical prompt sounded. Fusion. Bufu didn't hesitate. Suddenly, the snake spear in his right hand disappeared, and Fang Tianhua halberd in his left hand sank. Sank nearly doubled, but the shape did not change at all. The halberd rod did not become bent and oddly shaped. Open black lens bracket. Name, Fang Tianhua Ji. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Quality, excellent. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Characteristics, indestructible. All invincible. Spirit Dragon Divine Power. Crazy Dragon Fusion. Spirit Dragon Divine Might. While intimidating with dragon might, it is flexible and can be twisted in the air, just like a real dragon. Kong Long has regrets and the mad python comes out of the hole to fuse. Behind him, and then suddenly came out. The momentum is like a mad dragon breaking through the cocoon, unstoppable. Fang Tianhua halberd, 3 points more fiercely. Buff held it tightly, and even felt this Fang Tianhua halberd, as if it was a living thing. You can get out of your hands at any time and escape directly. This keeps adding points. Buff, hurry up. One day, Fang Tianhua Ji will really come to life, and it may not be impossible. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 131 _ Put down your weapons, open the door to surrender, disarm and not kill. The next day will be on the march. The next city in the state of Yan is Shuangjiao County, a county larger than the Permafrost City. But because this is no longer the border of Yan and Qin, the city wall of Shuangjiao County is not high. Probably when it was built, I never thought that it would be overwhelmed by soldiers. The Qin army was gearing up to attack. As a result, after an investigation, it was discovered that there were no defenders on the city wall at all. The Yan army who was defending the city was gone. The Yan people's strategy lured the enemy into the veteran and prudent Wang Jian, and suddenly he became steady. Several teams of exploration teams were dispatched to investigate. Finally determined that this was not an empty city plan at all. Instead, the Yan soldiers ran away. In the previous battle on the plains, Fan Guixiang was defeated and retreated, which made people panic. The soldiers in Shuangjiao County were originally requisitioned by Fan Guixiang, and now they saw Fan Guixiang defeated and retreated. All the remaining soldiers retreated one after another, and did not care about Shuangjiao County at all. In Shuangjiao County now, there are only local people who cannot leave the city. There were also some civil servants who did not retreat in time. It was all left to Dakin's army of Cutting Yan. The army is stationed outside the city. A small number of troops enter the city and take over the city. Build a granary. After Wang Jian thought about it, he immediately order. Going deep into Yan land, if the supply line is too long, if the grain and grass are always transported from the Qin country, it is easy to cause problems. So the best way is to treat the Shuangjiao County in front of you. Make this place a granary for the Yan army. Shorten the supply line. Buff received a military order. Led 2,000 people, enter the city, and control Shuangjiao County. Accept the order. Buff solemnly accepted the order. Immediately, he left Uncle Liang and Zhang Kuang to lead the remaining 8,000 people outside the city. The two of them are both literary and military, and they complement each other, and they can suppress thousands of troops. The arrogant and reckless temper is not suitable in the city, and it is just right to be restrained by a good uncle outside the city. Buff is bringing the rest of the Dingxi squad, and the 18 cavalry of peace, already 2,000 infantry, into the city. Yeah. In the sour voice, the city gate of Shuangjiao County was slowly pushed open. Buff rode the red rabbit horse and led the crowd in. Is a deserted street. There was not a single figure, only a few scattered leaves. But it's not that there really isn't a single person. Squeak. On the side of the street, a wooden window is closed. On the other side, a small child who was secretly peering in the crack of the door was dragged back by his mother and closed the door tightly. In this city, there are still many people of the Yan Kingdom. It's just that their home is here, here, so they can't escape, they can only stay. At the same time, he was also very worried and afraid, for fear that Qinbing would be a demon that eats people and does not spit out bones. Buff saw it in his eyes, and his heart was clearly worried. He immediately called up the Dingxi team and the 18 to ride safely, and ordered. Soon, Ping An's 18 cavalry, with their troopers, patrolled down the streets. At the same time, they shouted in unison. When Qin soldiers enter the city, 3 must be 7. Those who insult the people will be beheaded. Whoever robs the people will be beheaded. Anyone who complains of injustice must be investigated. No stealing, no cheating, no beating, no bullying, no disturbing people, no presumptuous. One after another, the shouts were deafening, shouting from the mouth of Qin soldiers and spreading to every household. Buff knew that although these words were not taken seriously at first by the people of Yan country. However, as long as they have this idea in their hearts, it is enough. When there is a problem in the future, if you solve it yourself, you will be able to prove everything. At the same time, Buff also announced his stationed address, which is in Shuangjiao County. Tell the people of the whole city that anyone who has grievances can go there to appeal. Once it is verified, the guilty will be punished in public. There will be no tolerance. Bufu didn't care either, and led the team directly to the county office in Shuangjiao County. Unexpectedly, the gate of the county office was closed, and there were still people inside. Some officials from the state of Yan did not escape. Bufu raised his eyebrows. It's so long, I'm going to knock on the door. Qi Ying immediately. Going forward, he was about to hit the door, but was stopped by Buff. Ceremonies first, then soldiers. Shout out. Qi Ying nodded and took orders, and immediately brought a group of people to the front of the county government gate. The shouting words were given to them by Buff. Listen to the people inside, you've been surrounded. Now lay down your weapons, open the door to surrender, and disarm and not kill. Put down your weapons, open the door and surrender, disarm and don't kill. Put down your weapons, open the door and surrender, disarm and don't kill. Put down your weapons, open the door and surrender, disarm and don't kill. I called it 3 times in a row. However, there was still no response within the county office. Buff was no longer soft, and waved his hand. Qi Ying took the person directly and bumped it hard. In the end, it didn't break away. Of the county government office was blocked from the inside. Qi Ying led the team, but the door that could only be hit swayed. Come on, jump over the wall. Qi Ying immediately. Change your mind. Of the county government is not a city wall. The door is blocked, and the wall is not high. Turn over and remove the thing blocking the door. Don't be so troublesome. Buff turned away and walked over. But instead of going to the door, he came to the wall beside the door. Then, he clenched his fists, punched straight, and slammed into the wall. The Qin soldiers behind them were stunned for a moment. They were all just incorporated into Bufu's command, and they had never seen Bufu shot. This is the first time. Boom. Buff punched in the past, and the wall collapsed without any suspense. And the whole wall collapsed together. Crack. The wall fell to the ground, and the dust was flying. Have long heard that Bufu is so powerful that he once broke the city by himself. When I saw it today, it really deserves its reputation. It is worth it to follow such a captain. Qin soldiers, there is a look of reverence in the eyes. The dust in the sky gradually fell, revealing the situation in the courtyard of the county government. The table and chairs sandbags behind the door were tightly blocked, so it was no wonder that the baby could not be opened. Courtyard is empty, and the people inside are not in the courtyard. Come in. When Buff waved his hand, Chi Ying immediately led a team into search. After a while, a group of people was taken out. There are men and women, old and young. Seemed that they were all officials and family members of the county government. There are no Yan soldiers guarding the city. There are only these submissive civil servants. When fleeing, they are not at ease, and they want to clean up, but they miss the opportunity to escape. Are these people? Buff asked directly. I've searched it all. Chi Ying nodded. But Buff shook his head. There are still people. Chapter 132 want to beg for mercy now. Late. In front of these old, weak, sick and disabled, their faces are full of panic, and they have no backbone at all. If it was just this group of people, they would never have thought of blocking the county government gate with sandbags, tables and chairs. Although that idea is also very stupid. But no matter how stupid the method is, someone has to decide. Continue the search. Chi Ying gave an order. Qin Bing began to search again. At the same time, he also interrogated several people, and all of them confessed that there was a county master named Wu Gui. They don't know where to hide now. Buff turned to look at a few pitiful women again. These women were average in appearance. In the eyes of Buff, they were just vulgar and vulgar powder, but in the eyes of others, they were considered beauties. Several Qin soldiers were drooling when they saw it. It must be the family of the county master, with a wife and sister. Where is Wu Gui? Buff stared at several women and said. Several women fell to the ground, raised their eyes, and looked at Buff pitifully. One of them even shifted his pose slightly to show a better side. Buff glanced at the corner of his mouth and squatted in front of her. I'll ask again, where is Wu Gui? The slave family doesn't know. The slave family only knows that the city is broken, the family is lost, and the slave family is yours. The slave family will listen to you. Woman, speaking, blinked her eyes and moved her shoulders slightly. Gudong. There was a gurgling sound behind. A single dog, stand up to such a scene. But Buff sneered and slapped his hand. Crack. The woman who was slapped by Buff almost fell to the ground. It was still his deliberate effort. Otherwise, if this slap goes down, this woman's head may explode directly. Ah. Woman, frightened, lay on the ground, covering her swollen red face, looking at Buff in disbelief. She is confident in her beauty and means. I thought I would use a little means, no matter what. Any general of the Qin state, as long as he is a man, he will cherish himself. And he expect that I would meet a ruthless, unsympathetic person. A slap, he swelled himself. Buff also ignored the woman and looked at the next woman. Where is Wu Gui? Woman turned pale with fright, and quickly raised her hand to cover her face. I don't know. I really don't know. My brother blocked the door and was no longer with us. You don't hit me. The woman was terrified, trembling with fear. Be prepared to put up with a slap in the face of Buff. But Buff didn't give her another look, but stood up. He could see that these people really didn't know where Wu Gui was. But it is certain that Wu Gui is definitely still here. Buff directly stepped over the woman and walked in. Chi Ying was taking Qin Bing to search everywhere. Every house was opened, and he searched thoroughly. He even went up to the house to uncover the tiles, and turned over all the places where he could. However, still no gain. Surrender and don't kill. Surrender and don't kill. Surrender and don't kill. Chi Ying asked Qin Bing to shout 3 times in a row. But there was no reply. Chi Ying couldn't help being annoyed. Where the fuck is this? If only Uncle Liang was here. He must know where people are hiding. Buff glanced around, then his eyes stopped, and he landed on a well in the middle of the garden. All the surrounding houses have been searched, and it is impossible to hide people. There are very few places where people can hide. Unless Wu Gui is a merman, can breathe underwater. Unless the rockery is hollow, there is room in it. But the possibility is too low. Look, it's pitch black, and you can't see if there's any water in it at all. Qi Ying, lead someone to fill this well. Buff ordered directly. Qi Ying was stunned for a moment, and then he understood. That dog thing is hidden in it. Come on, bury me hard. Block him. Said, Qi Ying took Qin Bing to carry the soil from the lotus pond next to it, and sprinkled it into the well. Ah! Someone. Immediately down the well. Exclamation. Sure enough, there was someone. The buried Qin Bing looked at Qi Ying, and Qi Ying looked at Bufu. Buff shook his head. What sound did you hear? There is no sound at all. It must be an illusion. Continue to fill the soil. Qi Ying immediately heard it. Yula, greet Qin Bing. Don't stop in your hands. Result, piles of soil poured down and kept entering the wellhead. Don't bury. There are still people. I'm up. Don't bury. Wu Gui kept exclaiming from the well. But Qin Bing above didn't pay any attention at all. To shout so that I couldn't surrender, but now I was driven to a desperate situation, and I realized that it was too late to beg for mercy. I really thought that Qin Bing, who was like a wolf like a tiger, was a good talker. I really thought that the shouting just listened to it. Qi Ying took the lead, scooped up a large pile with a shovel, and smashed it into the wellhead. Ah! The wellhead, there was a scream. This pile of dirt just hit Wu Gui's head. I'm dying. Master Li, let's go. Wu Gui shouted. The next moment, from the wellhead, there was a sudden surge of weather. Qi Ying and the others, with a stern expression, dropped their shovels and grabbed Qin Jian beside them. There are masters in this well. Bufu is not surprised at all. He had seen it a long time ago. This well is very deep, and with Wu Gui's skill, it is impossible to go down safely. He went down alone. He did not escape at all, but committed suicide by throwing himself into the well. Therefore, someone else must have taken Wu Gui and hid at the bottom of the well. Now, seeing that Qin Bing is not stopping, he is going to block the well. Except for Wu Gui, that expert, finally lost his temper. Bah! A shout, a vigorous shadow shot out from the well. There was also a fat figure in his hand. It was Wu Gui. Buff took a closer look and saw that the one who came out first was a thin and serious old man in his 40s, wearing a Taoist robe, his head was tied in a bun, and his back carrying a mahogany sword. It is a real Taoist priest. Take it. Qi Ying is no longer the timid scholar in Ping'an County. After several battles, he has transformed into a real tiger and wolf Qin soldier. Seeing the Taoist priest and Wu Gui jumping out, he immediately issued orders, with 5 or 6, Qin soldiers, shot with the same hand, encircled and went up. Qin Johnson is cold. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 133 Under the straw bag, the Taoist symbol symbolizes the grass child. Kill. 5 or 6, all the Qin soldiers roared in unison, stabbing or slashing with Qin swords in their hands, and surrounded the old Taoist priest and Wu Gui. The old Taoist priest was able to take Wu Gui, rubbing against the wall from the bottom of the well, and jumped out directly. Obviously, he has extraordinary skills, and he has martial arts. Just like the Yan people bandits that Buff met in Daqingshan, he practiced martial arts. Qi Ying and the others are completely incapable of any martial arts routines. On the battlefield, they are fighting with great strength and swiftness, and any martial arts routines are all flashy. Once it came out, it was unpretentious. However, it blocked all escape paths for the old Taoist priest. The old Taoist priest was in the air, and before he landed, he was approached by Qin Jian. He hits the ground, he will be injured. And he will be seriously injured. A veteran of the battlefield, once he makes a shot, he will die, but he will not pay attention to the point. In a critical moment, the old Taoist also has a tingling scalp. The only option. He threw Wu Gui in his hand down, and at the same time stepped on Wu Gui's shoulder, kicking Wu Gui to the ground. Wu Gui's falling speed suddenly accelerated, but he avoided Qin Jian's attack range. As for the old Taoist priest, with the power of this step, a harrier turned over, his body was in the air, and he turned directly towards the roof of a house not far away. It's hard to catch. Whoa! Just when the old Taoist priest was about to take off, a sharp sound broke through the air, and suddenly he got up. Then, he saw a sharp arrow, shot from behind Bufu, straight to the old Taoist priest in midair. No, then not one arrow, but 3 arrows. It's just that the 3 arrows were shot in tandem, almost parallel. From the side, it looked like one arrow. The 3 arrows shot in front of the old Taoist priest instantly. The old Taoist also had a dignified expression, feeling the sharpness of the 3 arrows. But he was in midair at this time, and he had nowhere to take advantage of, so he couldn't dodge, so he could only take it hard. Hush! He opened his mouth, took a deep breath, his stomach slumped, his whole body suddenly slowed down, and he was able to avoid the outermost arrow. The arrow penetrated his clothes, wiped his skin, and flew out. Hurts so hot, but the old Taoist can't care about the pain. With his chest raised, he blocked an arrow in the center with a gossip mirror hanging on his chest. Crack! The sound of the 8 trigrams mirror shattering, immediately sounded. The old Taoist had a toothache. This gossip mirror is made of special materials. Ordinary swordsmen can't be damaged at all. It was shot by an arrow today. Fortunately, after the arrow shot the 8 mirrors, there was no successor. The power is no longer a threat to him. The old Taoist heaved a sigh of relief. But at this moment, there was a sharp pain in his right shoulder. The last arrow had already penetrated into his shoulder. Then, it came out from his back. With the body of the old Taoist, nailed to the wooden beams of the house. Boom! The arrow nailed into the wooden beam, making a muffled sound. The old Taoist priest was hung on the wooden beam, and his right shoulder was almost torn. It was so painful that the old Taoist body could not help shaking and convulsing, and he couldn't gather any strength to break the arrow and get out. All of this is between lightning and flint. So that everyone hears, boom. A bang. When he turned his head and looked at it, he saw that there was always, behind Buff, the taciturn bow and arrow just put down the pitch-black bow in his hand. Falling star bow. The bow and arrow just shot, and directly cast an arrow. The 3 eagles nailed the old Taoist priest who wanted to escape directly to the wooden beam. At this time, Wu Gukai just fell to the ground and screamed. But he was quickly forced by Qinjian around his neck, and he didn't dare to move. He didn't even dare to ask the old Taoist why he kicked himself. Bufu ignored Wu Gui, but walked to the old Taoist priest step by step. The old Taoist trembled in pain and gritted his teeth. Master Qin. The old man was wrong. Please also raise your sai. The old Taoist was torn by his shoulders and took a deep breath. His whole body weight is now hanging on the arrow, and the degree of tearing of the wound can be imagined. Buff waved his hand. Bow and arrow in the back was another arrow, which directly broke the arrow on the wooden beam. The old Taoist fell down immediately, endured the severe pain, barely stabilized his body, fell to the ground, and waved his long sleeves in his hand. It also looks like a fairy. Poor Taoist talisman, this is polite. The old Taoist fell to the ground, and regardless of the pain, he put on a virtuous appearance, and was about to perform a Taoist etiquette towards Bufu. However, before he finished speaking, Qi Ying rushed over with a single stride, bending his knee according to the old Taoist priest. He kicked him directly to the ground. I want you to run away. Isn't it very good just now? Why are you still wearing it? Qi Ying just besieged, but let Fu Caozi almost jump on the roof to escape, holding a sigh of relief in his heart. At this time, there must be no good face. Although Fu Caozi was injured, he still had the cultivation technique by his side. At this time, he was kicked by Qi Ying, and he was immediately angry. Was about to have a seizure. He saw that behind Buff, an unknown archer, was grabbing the pitch-black bow. His heart suddenly trembled, and he hurriedly knelt down. Name. Buff looked at the old Taoist priest and asked directly. Pin Dao Fu Grass Child. The old priest replied. I asked your name, not the Taoist number. Poverty Road. The old Taoist was about to explain, but out of the corner of his eye he saw that Qi Ying was about to start again, and he immediately became honest. My real name is Straw Bag, and later I was defeated in Qingyang Taoism, and the Taoist symbol is Fukaozi. The old Taoist spoke honestly. What's your relationship with Wu Gui? Buff asked directly. It doesn't matter. The old Taoist hurriedly shook his head, like a rattle. Bah! You still have the face to say that you have nothing to do with me. Wu Gui over there, when he heard this, he couldn't help crying. You were in the well before, brother-in-law one by one, weren't you very happy shouting? In the end, in order to survive, you don't want my brother-in-law. I've seen it for a long time, you old bull nose, you covet my sister's beauty. Wu Gui shouted and cursed. The old Taoist here is also so angry that his beard is flying. Buff interrogated for a while, and finally combined the words of the two people, and finally sorted out the actual situation. Please download Fei Lu Xiao to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 134_Sacrifice Beauty to Evil Zhao. Wu Gui is the magistrate of Shuangjiao County and the lord of a city. But this Shuangjiao County, the reason why it is called Shuangjiao County, is because there has been a legend here since ancient times. Legend has it that in the lake next to the county magistrate, there live two dragons. Dragon gets angry, it will stir up the water in the lake, destroy the fertile fields, and reduce the harvest of the county. Since Wu Gui became the county magistrate, he naturally didn't believe it at first. However, it didn't take long for the lake to flood, destroying many fertile fields around it, making Shuangjiao County almost unable to pay enough taxes. This made Wu Gui anxious. It doesn't matter if there are Zhaolong in the lake. The important thing is that now the state of Yan prepared for the war urgently, and collected food and grass from all over the country. If he did not pay enough, he would be in bad luck. So he began to sacrifice, but he found that no matter whether he sacrificed pig's head, cow's head or chicken's head, it could not satisfy Zhaolong. Every once in a while, the lake will flood, causing damage to fertile fields. And the taxation of the Yan kingdom is getting heavier and heavier, and Shuangjiao County has gradually lost its support. Of course, Wu Gui's own life is not affected, it is the ordinary people who are affected. All the food rations in their family have been confiscated, and the land is often washed away, so that many people are often starved to death. Is the nightmare of all the people in Shuangjiao County. In the end, it was just a month ago. Fu Kaozi came, and he pointed out a good way to Wu Gui. Zhaolong dissatisfied with sacrifices before because Zhaolong wanted to eat people. Only human flesh can satisfy the taste of Zhaolong. So, Wu Gui started to sacrifice human life. What's the matter? The people were reluctant at first, but under the persecution of the lake and the pressure of Wu Gui, they finally agreed. A month ago, 2 unlucky eggs drawn by lottery were sent to the lake. As a result, the lake was really quiet for half a month. After half a month, 2 unlucky bastards were sacrificed again. But it didn't work. The lake flooded again. He said, Zhaolong disliked that the sacrifices were men, and the meat was too stinky. Zhaolong needed women. Beautiful women. Then, new sacrifices began to be selected. This time, we can't just draw lots. Beautiful women must be chosen. The people are mourning, but in order to survive, they have to bow their heads and agree. And, the 2 most beautiful women were selected. As a result, a few days before the sacrifice was prepared, the Qin soldiers broke the city. The Yan soldiers fled, and Wu Gui wanted to flee with them. But his family had a big business, exploited the production in Shuangjiao County, and wanted to take it all away, but it was delayed. Then he was trapped in the county office. Fu Kaozi helped him come up with an idea, blocking the gate of the county government office and throwing the family property into the dry well. Finally, for safety's sake, I also went down to hide. As for why Fu Kaozi was so skilled, he didn't leave Wu Gui behind. He is conceited and thinks that he has practiced martial arts and is very skilled. Even if the Qin army enters the city and he wants to leave, no one can stop him. Wu Gui was greedy for the wealth accumulated by many people. This time, I am ready to sacrifice beauty. Two of them had already negotiated, one for each. After pushing it into the lake, no one will find out. At the same time, Fu Caozi, an old pervert, has his eyes on Wu Gui's sister, Wu Rong. It's just that he has no chance to succeed, so he can only stay with Wu Gui in Shuangjiao first. County. A brother-in-law called out. As a result, it was discovered by Buff, who was frightened by filling the well, and the bow and arrow nailed the wall. After understanding it, Buff's eyes flashed, as if he had caught some inspiration. What about the two chosen women? Buff asked directly. Still, at their respective homes, they haven't been delivered yet. Wu Gui said weakly. I was going to deliver it tonight. Beast. Qi Ying was so angry that he kicked Wu Gui. Buff waved his hand coldly. Tie it up and go find those two women. Good luck. Hearing Bu Fu's words, Wu Gui became excited instead, obediently carrying his hands on his back, as if begging to be tied. If your lord likes it, I just say a word and let them send people over. 2, but both are big girls. Wu Gui's flattering trail. Buff directly whipped the whip down and hit Wu Gui's face and mouth. Ah! Wu Gui cried out in pain and fell directly to the ground. When Qi Ying asked Qin Bing to pull him up, a thick red whip mark appeared on his face. His mouth was even more open and fleshy, and his flesh was blurred. Wu Gui whimpered and howled, while being dragged and pushed by Qin Bing. He had to follow the red rabbit and horse, staggering away. Who was behind him, was also grinning in pain because of the wound on his right shoulder. But that didn't stop him. He laughed at Wu Gui in his heart. This idiot. I thought that Qin Man was the same thing as him. People are not interested in your sister, how could they be interested in two Min girls? This Qin Man is very extraordinary. Fu Caozi, looking at Qitu Ma's back, muttered in his mouth. Buff tied the two people in addition to the county government and went directly to the streets of Shuangjiao County. The windows on both sides were slightly opened with a gap. Of the Yan Kingdom had been curious about these Qin soldiers when they heard the Qin soldiers shouting before. These Qin soldiers do not seem to be the same as the legendary bandit soldiers who entered the city to harass the people. At least, they are now shouting everywhere and pretending to be different. Now, I saw that they actually tied the county magistrate and led him behind a horse. And that celestial master. All the people of the Yan Kingdom were immediately curious. If Qin Bing directly killed the magistrate, they would still understand. Now this is a street parade. Shuangjiao makes trouble in the lake, turning the world upside down, sacrificing beautiful women and quelling the anger of the water. Tomorrow at this time, sacrifice by the lake, once and for all, thousands of acres of fertile land. Qin Bing shouted again, and the sound spread in bursts. Spread throughout the city. Of Yan Kingdom were shocked again. This Qin soldier will continue to sacrifice tomorrow and say that he can do it once and for all, so that Jiaolong will not be angry again. All the people of the Yan Kingdom are suddenly very excited, with expectations, disdain, and sneer. Those two Jiaolongs are the entire Shuangjiao County, so it is a nightmare for the people. For some people, the dream is that the Jiaolong will be defeated, the weather will be good, and the harvest will be good every year. For some people, the Jiaolong becomes a demon, and it is impossible to be defeated. Yes, any provocateur will bring disaster. In any case, the people of the whole city will be sacrificed to the dragon by the Qin soldiers tomorrow, attracting all the attention. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 135-2 Sacrificial Women. It's here, it's here. After walking through 2 streets, Wu Gui bared his teeth and grinned. The crowd stopped in front of a house. This person's family yard is too big to be like an ordinary family. Boom boom boom. Wu Gui went straight up and kicked the door. Old Lintu, come out. Hurry up and open the door. Wu Gui shouted loudly. So came from inside. Squeak. Soon, the door opened. An old man stuck his head out and saw Wu Gui. His expression changed and his eyes dodged. Bang! Wu Gui kicked open the door and broke in. Old Lintu. Where's your daughter? Call out. This. Master Qin has taken a fancy to your precious daughter. You're lucky. Wu Gui put his hands on his hips, said arrogantly, and pouted towards Buff. His hands were tied and he could not move. When the old forest head saw Buff, he staggered in fright and almost fell. My daughter, my daughter. Stop talking nonsense. Wu Gui kicked Lao Lin's head over, then pointed to the room on the side, and turned his head to look at Qi Ying. Master Qin, his daughter is here. Qi Ying waved his hand, and a group of Qin soldiers immediately surrounded the house, pulled out Qin swords, and surrounded the house. Then make away. Buff got off his horse and strode to the room. Bang! Buff kicked the door open and walked in directly. Qi Ying and others were guarding the door, and Wu Gui shouted quickly. Come here quickly. Bring the door, Mr. Qin wants to enjoy it inside. Don't disturb Master Qin. As a result, Qi Ying turned his head and kicked Wu Gui directly in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. Shut up. In the house. Buff entered the door and looked into the house. Two women were huddled at the foot of the bed, wrapping themselves tightly with the quilt. One older and one younger. Should be mother and daughter. Who was chosen was the young daughter. Don't touch my daughter. Mother saw Buff coming in. She was in a hurry, pulled her daughter behind her, opened her arms to protect her, and stared at Buff vigilantly. Buff, indifferent, went to the bed and looked at his daughter. You are Lin Yun. Lin Yun was too frightened to speak. Her mother was about to speak, but was dragged by Buff. Your daughter will be fine. But I need her to come with me. Go to Shuangjiao Lake tomorrow and pick her up. After Buff finished speaking to his mother, regardless of whether Lin Yun agreed or not, he reached out and grabbed her wrist, and he was about to take it away. Yeah. Lin Yun exclaimed and wanted to resist. But in front of Buff's giant force, how could she resist? Buff pushed up and lifted Lin Yun up like a chicken. Then just carry it like this and take it out. Yeah. No matter how hard Lin Yun struggled, it was of no use, and was directly brought out by Buff. After coming out, Qi Ying and others stepped aside. Buff threw Lin Yun on the back of Kitu's horse and walked out of the courtyard. The red rabbit horse roared and followed with its hooves. Lin Yun was frightened, and because Kitu Ma was too tall, she was lying on top, not daring to move. My daughter. Lin Yun's mother rushed out of the room and cried. But old Lin too grabbed her. That's Qin Bing. You are looking for death. When everyone went out of the courtyard, Wu Gui also muttered something. Why isn't Qin Yi directly in the house? Go ahead and lead the way. Qi Ying kicked his ass again, and the kick made him almost fall into a dog. My daughter. After everyone left, Lin Yun's mother collapsed completely, fell directly to the ground, and burst into tears. Old Lin too hugged her and murmured. This Qin Bing, I don't think he is like the county magistrate. This may be a turnaround. Tomorrow by the Shuangjiao Lake, let's go. The second house is a small broken house with a courtyard. Here, here. Master Qin is here. This woman is so handsome. 3 miles and 8 streets, which man doesn't care about her? Wu Gui said attentively. Buff rolled his eyes at him and ignored it. He went straight to the door and knocked lightly, but no one came back. Buff pushed the courtyard door open. Squeak. The door opened, Buff walked in, and found that although it was a small dilapidated courtyard, it was clean, and there was not even a single leaf on the ground. Bundles of small firewood were also neatly stacked beside them. There was also a bamboo pole in the courtyard, but no clothes were dried. Buff went to the only room and knocked on the door, but no one responded. Push it again and push it away. The inside is clean, but there is still no one. That woman is not at home at all. Where did that pretty widow die? She dares to run away. Wu Gui jumped and cursed from behind. But at this moment, outside the courtyard, there was a loud noise. Qin Bing, who has always been neat and tidy, actually had a riot, and then made away. Buff turned his head. He saw a woman with a wooden basin on her waist, walking in. Woman, 27 or 18, wears aqua blue clothes all her life, and her hair is rolled up at will, which is quite charming. She saw so many Qin soldiers blocking her door, but her face was calm. Walking in, seeing Wu Gui, he immediately frowned. But then he found out that Wu Gui was tied up, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she glanced at Buff again, with a hint of fear in her eyes. But in the end, she held back, carrying the washed clothes, walked to the bamboo pole, and began to dry the clothes. It's her. Widow Su. She is one of the offerings. Wu Gui immediately. Excited to introduce to Buff. She's Widow Su. I just got married 5 years ago, and the man was drafted into the army. He hasn't returned yet, he must be dead. She didn't even have a bridal chamber, so she was a widow. Still a baby. Wu Gui said brightly. Buff slapped the fan directly, and spun Wu Gui's fan twice, and rolled to the ground, his cheeks swollen high, and he couldn't open his mouth any longer. Buff walked behind Widow Su. Widow Su is still there, drying clothes. She didn't stop. In a few days, I will go to Shuangjiao Lake as a sacrifice. You can't run, and you don't have to catch it. Widow Su said coldly. But Buff stretched out his hand and grabbed her snow-white wrist directly. Please download Fei Lu Xiao to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 136_Man, can't be too fast. Buff grabbed the widow's wrist like frost and snow, and with a force, he pulled her over directly and faced him. Then he put it on it, looking down at her stubborn eyes. Women. Shuangjiao County is an occupied city. You are the woman of the occupied land. It's me, the intruder. Woman, pay attention to your attitude. Buff said fiercely. He has no idea about this widow, but he can't stand her cold attitude. A woman in a fallen city actually ignores herself. Widow Su was caught by Buff and her wrists were white, but she still showed a calm look performance. What do you want to do? You just do it. Did you change your mind because I resisted, or obeyed? Invaders. Widow Su raised her head and looked directly into Buff's eyes, not afraid at all, just like a stubborn calf. The corner of Buff's mouth twitched and he grinned. What I want to do. Buff directly grabbed Widow Su's hand and dragged her into the house. Widow Su staggered, and the last wet clothes in her hands fell to the ground. But she didn't snort, which was in stark contrast to the previous. Squeak. After Buff dragged Widow Su into the house, he closed the door. Wu Gui got up from the ground covering his face, and stretched his neck, trying to see clearly. Qi Ying kicked him out directly, and the rest of the Qin soldiers also walked out like water, guarding at the gate of the courtyard. Ganya, standing at the door in person, is like a sculpture. Today, if he does not die, this door will not be broken open from the outside. Inside the house. Buff pulled Widow Su in and let go. Widow Su was staggering and almost fell, but fortunately there was a table in front of her and she was lying on it. Then, she turned around and stared at Buff with messy hair. You Qin people, are you so rude? Like being on the table. Widow Su said. Her eyes were fierce, and she kept staring at Buff. Buff didn't move, just stood in front of Widow Su and stared at her. I found out that you are very hostile to me. It's not the same as the rest of the Qin soldiers. I would love to know why this is. It's the first time I've come to Zhao County, and I don't know you. Buff stared at Widow Su and said. The widow from Su has just entered the courtyard. Buff felt that something was wrong with this woman. But what was wrong, I couldn't tell and could feel it, and the way she looked at her was different. As soon as these words came out, the whole room suddenly became quiet. After a while, Widow Su finally sneered. Buff. General of the Qin army, unparalleled in the world, unparalleled on the battlefield. One man, one horse, rushed into the Yan army and killed the generals. Widow Sue stared at Buff, gritted her teeth and said every word. It's a great prestige. Buff frowned. You know this. It's all told by the Yan soldiers who escaped before. Widow Sue didn't answer, but she didn't deny it, she just acquiesced. She continued. You killed. That, the general, is called Ji-Yu-san. Did you know that Ji-Yu-san went from being a soldier at the bottom to a general? It only took 5 years. He was drafted into the army without even taking off his red hijab to take a look at his wife who had just passed by. 5 years later, he became a general and came to Shuangjiao County to recruit troops again to resist the Qin soldiers. 3 times through the house without entering. He died without seeing his wife. Widow Sue said, staring straight into Buff's eyes. Now, are you satisfied? Buff looked at Widow Sue in front of him, and remembered that. The elegant general who was picked to death by his own halberd, and couldn't help but be in a trance. This world is really small. She killed her husband on the battlefield, and now, she came to arrest her again. No wonder she hates herself so much. But this is war. Even if I knew all this in advance, would I be soft-hearted and let go of the ancient Sanima? What do you want? Is it hard? Killed my husband and now wants to be at his home, occupying his wife, still on the table. Hey. Rude Qin people. Widow Sue said with a sneer, her face full of determination. Buff walked over, stretched out his hand, grabbed Widow Sue's collar, and sneered. You overestimate your charm. I am in Qin, and I also have a woman I love. I killed the enemy and made meritorious deeds on the battlefield, but also to go back to see her one day. You and I are not interested. After Bufu finished speaking, he directly pressed Widow Sue on the table, but he sat on the side, calm. Widow Sue lay on the seat, her body weak. Was just pressed hard by Buff, almost breathless. Took a long time for her to calm down a little. Reluctantly got up, fell down on the chair by the table, and glanced at Buff on the side. Buff didn't move, didn't even look at herself. Widow Sue's heart couldn't help but pause. In fact, she doesn't know what her husband Ji-Yu-san looks like, what kind of person. She has no impression of him, let alone feelings. However, in this era, the marriage of men and women is like this. Only after getting married can you see each other. For Ji-Yu-san, Widow Sue's heart is just a symbol of her husband. I thought that after this war, at least I could see if he was tall or short, fat or thin. However, a big defeat, all is gone. I never saw that so-called husband. I can only see that. The murderer who killed him. This murderer is not very old, only 17 or 18, But the aura on his body was so frightening that he was afraid that he could not speak. When I saw him for the first time, my calf would go soft. Such a man killed his husband. To the official statement, the Qin people are all barbarians, rude and arrogant, and kill without blinking an eye. Widow Sue, who should also belong to the young but vicious Qin people in front of her, was stunned for a while. Other hand, Buff waited left and right. Well, it's less than an hour away. You can go out. Man, can't be too fast. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 137_Night Offering. An hour later. Buff opened the door and walked out. Widow Sue lowered her head and followed silently. Qiying had already found a carriage, and Buff let Linyun and Widow Sue get on the carriage together. Then he rode on the red rabbit horse and led the team back to the county government. The Qin soldiers were surprised and secretly looked at each other and whispered. Wu Gui finally used his swollen mouth like a sausage to mumble. An hour. Master Qin is just so talented. A tiger among men. Great. Back in the county office, Buff settled Linyun and Widow Sue. Linyun, a little girl who was afraid to die, shed tears in the carriage. But I don't know how I was persuaded by Widow Sue, but now I have calmed down and stopped sobbing. 2 people were arranged to enter a house without making any noise, quietly waiting for tomorrow. In the courtyard was also dug by the Qin soldiers left by Bufu. The money inside was also dug up. Buff took a cursory look and saw that there were 2 large boxes of gold and silver alone. Not to mention all kinds of other treasures, as well as all kinds of precious medicinal materials. Especially the boxes of medicinal materials, Buff's eyes lit up. As for Wu Gui's family members, Buff also detained them in separate rooms to prevent them from civil unrest. Everything, wait for the next day. But that night, there was a knock on the door of Buff. When Buff opened the door, he saw Wu Gui, whose head was swollen into a pig's head, nodding and bowing at the door, not flattering. Master Qin. Uncle Qin. Long night, alone, lonely. Wu Gui muttered. Go away. Buff is about to kick when he lifts his foot. This Wu Gui wants to sell his ass to himself, no. Little, that's not what it means. Please come with me, I promise you will be satisfied. Wu Gui immediately. Dodging away, he said quickly. Buff raised his eyebrows, probably guessing what Wu Gui was thinking. He didn't refuse or agree, just nodded and followed Wu Gui out. Then, in front of a house, Qin soldiers guarded the door and stopped Wu Gui directly. Wu Gui looked at Buff, and only after Buff nodded, Qin Bing let go. Wu Gui immediately pushed the door and entered, and said something to the people inside. After a while, he came out, smiling attentively at Buff and making a sign of inviting in. Master Qin, please come inside. I've made arrangements. Keep your satisfaction. Buff glanced at him and stepped in. Sitting inside was a woman who was actually Wu Gui's wife, Mrs. Cao. Mrs. Cao was sitting beside the bed with her head lowered, her hair down, and her face covered, looming. But in Buff's eyes, this woman was boring. Even Lin Yun couldn't compare, let alone Sus' wife. When Mr. Cao saw Buff walking in, he didn't feel too embarrassed. He just turned around, flattened the quilt on the bed, and sat there obediently, waiting for Buff to pass by. Buff didn't go over, she waited for a while, then stood up and took the initiative to walk in front of Buff. He reached out, he reached for Buff's belt. Buff took a step back. Cao Shi's hand that was in vain paused, and then lowered his head. Soft sobbing, 2 crystal tears rolled down her cheeks. Only then did Buff provoke her face and found that she was crying silently. What are you crying? Buff asked lightly. I hate it. I hate Wu Gui for not dying. Cao clenched his teeth. To please you. He even gave his wife away. Why don't such beasts die? Buff sneered. Since you don't want to, why do you agree, and you are so active? Cao's face was humiliated, and he gritted his teeth. In your hands, I still have a choice. Now, I can take the initiative a little bit to make you happy. If you wait for you to do it, I'm just your trophy. Mr. Cao said, raised his head, and looked directly at Buff with his red eyes. Isn't it? Master Qin. Buff grinned. No. Sorry, I don't look down on something like you. After speaking, Buff turned around and left, and walked out of the door. Mr. Cao suddenly fell to the ground, staring blankly at the back of Buff leaving. I don't know if I'm lucky or lost. As soon as Buff walked out of the door, he saw Wu Gui in the opposite corridor running over immediately. Why so fast? Could it be that the dead girls didn't serve them well? Wu Gui said that. He was about to rush in to beat and scold Cao, only to be pulled back by Buff with a slap in the face. Wu Gui rolled his eyes and immediately understood. It must be that bitch who can't satisfy you, Uncle Qin. Little, I've already thought about it. Also, still. Wu Gui brought Buff to the door of the next room again, and said to Buff earnestly. Uncle Qin, what's in here is not. That bitch from before can compare. You will love it for sure. If she dares to resist, you will slap her hard. Stronger, more fun. Wu Gui said that. He urged the guarding Qin Bing to open the door. Qin Bing ignored him and remained motionless. The door until Buff nodded. Buff walked in, Wu Gui said with a smile behind. Uncle Chin, enjoy it slowly. Little, I'll keep you outside. After entering, the layout inside is the same as that of Sao's. But people are different. This is Wu Gui's younger sister, Wu Rong. Wu Rong originally said that she was huddled in the corner of the bed. When she saw Buff coming in, she was startled, she quickly backed away, and stuck close to the corner, her face turned pale with fright. You don't come here. Wu Rong was so scared that she almost cried. Buff walked over, looking down at Wu Rong. Your brother wants to give you to that old Taoist priest, you know. Wu Rong was stunned, nodded, and shook her head again. She could feel a little bit, but she wasn't sure. Before, she could only be like a tortoise, pretending she didn't know anything. This is the tragedy of women in this era. Your brother and the old Taoist were in a state of guilt. They had a nest of snakes and rats, oppressed the people, defrauded money, killed people, and even occupied two women who were similar to you and pushed them into the lake to offer them to the dragon, you know. Buff asked again. Wu Rong was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Could she not know this point? Buff nodded and understood. In the entire Shuangjiao County, no one is innocent. The extravagant lives of all of them are built on the flesh and blood of poor people. And they will end all this tomorrow. Please download Fei Lu Xiao to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 138 _ This offering is not beautiful enough. The second day. Outside Shuangjiao County, on the shore of Shuangjiao Lake. Shuangjiao Lake is very large, with a radius of dozens of miles, and the mist is vast, like a fairyland. Lake is clear, but the depths are dark blue and bottomless, giving people a sense of tranquility and deep fear. On the edge of the lake, there is a high platform that extends diagonally above the lake. This is the place where worship was held in the past. Push the sacrifice from the high platform and drop it into the lake, even if it is sacrificed to the dragon in the lake. At this time, Buff was standing on this high platform, behind Gong Ya, Qi Ying, Shi Shi, Steamed Bun, and a team of Qin soldiers. Wu Gui and Fu Caozi, with their hands tied, also stood aside. The same goes for Wu Gui's family. In addition, there are two sacrifices that were chosen before. Little girl Lin Yun and Widow Su. Lin Yun had a look of fear and worry on her face, and clutched at the corner of Widow Su's clothes tightly, not even daring to lift her face. Widow Su had a determined look on her face, but only glanced at Buff from time to time. Under the high platform, there are more and more people in the state of Yan. After yesterday's Qin Bing was running around for propaganda. Today, they finally couldn't help coming over to watch, to see if the fierce Qin soldiers and generals could really solve the dilemma of the flood in Shuangjiao Lake. Everyone's fertile fields are by the lake. If Shuangjiao Lake is always flooded, the harvest plummeted, and everyone had to starve to death. Lin Yun's family was also excited and worried below. Lin Yun's mother, even more tears rolled down her cheeks. Finally, after waiting for an hour, I saw that the people of the Yan kingdom below were almost there. Buff finally spoke. The flooding of Shuangjiao Lake affects the harvest of everyone's fields. Everyone knows this situation. The previous sacrifices were lacking in effect, as you all know. After my research, I know what the crux of the cause is. Bu Fu said, with a wave of his hand. Qi Ying behind him kicked Fu Caozi a step forward. Tell me what you think. Fu Caozi was kicked by Qi Ying and was very dissatisfied. But now the situation is pressing, he has to bow his head. Cough cough. After clearing his throat, Fu Caozi began to speak seriously. In this respect, he is an expert. Jiaolong has a spirit, and if it is touched, it will be angry. These Jiao lakes are their residence, their home. To farm by the lake is to spread wild on their doorstep. Can they not be angry? When you get angry, you turn over, the lake water pours over, and the crops are naturally washed away. So, if you want to continue farming by the lake, you have to pay rent and make them happy. Man is the essence of heaven and earth, and the treasure in the eyes of monsters. They love to eat people. So, the first sacrifice is effective. However, no matter how delicious something is, you will get tired of eating too much. Not to mention the ugly man. Jiaolong, we need beauty. Only beauty can satisfy them. If they are satisfied, the weather will be good. Fu Caozi became impassioned and said righteous words, so that he believed them. Buff nodded, and Qi Ying dragged him down again. He said it well. Buff continued. The people below heard it. They couldn't help but think that this Qin man could have any ideas, and it was not the same as before. Even the Taoist priest who speaks is the same person. What is the difference between this and before? My daughter. Lin Yun's mother was in pain again. But, at this moment, Buff spoke. He dragged Lin Yun out of Widow Su's back and made her stand in front of the high platform. Just like that. Can Jiaolong be satisfied? People are the water gods who govern a lake. The mediocre beauty can make them satisfied. No. This will only offend them. These two offerings are not qualified. For good weather and for the well-being and happiness of Shuangjiao County. The sacrifice must be reselected. Today's sacrificial ceremony must be cancelled. Buff said righteously. The following superstitious people became anxious and shouted. But today was originally going to be a sacrifice, but it was suddenly cancelled. What should I do if King Jiaolong is angry? Good question. Buff laughed and said loudly. So, someone has to notify Jiaolong and explain it to them. Buff said. His eyes turned and fell on Wu Gui. The magistrate of Wu is the magistrate of Shuangjiao County, and the organizer of the previous sacrificial ceremony. I'm very familiar with Jiaolong, and you are the only one. After Bufu finished speaking, as soon as he waved his hand, Qi Ying took two Qin soldiers and escorted Wu Gui to the edge of the high platform. Wu Gui was instantly scared to death. Don't. No. Don't push me down. It will kill people. Master Qin. I'll give you everything. The gold and silver treasures that have been looted, my wife and my sister, are all dedicated to you. Please don't kill me. Leave me alone. Face of life and death, Wu Gui completely collapsed and quickly begged for mercy. What's going on in my stomach came out. Buff sneered and walked over. Gold and silver treasures, how come? Wu Gui immediately said, I found them all. Any sacrifice to the dragon is just a means of making money. I'm not familiar with King Jiaolong, don't push me down. I'm really not familiar with them. Wu Gui was so frightened that his piss was flowing. Buff frowned. Oh, I see. Go down. Then Buff directly kicked Wu Gui from the high platform. Ah! Hands bound, Wu Gui screamed in the air, made a long sound, and plunged his head into the lake. Puff! A small wave exploded. Wu Gui struggled twice in the water, and then he was completely gone. With his skills and his hands tied, he fell into the deep lake, and he would definitely die. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. No one thought of it. Was still talking about reselecting the sacrifice a moment ago, actually pushed Wu Gui into the water in a blink of an eye. It was clean and neat, without a trace of human fireworks. It was as if he was just pushing down a stone. The high-ranking county magistrate who bullied them in the past is gone, and it seems that it is not over yet. Buff turned around and looked at Wu Gui's family. Cao's face was indifferent, and even wanted to laugh out loud, feeling relieved. Wu Rong was so frightened that her face was pale and motionless. The rest of Wu Gui's loyal servants were full of fear and unwillingness. Buff waved his hand. These loyal servants must want to continue to serve their masters. I am worried about people having a bad time under the lake. Such loyalty can be learned from heaven and earth. King Jiaolong will definitely like them. Send them down. Qi Ying pushed several people directly off the high platform. Puff, 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 puff. A series of splashes exploded. Please download Fei Lu Xiao to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 139-40 or £2,000. Can't move. A series of people fell, and they sink completely in the lake without struggling twice. Everyone present froze. When I looked at Buff again, my heart was cold. They finally understood that the Qin people in front of them didn't believe in the existence of the Shuangjiao Lake Jiaolong at all. I said so much before, just to find a sarcastic excuse to execute Wu Gui and others. Qin people are vicious. They deserve their reputation. But the people of Yan who were oppressed by Wu Gui have an inexplicable refreshment in their hearts at this time. People are worried that the dragons of Shuangjiao Lake really exist. They are convinced that they have even seen them with their own eyes. This Qin people don't believe in sacrifices. That pair of Jiaohu Jiaolong is really angry. What should I do? At this moment, Buff's eyes turned again and fell on Fu Caozi. Don't. Fu Caozi's face changed, and he was shocked. I will cooperate with you. I am a priest. Don't kill me. Fu Caozi said quickly. Continued to speak as if he hadn't heard at all. Waiting for so long, why hasn't Wu Gui come back to resume his life? It seems that he raised his hand to Jiaolong's favorite, and he is a guest below. There needs to be someone to remind you, everyone is waiting below. Master Fu Caozi, you are the initiator and organizer of the sacrificial ceremony, and you are most familiar with King Jiaolong. Just go down and hurry up. Buff said, waving his hand. Qi Ying immediately. With Qin Bing, Fu Caozi was pushed to the edge of the high platform. Crack. Fu Caozi saw that Bufu's mind was resolute, and there was no possibility of showing mercy. He simply stopped hiding, and directly exploded his strength. He was actually a man of cultivation. Useless on the battlefield, but now facing a few Qin soldiers, he has a lot to do. He used his hands to break the rope directly. Then, he slapped the two Qin soldiers beside him with his palm, and immediately slapped the Qin soldiers back again and again, and fell to Qi Ying behind him. And he seized the moment and rushed towards the edge of the high platform. Although the high platform is high, but with his lightweight exercises, he will not fall to his death. As long as he jumps into the crowd, it is impossible to catch himself with this team of Qin soldiers alone. At that time, the sky will let the birds fly and the sea will fly. It's just that Fu Caozi is most worried about that. The archer who has been silent. So, as soon as he escaped, he rushed towards that. The supreme Qin general. If the archer shoots himself, he will hold him hostage by himself. Boss, use it as a shield. Fu Caozi thought about it, and turned towards Bufu. In his eyes, Bufu is also extraordinary, and he is a fierce general on the battlefield. But between square inches, fight alone. Inside, he will definitely be subdued. Fu Caozi was in the process of rushing, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the archer. When he just broke free, the archer did immediately grab the pitch-black bow behind him. However, just as the archer clenched the bow tightly, he suddenly let go as if he had discovered something. He gave up shooting me. He knew he couldn't hit me. He still thinks I'm doomed, and even if he doesn't take action, I'm doomed. Fu Caozi flashed thoughts one after another in his heart, and then saw Bufu in front of him. He thought in his heart. That archer, his expression was not tense, but relaxed. He is not worried that he will hijack his superiors. This man is dangerous. Fu Caozi instantly understood. The Qin general in front of him must be even more powerful than the archer, so that's why he can be so calm. Fu Caozi was full of luck, and slapped Bufu with a palm. Originally, he planned to keep 3 points and 3 strengths, just to subdue Buff. But now, he has made every effort to retreat the enemy. He no longer intends to hold Buff away, he just wants to push Buff away and then rush on his own. Get off the high platform. Even if you are a warrior on the battlefield. Face me with all my strength. It must be in a hurry. Fu Caozi thought to himself. However, the Buff in his eyes shot. An unremarkable punch, straight and without fancy. This is a straight punch on the battlefield, just for the fastest attack. However, in a single fight in the arena, this is a stupid punch. Palm flutters, he will put it on Bufu's fist, and then use 4 or 2 techniques to sway it, and at the same time press his palm on his chest. It will explode directly, and it will definitely defeat the enemy and win. That's it. Fukazi's victory is in his grasp, and his heart is determined. But the next moment, after his palm landed on Buff's fist, his face suddenly changed. The strength of this fist is so terrifying. It's true, in the face of 1,000 pounds of strength, it takes 4 taels of strength to move. However, at this time, Fukazi found that his full palm, placed on Bufu's fist, could not be moved at all. That can only explain one problem. The opponent's strength is already so great that even if you use all your strength, you can't move it. Bang! Buff's unremarkable punch directly hit Fukazi's palm, and then landed on his chest. Crack! Of bone shattering sounded. Fukazi's chest sank directly. This is still Fukazi's instinct to unleash the force. Otherwise, Buff's punch would directly penetrate his chest. Just like the punch outside Ping'an County. PFF'd. Fukazi is worthy of being a Taoist priest. Like a giant hammer in his chest, he did not faint, but instead retreated, opened his mouth and spit out a blood mist. This way, he released Buff's terrifying punch. Then, with the supreme power of Buff's punch, he shot in the opposite direction towards the edge of the high platform on the lake. He knew that there was a lake below, and jumping down would be a risk. Absolutely. But that is better than facing the terrifying future Chin-Chin on a high platform. Whoosh! Fukazi's figure soared into the air, jumped out of the high platform, and fell to the lake. With the falling star bow in Gangya's hand, he is about to shoot. But Buff shook his head and stared at the tumbling lake below. Hula! A sound of water breaking through the air. A huge black figure suddenly shot up from under the lake water, opened its mouth and grabbed the talisman in the air. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 140_Heijiao refuses to obey Qin's law. Cut it today. Whoa! Water is full of water, and the white waves are soaring. A huge black python, from the lake, soared up to the sky, and half of its body rushed to the surface of the water. Its head, a horn has grown. There are even beards on both sides of its mouth. The scales on its body are also larger than those of ordinary pythons. However, there are no claws on its abdomen. This is Zhao. In Shuangjiao Lake, it really wants a dragon. The big mouth of the black dragon suddenly opened to meet the falling Fukazi. The injured Fukazi was still there just now. I am glad that I finally jumped off the high platform and escaped from the terrifying Qin people. But the next moment, and saw a black flood dragon biting at him below. So frightened that he lost all 3 of his souls. He wanted to struggle, but he was in the air and had nowhere to help. He pushed his legs hard, trying to escape. But unfortunately, he was bitten by the black dragon. Crackling. Fukazi, a Taoist priest, died in the mouth of Heijiao. Wow! The black flood dragon fell into the lake again, creating huge waves. The waves splashed in the upper air, scattered like rain and mist, and fell on the heads, faces, and shoulders of the people by the lake. All the people stared at the lake, dumbfounded, too trembling, want to escape, but the whole body is weak. Everyone knows that there are dragons in the Shuangjiao Lake. But only a very few, at night, have seen a scale and a half claw. It is not real. This is their first time, in broad daylight, to really see a living dragon. PFF'd. A white-haired old man was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and kept kowtow toward the lake. Lord Dragon. Lord Dragon, spare your life. Lord Dragon, don't be angry. The old man was not superstitious. He thought it was the Dragon Lord of the lake who was angry, and kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. With him taking the lead, the people of the Yan Kingdom behind him knelt on the ground and kowtowed like pounding garlic. Lord Dragon, spare your life. It's them Qin people who disobeyed you. It has nothing to do with us. Don't be angry, it's all their fault. Some people were afraid that the Black Flood Dragon would blame them on their own heads, so they stretched out their hands and pointed to Bufu and others on the high platform. Bufu sneered when he saw it. But he also knew that teaching to these foolish people was useless. Buffalo laughed and opened his mouth. Shuangjiao County is the land captured by my Dakan. Shuangjiao Lake is also a lake captured by my Dakan. Under the Dakan system, Qin's law is the first. Even if it is the heavenly king Lao Su, it has to obey the Qin law. He Zhao refuses to obey Qin's law. Kill him today. Buff said, and waved his hand. Qi Ying immediately. He tied Wu Gui's wife Xiaoxi and sister Wu, pushed them to the edge of the high platform, and pushed them down. Ah. Yeah. The two women fell down immediately, but they were caught by Qi Ying and Qin Bing. The two women hung in the air, exclaiming in surprise. With a halberd in hand, Buff stood on the edge of the high platform and looked down at the lake. A stout shadow was hovering underwater. Clumps of blood gushed out from its head. It was the Black Flood Dragon, Wu Gui and the others who fell into the water before swallowing it underwater. Finally, everyone underwater was eaten clean by it. However, just a few. Personally, it is not enough to feed the appetite of the Black Dragon. Water was surging. The Black Flood Dragon raised its head, and then saw two women hanging in the air. Whoa! Water exploded, and the Black Flood Dragon rose into the sky again. Big mouth, he directly bites Xiaoxi and Wu Rong. It's this time. Bufu sighed coldly in his heart, and jumped down directly from the high platform. He grabbed Fang Tianhua's halberd with both hands, and stabbed down suddenly. Hu! Strong wind. Just when the Black Dragon was about to bite Xiaoxi and Wu Rong. Bufu held the Fang Tianhua halberd, like a god descending from the earth, and landed directly on the back of the Black Dragon. In his hand, the Fang Tianhua halberd plunged into the Black Dragon's back. PFF'd. The black Jiao scales are slippery and hard. Ordinary swordsmen chop up, either slide away, or only spark a string of sparks. However, Bufu's Fang Tianhua Ji is not an ordinary soldier. Directly pierced the scales of the Flood Dragon, plunged into the flesh of the Black Flood Dragon, and plunged directly into the ordinary. Ang! He Zhao was stabbed in the back, and suddenly screamed in pain. The sturdy body tensed up suddenly, and then fell down again. Bloody mouth, it brushed past Xiaoxi and Wu Rong, and the ferocious fangs even lifted their hair. Boom! The Black Flood Dragon fell into the lake, and the waves rolled. Buff grabbed Fang Tianhua's halberd, stood on the back of the Black Dragon, and then fell into the water. The people of the Yan Kingdom who were watching were sluggish and solidified, staring blankly at the water waves, the one standing on the back of the Black Dragon, the figure on the top. That Qin man is actually stepping on the surf. What a mighty, not to mention whether he can survive or not, the blood and courage of this mortal to challenge the beast is enough to shock everyone. Before, all of them, all they can think of, are offering sacrifices and begging Jiaolong to stop being angry. Never thought of using human power to subdue Jiaolong. That's Jiaolong. Qin people are brave. Some of the people of Yan country, while shocked, muttered. In the lake. He Zhao kept rolling and struggling, trying to get rid of Bufu and Fang Tianhua halberd on his back. But Bufu kept holding on to Fang Tianhua halberd. How could he let go? He even stabbed Fang Tianhua halberd into it. Go, Ang! The black scorpion was in pain again, its body was stunned, and then it suddenly plunged to the bottom of the lake. Buff still didn't let go, stepped on the black scorpion and rushed into the bottom of the lake. Hoo. Countless water splashes whizzed past Buff's eyes and ears. Buff couldn't see, couldn't hear, just felt that the world was spinning, turning things upside down, completely lost his direction, and his body flew up from time to time. But still hold on to Fang Tianhua Ji. Soon, Buff took a breath and was exhausted. Ding! The host suffocates in the water, and the health value is deducted by 1 point. Ding! The host gains 1 free attribute and can add points freely. Ding! The host suffocates in the water, and the health value deducts 1 point. Ding! The host gains 1 free attributes, you can add points freely. Ding! The host suffocates in the water, and the health value is deducted by 1 point. Ding! The host gains 1 free attribute, and can add points freely. The system prompts continuously bounce out. Almost every breath is one. If an ordinary person can hold less than 100 breaths, he will suffocate and die. However, Buff is desperate. His physique is 200 points. He can last for 200 breaths. He can also add some points to his physique. This kind of suffocation, for him, is beyond expectation. Buff even opened his mouth happily and laughed, and when he opened his mouth, the lake water poured in. Then, in his blurry vision, a thick green figure appeared. Chapter 141-Black Jiao disturbs the people, according to Qin law, cramps. Above the lake. Shaoxi and Wurong in midair were trembling with fear, their pretty faces pale. The two were hanged in the air, and they were terrified because they were afraid of heights and death. But now, they have forgotten those fears. They were shocked. Their minds were filled with the heroic picture of Buff jumping from the high platform and stinging the dragon. At this time, they lowered their heads and saw the deep blue lake below, surging continuously tumbling. From time to time, I could vaguely see a giant black shadow, struggling and rolling. And in that dark shadow, there is always a hidden figure. It does not move like a mountain. That is, Qin people. The two women opened their mouths in fright and forgot to shout. When he was hanged on the high platform, he never found out. On the high platform, Widow Su and Lin Yun also stared blankly at the lake, seeing such an explosive scene for the first time. How dare that Qin soldier jump down and go to slaughter Jiaolong? But, Jiaolong, even the rest of the Qin soldiers around him clenched their fists and their palms were sweating. They know that Buff is brave and can ride 1,000. But who would have thought? At this time, Bufu didn't want to break the army and rush into the formation. He wanted to slaughter Zhao. On the other hand, Qi Ying, Gong Ya, and Stone Manto seemed extraordinarily calm. I bet that within 200 breaths, I will be able to come up. Qi Ying rode. I bet 150 interest. Stone cuts gold to cut the railway. I'm just like my brother. Manto nodded. Gongya, how about you? Qi Ying looked at Gongya. Gongya just held the falling star bow in his hand, stared at the lake, and said nothing. A long time, two words popped out of his mouth. 100. Widow Su next to her heard it and couldn't help but be surprised. That guy has been going down for so long, his life and death are still unknown. His subordinates, how can he not worry about that guy? It wasn't that he didn't dare to get up because he was afraid of the black dragon. She was simply frightened by Buff's actions and forgot to get up. 50 breath. Even if there is no Jiaolong, one person is already dead after being underwater for so long. That, Qin people, dead. Perhaps, how could Lord Long be defeated by a mortal? Even if he is from Qin. This time, Lord Long is completely irritated, and will only get more angry. The lake is flooded, and all the fertile fields are destroyed. We are dead. The people of Yan State said with a sad face. Hoo-hoo. Just then, the water broke. The black flood dragon suddenly rushed out of the water and went straight to the sky. It struggled underwater, and under severe pain, it resurfaced. The thick black figure, like a bow, rushed out of the water. But on its back, there was no figure of Buff. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Could it be that Buff died and was thrown off by the black dragon? No, no. The next moment, Buff appeared on the water. Buff was originally on the back of the black dragon's neck. But now, he is standing on the black dragon on the back of the back half of his body. His figure is still strong. The Fang Tianhua halberd in his hand is still deeply pierced into the body of the black flood dragon. During the process of the black flood dragon struggling and rolling, the cloth husband grabbed the Fang Tianhua halberd tightly, and was pushed back and moved by the powerful water force. Fang Tianhua halberd, from the neck of the black dragon, was directly drawn to the lower body. In the middle, its back was drawn by Fang Tianhua. The halberd directly cut it open. It was so deep that you could see its vertebrae. The last time it rushed out of the water was when the black flood dragon was on the verge of death. Devouring lives. Press. Qin Lu. Cramp. Buff was on the back of the black dragon and roared loudly. Then pull out. Fang Tianhua halberd, stir and entangle. Suddenly, everyone saw that at the front end of Fang Tianhua halberd, an ink-black meridian was entangled. That is the black jiaojin. The black jiaojin is thick and flexible, but in the vertebrae. At this moment, its body was cut open by Bufu, and the black jiaojin was also exposed. It was directly entangled by Bufu with the Fang Tianhua halberd, and it was suddenly pulled. Immediately, the black jiaojin immediately. From the black jiao's vertebrae, one after another. Stretched all the way to the head of the black dragon before it finally stretched. The whole black dragon's tendon was several feet long. Ang! Tendons were pulled out, and the black flood dragon finally roared, and it was completely killed. It was in midair, suddenly powerless, and fell down. Crack! The sturdy and huge black flood dragon corpse smashed into the lake and made a loud noise, but it couldn't sink. Buff held the Fang Tianhua halberd, carried the black dragon's tendons, and stood on the black dragon's corpse. He was incomparable. Black dragon. Cramps. Puff, puff, puff. There was another series of kneeling sounds. In the Yan kingdom who had not knelt down before, but at this moment, they all knelt down involuntarily. This time, I am not kneeling for the so-called Dragon King. I'm kneeling for the dragon slaughtering warrior. He really slaughtered the dragon. Shocked. Only Buff remained calm. He loosened the black jiao tendons and looked down at the water under his feet. He was in the water just now, and with a startling glance, he saw a stout and huge green figure. A figure that was thicker than a black jiao. According to previous legends, there is also the name of Shuangjiao County and the name of Shuangjiao Lake. It can be known that there are two dragons in this lake. One black dragon has died in his hands. But there is also a green dragon. It's very long. Worry. Suddenly, Qi Ying on the high platform shouted loudly. From a high place, they could clearly see that in the lake water, a huge cyan shadow gradually emerged. Right in front of where Buff is. Whoa. The next moment, the body of the black flood dragon where Buff was sitting was suddenly exploded on the lake twice. A bloody mouth rose from the bottom of the water and directly surrounded Buff. Buff immediately. Notice it, you will jump away when your body moves. A light flashed in his mind, and his body was slightly dull. At this moment, the chance to escape was lost. Qingjiao bit down, biting the black jiao's body, and biting Buff in his mouth. Whoa! Qingjiao tumbled one by one, biting the black jiao corpse, and dragged it down the water. The bottom together with Buff. There is only one huge tail, slapped on the surface of the water, and the waves are stirred up. 444 protrusions grow out of the abdomen of the green dragon, like sharp claws. The green dragon is ferocious. Chapter 142 riding a dragon horse and fighting a green dragon. Whoa! Qingjiao's tail made a big wave on the lake, and then dived to the bottom of the lake. The crowd was stunned. The valiant Qin general, who had just been slapped with a black jiao tendon, was swallowed by another green jiao in a blink of an eye, and everyone's brains crashed. The people of the Yan kingdom were still kneeling on the ground, not knowing whether they were happy or sad, frightened or frightened. On the high platform, Widow Su, Lin Yun, Mrs. Cao, and Rong Wu were also stunned in place, staring blankly at the lake that was gradually quieting down, turning into statues. The Qin soldiers next to him were all dumbfounded. Even Qi Ying and Shi Manto were stunned for a moment. No way. She won't die. Stone gritted his teeth. My brother is right. Bun followed. Should not be. Qi Ying also said. There was still a hint of disbelief in his words. As long as Buff is still there, fighting Jiaolong, he has full confidence in Buff. But now, Buff was swallowed by Jiaolong. Qi Ying couldn't be sure. He could only look at Gongya as if asking for help, hoping that this always calm companion could affirm himself. Gongya still stared at the lake, holding the falling star bow in his hand. Then, 3 words popped out of his mouth. 200 breaths. Qi Ying's heart suddenly settled down, and after thinking about it, she slapped herself with her backhand. Crack. Water of the lake, the green dragon swims through the bottom of the water. And in its belly, Buff sat up in a mass of flesh. Pitch black in front of him, but fortunately, Buff's physique was different from ordinary people, so he could barely see it clearly. Surrounded by wriggling flesh and blood, at this time the tail of the green dragon. And with Buff, there are all kinds of fish and shrimp, even turtles, some of them are dead, and some are still alive and kicking. These are all the food swallowed by Qingjiao before. Has sharp teeth like the black dragon. But they are all boa constrictors in essence. So the way they eat, just like boa constrictors, is to swallow them alive, digesting everything with powerful stomach acid. Sharp teeth, but they shred prey too big to swallow. Buff suspects that the so-called Jiaolong is actually a kind of python. It's just that only in the Warring States period, there was such a large python. This so-called Jiaolong became extinct due to changes in the environment. It's just that when the foolish people see it now, they think it's a dragon. In fact, these two Jiaolongs may just be mutant boa constrictors. The reason why Bufu did not escape, but chose to be swallowed by Qingjiao, was because he had guessed the way of Qingjiao's swallowing. Also, he remembered, Journey to the West, among them, Sun Wukong's special move, however, he has not yet wanted to do it. Ding! The host is corroded by Qingjiao's stomach acid, and the health value is deducted by 3 points. Ding! The host gains 3 free attributes and can add points freely. Ding! The host is suffocated in the body of the green dragon, giving birth to 1 point. Ding! The host get 1 free attribute, you can add points freely. Close black lens bracket. The continuous system prompts sounded for the second time. To Buff, it was nothing short of celestial. Cool. Finally, rested long enough. The damage of Qingjiao's stomach acid and suffocation to Buff gradually decreased. Buff finally got to work. Halberd and stabbed forward suddenly. Boom. Muffled. Loud, Qingjiao's body suddenly bulged out a small tent. Ang. Qingjiao let out a roar, and immediately began to swim quickly. The sturdy body slammed on the reef at the bottom of the lake. But, to no avail. The small tent is getting bigger and bigger. The entire Shuangjiao Lake began to boil. The people of the Yan Kingdom who were originally disheartened on the shore were startled and stared at the lake. On the high platform are also collectively lying on the edge, staring at the lake. Looking down at Shuangjiao Lake, you can clearly see a sturdy cyan figure rolling and struggling in the lake water, madly wanting to die. And his abdomen, fortunately, is gradually bulging out a big bag, and it keeps getting bigger. It's very long. It must be very long. Qi Ying cried out. It turns out that he is going to stab this beast to death from its belly. Inside the abdomen of the blue dragon. Buff exerted force little by little, and pushed Fang Tianhua halberd out. This green flood dragon is indeed much stronger than the black flood dragon. Its body, with Bufu's 600 points of strength, did not pierce all at once. However, if it has not been pierced for a while, it does not mean that it will never be pierced. Bufu raised Fang Tianhua halberd a little, and finally pushed Qingjiao's abdomen to the ground. Towering high. PFF'd. A slight sound. Broken. The tip of Fang Tianhua's halberd pierced Qingjiao's body. Then, it was like a broken bamboo. Fang Tianhua halberd penetrated directly, and Buff also slid out. Oncoming, is the turbulent lake and fresh air. When Buff opened, the green dragon just surfaced. He came out of Qingjiao's body and just came to the surface of the water. Ang! The belly was broken, but the Qingjiao roared in relief, with the hole in the belly, and wanted to dive into the lake. How could Bufu give it this opportunity to stab it with a backhand? Fang Tianhua plunged directly into Qingjiao's body. Just copy the process of slaughtering the black flood dragon. Hi! But this time, a roar came from the shore. Da 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 da. The rapid sound of horse hooves came like thunder. Then, a white figure jumped over the heads of the kneeling people of the Yan Kingdom, and plunged directly into the Shuangjiao Lake. White horses, Red rabbits. Red rabbits and horses rushed. Here it comes. It jumps directly into the lake. Its body is like a white dragon, and it actually fights with the green flood dragon. In front of the green flood dragon that is several meters long and as thick as a water tank, the red rabbit horse is only bigger than the green flood dragon's head just a little. But the red rabbit horse fights with the green flood dragon in the water, but it does not lose the wind at all. The red rabbit horse is too small and too flexible. The green dragon bites it. It can't be entangled and can't be entangled, so it can only keep hitting and colliding. The red rabbit horse keeps sliding its hindhooves and kicks a few feet on the green dragon's head and mouth. Although for Qingjiao, the power of the red rabbit horse doesn't do any harm, at most a little meal. But it is unbearable and annoying. It is impossible to sneak into the bottom of the lake. While the red rabbit horse and Qingjiao are entangled during the fight, Buff rolled over and stepped on Qingjiao's back, carrying Fang Tianhua halberd, and charged towards Qingjiao's head. Qingjiao felt it, raised his head, and threw Buff up. Buff's figure vacated, turned over, and was about to fall into the lake. Hush! The red rabbit horse roared, and came under Bufu. 1. The red rabbit and horse suddenly burst into blood and sweat, and then the lake water. White horse turns into a red dragon colt. The dragon colt versus the green dragon. Please download Filuxiao to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 143_Jiaolong patrols the city. Boom boom boom. The water waves are rolling, and the lake water is boiling. One red, one green, two figures, fighting in the lake water. The waves are so surging, everyone can't see it, but they feel that the two sides are fighting to the sky, and the whole Shuangjiao lake is shaking. Stop fighting. Lord Dragon is going to be angry. When the Dragon King gets angry, we will all die. The superstitious people of the Yan Kingdom shouted in horror. In their minds, the Dragon King is invincible. Then General Qin's move is just provocation and angering the Dragon King. But there are also many young Yan people who also decisively support Buff. Kill the evil dragon. As long as you kill it, Shuangjiao Lake will not flood. Good fields can be expected, never repeated. The young man stared at the red figure in the lake, clenching his fists, wishing he could go up and do his best. Boom. A huge sound, which shook the sky. The huge waves were so surging that they almost touched the high platform. Then, everything was calm. The lake water turned into a drizzle and fell down. Of the Yan Kingdom stretched their necks and looked at the lake. The first is a thick and long black body. Black Jiao. It is already dead and can't die anymore. The body is floating, its back is cut open, and its tendons are scattered. Its tail is almost broken, only the bones are connected. That was the place where Qingjiao was bitten. Outside of this, no other corpses were seen. Everyone held their breaths and stared at it. A large stream of blood red surged up from the bottom of the water. It was blood. Everyone's heartbeat skipped a beat. Finally, a figure appeared in the blood red. White. It was a red rabbit and horse. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. But the next moment, the white figure jumped up, but it was a red rabbit and horse walking on the water, riding the waves. It didn't die. The big blood red before was the blood red sweat on its body. However, its back go up, it's empty. There is no figure of Buff. Everyone's heart is stunned again. Another big rush of blood gushed out from the bottom of the water. A huge figure floated to the surface. Green Jiao. The huge Qingjiao was completely dead at this time. Its head and mouth were blurred with blood. It was directly smashed by Bufu's Fang Tianhua. It died completely. It's so long. On the high platform shouted excitedly. I saw a figure standing on top of Qingjiao's head. It was Bufu. Bufu held a Fang Tianhua halberd and stuck it on Qingjiao's head. On it, the wind was light. It's not like a hero who has just completed the feat of slaughtering Jiao, but like a veteran wandering in the river. Wind. Wind. Qi Ying immediately. Jump up and shout. Wind. Wind. On the high platform also shouted with enthusiasm. Wind. Wind. Of the Yan Kingdom on the shore couldn't help shouting. Only after shouting a few times, did I realize that the slogan that Qin Jun often shouted at this time. Although there were people in Yan State, it was not as extensive as the Qin army. Over time, this became the exclusive slogan of the Qin army. They had just been infected by the atmosphere, so they couldn't help shouting out. And, Buff dragged 2 dragons by himself, came to the shore, and dragged the dragons to the shore. Dragon was terrifying, even if it was just a corpse. It frightened the people of the Yan kingdom to retreat and only dared to look at it from a distance. Shuangjiao disturbs the people. Nuisance farming. Press, Qinlu, Fuzhou. Buff announced on the spot. Of the Yan kingdom present were stunned, and no one cheered. But in the eyes of many people, a light flashed. Evil Flood Dragon was executed. The happiest people are them. From now on, the weather will be smooth. At this time, they admire the bravery of Bu Fu's slaughtering Flood Dragon. But at the same time, from the bottom of their hearts, they begin to respect Qinlu. Qin's law is strict, and there is a penalty. Even the evil Zhao can't escape punishment. My daughter. Lin Yun's mother, weeping weakly. Buff waved his hand. The so-called sacrifice to the Dragon Lord is nothing but a conspiracy of Wu Gui and the unscrupulous Taoist priest to steal money. From now on, repeal. Again, anyone who confuses people with evil words should be killed. After speaking, Buff went up to the high platform, took Lin Yun and Widow Su down, and handed Lin Yun to her mother. Lin Yun's mother hugged Lin Yun tightly and didn't let go. Then he took Lin Yun and knelt down and kowtowed to Buff together. Thank you, warrior. Thank you, warrior. The two were grateful. Widow Su just stood by, staring blankly at Bu Fu's eyes, and she didn't know what she was thinking about. Qi Ying also took the Qin soldiers and rushed off the high platform happily, and circled around the 2 evil scorpions. Get up and get excited. Pick up and go back to the city. City cruise. Announced to the whole city. Buff ordered. No. This is what Qi Ying was waiting for, immediately. Led, grab Qing Zhao's head, and want to carry it. Result, he was almost crushed to death. Buff was able to pull 2 dragons ashore with 1 hand and 1 head. Can Qi Ying be so lucky? Buff rode the excited Red Rabbit horse and took the lead towards Shuangjiao County. All the people of the Yan Kingdom followed nervously and curiously, stretching their necks, wanting to take a closer look at the 2 Dragon Lords. Some were bold, and they even chased after them, quietly reaching out and touching the tail of a Jiaolong. Their hands were smooth, but they were excited. This is the Dragon King. An immortal who can walk clouds and rain. He can actually touch its tail. I'm worried about angering the immortal. Lord Dragon blames you. An old man glanced at the young man who touched the dragon's tail. Young man dismissed it and laughed twice. What are you afraid of? Lord Long was cramped by that Qin man. Dare to be arrogant. Of slaughtering Zhao is unparalleled and has almost completely conquered the young people of Yan State. Which young man doesn't worship warriors? The 2 dragons were carried to Shuangjiao County, causing a sensation. The people who had not left the city opened their windows one after another, looking at the 2 dragon corpses in horror and excitement. Shuangjiao disturbs the people. Nuisance farming. Press, Qinlu. Decapitation cramps. Qi Ying led the people and shouted loudly while walking. The entire Shuangjiao County is completely boiling. The 2 dragons in Shuangjiao Lake were really beheaded by the Qin people. They have been cruising for a long time. Evening, the 2 dragons were sent back to the county government. Buff told everyone to go back to rest. He looked at the corpses of the 2 dragons. Mind, the system suddenly pops up. Filu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 144_Black Flooded Soul. Qing Zhao Soul. Extractable soul detected, whether it consumes 800 free points to extract. Soul extraction. Buff looked at the corpses of the 2 dragons in front of him. This is talking about 2 dragon souls. One needs 100 free points. This is really expensive. Buff immediately. View your own panel properties. Open black lens bracket name, Buff. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket identity, military commander. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket strength, 60. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket speed, 50. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket physical, 20. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket life. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket weapon, Fangtianhuaji, indestructible. Power, Kanglong has regrets. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket freedom point, 28. Close black lens bracket a total of 2,812 free points. It can be said that if there is no system to add points, more than 20 Bufu will die here in the hands of the two dragons. These free points are mainly produced by Bufu suffocating at the bottom of the lake. They are also corroded by its stomach acid in the abdomen of the green dragon. It is also because Bufu deliberately delayed some time, otherwise it would not be possible to earn so much. Originally Buff thought he made a big profit this time. But now it looks like extract. Buff gritted his teeth and made a direct decision. Immediately, a black light group appeared from the top of the black dragon's head, floating in the air. Buff reached out to take a look. The light group in between, there is also a tiny flood dragon, which is swimming in the sky. Take a closer look, it's exactly the same as the previous Hei Jiao. This is the soul of the Black Jiao. But on Buff's attribute, 80 free points are also immediately disappeared. Buff looked at Qing Jiao again, and the same reminder appeared again. Detected that the soul can be extracted, whether it consumes 100 free points to extract. Close black lens bracket the green dragon is stronger than the black dragon and needs 100 free points. Buff gritted his teeth, and finally agreed, extract. A cyan light group also condensed on the Qingjiao's head, and inside it was a small Qingjiao, which was swimming endlessly. Looking at the two soul light groups, the system prompt popped up again in Buff's eyes. Name, Black Flood Dragon, Year, 40 years. Characteristics, can be attached to weapons, etc. To increase weapons. The same is true for the Green Flood Dragon. Name, Black Flood Dragon, Year, 50 years. Characteristics, it can be attached to weapons, etc. To increase weapons. Close black lens bracket these two dragon souls can be attached to weapons. However, Buff looked at his Fang Tianhua halberd, and he only had one weapon. Wouldn't it be a waste of a weapon? Impossible. Buff first drew Fang Tian with a halberd and approached the black flood dragon. The black light group trembled suddenly, landing on Fang Tianhua halberd. Squeak. Fang Tianhua's halberd instantly became hot, and even the skin on Buff's palm began to smoke. Buff immediately let go of his hand. He saw that Fang Tianhuaji was already red, and it was merging with the black halo. Halberd, like a ferocious dragon. It is somewhat similar to the black dragon. But Buff looked like it might not be over for a while. Buff didn't wait any longer. After all, there is still a green flood dragon soul, but Buff still doesn't know what to do with it. Whether it is the black flood dragon soul or the green flood dragon soul, extracted from the corpse, it cannot be preserved for a long time. Over time, the dragon's soul will collapse. Is it difficult to forge another weapon? Blue Azure Dragon Moon Sword. Buff's eyes lit up. But then he shook his head again. Took too long to recast the Qinglong Yanyu saber, and it was too late. What's more, Fang Tianhuaji. The function of the knife has been passed again. The halberd is the king of 100 soldiers. It has almost all the characteristics of long weapons, but the difficulty of using it increases. Bufu's Fang Tianhua halberd can also split the unparalleled. How about that? Buff was thinking about it when he turned his head to look at Qing Jiao Soul, but the blue light group actually disappeared. There was only an ugly horse face, grinning and smirking. Chituma pouted, shaking his head above Qing Jiao's head. Seeing Buff looking over, it flicked its tail happily. The edge of the corner of its grinned mouth faintly revealed a faint blue light and green dragon soul, which was eaten by this beast. You. Bufu was startled and jumped over immediately. He didn't feel sorry for the Qingjiao soul. Instead, he was worried that the arrogant Chituma could digest the Qingjiao soul, so it was a 500-year-old Qingjiao soul. Bufu grabbed the head of the red rabbit horse, swing it from side to side, roll up and down, and even open its mouth to see what happens. But Chituma seems to have nothing to do, and can still grin at Buff with a smirk. Buff then patted its head with confidence. Reckless. Stay on the side. See what you can digest. Buff said, and was about to push the red rabbit horse away. He suddenly discovered that Chituma was still grinning like that. Buff slapped Chituma twice. It turned out that Chituma's mouth was always grinning and couldn't close. This Chituma devoured the soul of Qingjiao, causing a problem with eating. Fuck. You bastard, you are stupid. Buff pushed it twice, past Chituma directly and fell to the ground, his whole body stiff, like a stone sculpture. Buff was about to get close to check, but found that a blue-green light was blooming from Chituma's body. He immediately understood. At this time the soul of the green flood dragon spread within Chituma's body. The contrary, I can't interfere in the past. Who told it to eat indiscriminately? The attributes of the Qingjiao soul are written, and it can be attached to the weapon. However, there is an equivalent word in it, that is, it can also be attached to other things, the body. But I don't know if it includes living creatures like the red rabbit horse. Buff looked at the red rabbit horse on the ground like a sand sculpture and shook his head. Everything can only cut Chituma's own creation. Aang. At this moment, a faint sound of dragon roar suddenly came from reaching out. Buff turned his head and saw that Feng Tianhuaji had completely merged with the black dragon soul. Whoosh. Buff took a look, and the Feng Tianhua halberd actually moved on his own, jumped into the air, and slashed Buff. It was like a black dragon, pounced on Buff. Buff raised his eyebrows. This Feng Tianhua halberd merged the black dragon soul already has its own consciousness. It actually wants to backlash against its master. It's good to come. Buff roared, raised his hands, grabbed the tentacles of the black dragon's forehead, and suddenly exerted force. Get up. Buff raised the black dragon above his head, slammed it to the ground, grabbed it again, and fell to the ground on the other side. Keep whipping. The black dragon is just the shape of Feng Tianhuaji. In fact, it's just a halberd after all. After being beaten several times by Buff, he finally completely changed back to the previous Feng Tianhuaji, honestly and completely surrendered. Buff can't wait, immediately. Check it out. Please download Fei Lu Xiao to see the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 145_Feng Tianhua Halberd Katakana Middle. Black Flood Dragon. Name: Feng Tianhuaji Black Jiao. Quality: Spirit Soldier. Characteristics: Indestructible, All Invincible, Black Dragon Divine Power, Cocoon Breaking Crazy Dragon, Black Jiao Dragon. It has been upgraded to the highest quality, can't continue to add points. Close black lens bracket. At first glance, it seems that the attributes have not changed much. There is a black jiao after the name. The quality has changed from the best to a spirit weapon. A spirit weapon. It is a weapon with self-awareness. It has surpassed the confinement of ordinary weapons. So Feng Tianhuaji, driven by the black dragon soul, actually wanted to attack Buff. And the feature just adds one more. Black Flood Dragon. But this one is worthy of all the previous characteristics. If Bufu expected it to be good, this characteristic is the ability of Feng Tianhua halberd to turn into a black flood dragon and pounce on himself. Feng Tianhuaji can really transform into a flood dragon. Of course, it's not really turning into a flood dragon with flesh and blood. Just like Jianmeng Boxing Gang, it is the kung fu practice to a certain level, gather qi and condense soldiers. Feng Tianhua halberd, a weapon, without Bufu's leadership, can independently gather qi and condense soldiers to form a black dragon. It is really a cow force. Buff holds the Feng Tianhua halberd and swings it suddenly, as if a black dragon rushes out, with a great reputation. With this weapon, Buff has even greater confidence on the battlefield, and can defeat the army alone. No, In the past, it was just to kill 10 steps in a radius and pierce the army. That way, it was more about defeating the morale of the enemy army, but in fact, there was not much damage. But now, Buff can truly carry 1,000 troops with the strength of one person. Directly fleshly smashed. Smashed. 1 for 1,000. Buzz. The Fang Tianhua halberd in Buff's hand suddenly began to tremble. The Black Flood Dragon still has resentment towards Buff and wants to resist Buff. Humph. I even got cramps before you were alive. Now I've become a weapon, and I dare to shout. With a sneer, Buff sneered and grabbed Fang Tianhua's halberd. 6 strength, suddenly moved. Squeaky. Fang Tianhua's halberd rod suddenly made a sour sound. The entire Fang Tianhua halberd is shaking. Fang Tianhua halberd is the Black Flood Dragon. Fang Tianhua halberd is injured, and the Black Flood Dragon's soul is also in pain. But even so, the Black Dragon's soul still refuses to accept the softness. Fang Tianhua halberd is still standing upright, and he will not admit defeat. Buff pouted and let go of his hand. There is already an untraceable fingerprint on the halberd, that is Buff's force to leave down. Ang. Fang Tianhuaji gave off a smug look, as if mocking Buff again. Buff sneered. You think I'll take your law in this way? Buff waved his hand and called for Qi Ying and Gong Ya. Qi Ying, you throw this thing into the kennel. Buff gave Fang Tianhuaji to Qi Ying. Qi Ying was stunned for a moment. The pit. How long, are you sure? Isn't this your weapon? Qi Ying was surprised. Buff nodded. Don't be long-winded and go. Using a weapon that doesn't go well is a burden. It eats the master on the battlefield and is burdened by it. It's better to throw it into the ditch as soon as possible, and it will stink for thousands of years. Qi Ying heard this, he couldn't help but nodded, and then he was about to take away the Fang Tianhua halberd. But the Fang Tianhua halberd was firmly embedded in the ground, motionless, as if it was welded. It is afraid. No matter what it says, it is also a flood dragon, in the Shuangjiao Lake, controlling one side. Now want to. Being thrown into the hut by Buff. How can I accept it? Qi Ying couldn't hold the Fang Tianhua halberd, and was suddenly curious, and tried again, but still remained motionless. Fang Tianhuaji instead fell towards Bufu. At this time, the Black Dragon soul was subdued. But Bufu sneered, and first let Gongya and Qi Ying go back and get their weapons. Then, after the two left, Buff stared at Fang Tianhuaji. The defeated generals dare to resist me. Buff grabbed the head and tail of Fang Tianhua halberd with both hands, and then used force directly to bend Fang Tianhua halberd, and it was about to break. Even if I don't throw you into the pit today, I can kill you too. Buff said solemnly. Fang Tianhuaji trembled for a while, and a black mist emerged from above. Buff immediately. He let go, grabbed the cloud of black mist, directly stuck his neck, and pulled it in front of him. The soul is inherently invisible and cannot be grasped by ordinary people's force. But Buff is different. He is a fierce general on the battlefield. In this kind of folklore, the lone and wild ghost only dares to tease unwritten scholars, but does not dare to attack the righteous and awe-inspiring academics. Being yelled at by the bloody butcher, I can't stand it, and I even lose my soul. The blood of the battlefield is stronger than that of the butcher. Because one kills people and the other kills animals. Therefore, it is not the hands of Bufu grab the black dragon's soul, but the thick blood on his body. I can keep your soul. It can also ruin you. I really thought that I would take care of you, a wicked beast. Buff exerted force, attacked at 60 points, and directly pinched the Black Flood Dragon to almost explode. If Fang Tianhuaji became a master devourer because of the Black Flood, Buff wouldn't mind abolishing it. Anyway, if you have the freedom point in your hand, and then fuse a powerful weapon out, it is not difficult for Buff. Squeaky. Finally, under the great terror of the soul flying away, the Black Flood Dragon's soul finally surrendered completely. Continuing to kowtow to Buff to admit his mistake is to obey. Buff scrutinized it again and again to confirm that the Black Dragon's soul did not dare to do it again, and then let go. He Zhao's soul retreated into Fang Tianhua's halberd in a flash, daring to show his face again. Soon, Gengya and Qi Ying came out. Stones and steamed buns also came out, each with their own weapons. Buff told them to put down their weapons one by one, then go back, and come back to collect them in the morning of tomorrow. A few people are already used to it. Their weapons were originally given to them by Buff. Naturally, there would be no objection at this time, and they all let go and turned to leave. Then, Buff set his eyes on the corpses of the two dragons. Although the souls of the two dragons have been collected by Buff. However, the remaining two dragons are full of treasures. Buff first extracted the black dragon tendons, spent 100 free points, and integrated them into the bowstrings of the Dao Luoxing bow. Then he extracted one of the green dragons. The root bends the ribs and fuses into Qi Ying's long knife. Then put the skulls of the black flood dragon and the green flood dragon into the big shields of stone and steamed buns respectively. The weapons of 3 people and 3 have been transformed. Filu reminds you, the 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 146 _ The red rabbit horse mutates, the green and red dragon foal. The bow of the falling star bow is stronger, and one arrow can shoot 1,000 steps. Qi Ying's knife is also sharper, and when it is split, it will even bring out a trace of dragon energy. The shields of the stone and steamed buns are also stronger. When attacked, it is possible to arouse the wrath of the black flood dragon and the green flood dragon, emit the phantom of the flood dragon, and deter the enemy. However, the weapons of the 3-person 3 are still only the best, and have not transformed to the level of spiritual soldiers. But even if it is in this way, it is enough for a few people to fight the quartet. As for the weapons of Zhang Kuang and Uncle Liang, Buff also prepared them. Leaving Zhang Kuang's vertebrae with a black dragon, and leaving a green dragon's rib for Uncle Liang, can improve their weapons. Addition to the first time, Buff looked at the remaining corpses again. First of all, it is the Jiaojin of Qingjiao. Black Jiaojin can greatly strengthen the bowstring of Luoxing bow, and the green Jiaojin will only be stronger. Buff extracted it, directly spent 100 free points, and added it up. Open black lens bracket name, binding immortal rope. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket quality, excellent. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket characteristic, automatically bound, can't break free. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket it has been upgraded to the highest quality, can't continue to add points. Close black lens bracket the green Jiaojin suddenly turned into a bundle of blue ropes. As long as Buff throws it, he can bind the enemy and cannot break free. It is the only magic weapon to capture the enemy alive. Then there are the skins of the black dragon and the green dragon. Buff spent a total of 100 free points to upgrade it. Become the only material for batch production of shields. Name, Black Jiao skin. Quality, excellent. Characteristics, tough defense. Swords are hard to hurt. It has been upgraded to the highest quality, cannot continue to add points. Name, Green Jiao skin. Quality, excellent. Features, tough defense. Swords are hard to hurt. Impeccable. It has been upgraded to the highest quality, can't continue to add points. The quality of Green Jiao skin is better than Black Jiao skin. And one more feature. The remaining bones and flesh once again consumed 200 free points of buff and became a great supplement. Name, Shuangjiao bone powder. Quality, excellent. Characteristic, hemostasis. Strengthen the bones. Promote healing. Close black lens bracket the bones of the 2 dragons, when ground into powder, become the supreme elixir for treating wounds in the battlefield. Moreover, the bone powder ground from different parts of the bones has different effects. Grind out bone meal, the best effect. Not only can it strengthen bones and stop bleeding quickly, it can even promote the reconnection of broken bones, and it can also increase 5 points of physique. Name, Double Flood Dragon Meat. Quality, excellent. Characteristics, Strength +10 Constitution +10. Water +10. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket characteristics, stop bleeding. Strengthen bones. Promote healing. Close black lens bracket. The meat of the two dragons can increase their strength and physique. It even has water. This is because the two dragons live and practice in the Shuangjiao Lake all year round. You must know that the flesh and blood of these two flood dragons, Buff's 5,000 cavalry and 3,000 infantry have all been eaten. The value of the two flood dragons has been squeezed to the extreme. Buff checked his belongings again. Open black lens bracket. Name, Buff. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Identity, military commander. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Strength, 60. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Speed, 50. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Physical, 20. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Life. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Weapon, Fengtianhuaji, indestructible. Divine power, crazy dragon breaking, black flood dragon. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Freedom point, 31. Free point dropped from 281 to 312. In the Battle of Shuangjiao Lake, although it lost a lot of blood, it cost a lot. In the blink of an eye, it cost more than 2,000. Buff felt distressed when he thought about it. However, when he thought of the results he got, Buff was able to accept it. Don't worry, my blood is thick anyway. Come on tomorrow, if you die dozens of times, you will make up for it. Buff consoled himself. Then, he looked at the red rabbit horse on the ground. Chatuma still looks like a sand sculpture, lying on the ground, motionless, as if dead. If it weren't for the green light flashing in its body from time to time, it would be ready to call someone to bury it. Forget it, I am afraid I won't be able to wait for the result tonight. Let's see tomorrow. It was getting late. Buff yawned, then turned and went back to sleep. The second day. Buff was awakened by the sound of shouting outside. Ah! Lord Dragon! Zhaolong is not dead. Run for your life. Where are the Qin people? Buff got up from the bed, and the shouts of the people of the Yan Kingdom outside the window were clearly heard. Buff went to the door, stretched out his hand and pushed it. Boom! Loud noise, not the door, but the front wall connected to the door, collapsed with a gentle push by Buff, stirring up the dust. The whole wall collapsed directly. When was this house so fragile? The husband went out and looked in surprise. Only then can I rest assured that the house I live in is quite good. Of the surrounding houses collapsed into ruins. In the entire county office, only the house where he was located was considered intact, as if it had been left alone. Outside the county government office, Qi Yinggangya and the others were helpless and wanted to make a move, but they couldn't. Fortunately, they are all fine. Of the Yan Kingdom outside were screaming in panic, shouting something like the Dragon King. Some people even knelt down and kowtowed toward Buff. How long? You're finally out. When Qi Ying saw Buff, he was overjoyed, shouted loudly, and then pointed to the top of Buff's head behind him. Buff turned his head, he saw a huge Zhaolong face, poking down from above. Reached directly in front of him, sniffing at himself. This is the face of Zhaolong. It's 7 points similar to the face of Qingjiao before. Could it be that Qingjiao has been resurrected? No, Qingjiao's body is still in the open space in the county government office. Yes, Chatuma. After Chatuma devoured the soul of the green dragon, after a night of digestion, it finally succeeded. However, it has also mutated. At this time, the red Tuma is already half a horse and half a dragon. Buff looked over, between the red rabbit and the horse, its claws are on the roof of its own, and its body is still the body of a horse, but it is more slender, similar to the scales of a dragon, and it reflects a dazzling light under the rising sun. The horse's hooves on its limbs, but it became the claws of the dragon, and the tail behind it also became the tail of the dragon. The horse's head is combined with the dragon's head. It looks like a horse but not a horse, like a dragon but not a dragon. The color of red and green Zhao combined together. Sizzle. The green and red dragon horse opened its mouth and roared at Buff. Crack. Buff slapped him directly. You reckless bastard, you also want to rebel against the Lord. Chapter 147 _ Buff's case. The green and red dragon foal was slapped in the face by Buff, and immediately fell from the roof. He landed on the ground, but lost his arrogant energy just now, showing a naive smiling face, sticking out his tongue towards Buff and licking it. Go away, reckless. Buff directly kicked out and kicked the green and red dragon foal to the ground. As a result, the Qinghong Longju was not angry, and like a dog, it got up, leaned on the ground and leaned over, rubbing its hideous head against Buff's waist. It's too high to rub Buff's trousers, hoo. From the nostrils of the blue-red dragon foal, a strong breath was exhaled, but it did not have any fierceness. Crack. Buff slapped again. You still want to explain? Because I was excited about the first mutation, I demolished the county office. I'm just ashamed to say I didn't demolish my house. You're right. Buff was scolding, and kept fanning the head of the blue-red dragon horse. Under the slap of Buff, the Qinghong Longju's body actually shrunk a little bit. In the end, he actually changed back to the red rabbit horse before. The red rabbit horse has always been a red rabbit horse. After a night of digestion, he merged the Qingjiao soul, and at the same time defeated the Qingjiao soul. Whether it is Chituma or the transformed green and red dragon foal, it is Chituma's thinking that is leading. Destroying the house is just that Chituma can't control the newly acquired power and the newly changed body. At the same time, he was very excited and wanted to show his strength. Qiying and others also saw that this green and red dragon foal had no murderous intentions, and it was somewhat similar to Buff's red rabbit horse, so they didn't do it for a long time. It was the people of the Yan Kingdom who were around, who didn't know why, and thought it was Lord Long who was resurrected. As a result, as soon as Buff appeared, he fanned the Dragon King. 4. Rubbing his head and wagging his tail, pretending to be cute. Everyone was immediately shocked. I thought that the Dragon King was resurrected, then the Qin people would die. Who knew that even if the Dragon King was resurrected, he was afraid that he would die. In front of the Qin people, the resurrected Dragon Lord is simply a mischievous puppy begging for his master's forgiveness. Qin people, brave. The new Qin general, completely subdue the Dragon Lord. The news spread again. Buff didn't care about these, and first threw a few upgraded weapons to Gongya and others. Qiying made a big shout and couldn't put it down. Then, Bufu asked Qiying to go outside the city to summon Zhang Quangliangbo and others, and let them bring all the soldiers of the life and death camp. Eat Jiao meat. Buff wants to strengthen his team. Strength, physique, water, all add 10 points and 10. These soldiers, the survival rate on the battlefield, will greatly increase. And Buff leads them to siege the city, it will be easier, and the military exploits will soar. Buff will not be stingy when it comes to building his own team. At noon, Zhangquang and Liangbo led the soldiers of the life and death camp to the outside of the city. Buff divided the jiaolong meat. Soldiers ate it, and they were fierce. General Heibai stretched out his arms and hugged a willow tree, and Zhu Jia pulled it out. The grass 100 generals raised his beloved horse. Of course, he is no longer 100 generals now, but 500 masters. It's just that Buff's impression of the two of them is that of 100 generals. The arrogant axe and Uncle Liang's sword have also been improved accordingly. The strength of the two is even higher. As for the double jiao bone powder, it is a holy medicine for healing. Buff ordered Uncle Liang to be carefully sealed and kept under strict supervision. If he was not injured, he would not be allowed to use it. Uncle Liang immediately took the order. In the camp of life and death, he is a cold-faced military strategist. Ordinary soldiers, even if they offend the arrogant, don't dare to offend the uncle. With him guarding, Buff is also reassured enough. After this battle, the people of the Yan Kingdom finally had a sense of trust, or a sense of awe, towards Bufu, the Qin army. Or, both. Killing officials, killing Zhao, in one go, solved the hidden danger of 2 dragons for Shuangjiao County, and completely solved the crisis of flooding of the lake. There are even many young people who have developed a feeling of admiration for Bufu, who is brave in slaying the dragon. The strong will always be worshipped. There are even people who have been oppressed by Wu Gui before, who come to Qinjun to complain about their grievances. Buff asked Qi Ying to deal with them fairly. After verification, he will compensate with the gold and silver treasures left by Wu Gui. Satisfy the people of Yan country. However, people are not enough to swallow elephants. The next day, Qi Ying encountered a difficult case and had to come to Buff. Buff is thinking about what to do with Widow Su. Hearing Qi Ying's report, he rushed over immediately. The incident happened in a street. A commoner of Yan country, who sells bowls of wontons at a street stall, is the sixth oldest in his family, and everyone calls him Bowls of Wontons Lu. He appealed to Qi Ying, saying that a Qin soldier ate 2 bowls of wontons at his stall. But he only paid for 1 bowl of wontons. And that Qin Bing, named Tu Tian, resolutely said, I only ate 1 bowl of wontons. So I only paid for 1 bowl. Buff came to the scene, and the crowd, who had been clamoring just now, immediately. Be quiet. Puff. Wonton Lu is a skinny old man over 50 years old. When he saw Buff, he immediately kneeled down. Master Qingtian. You have to be the master of my little people. You can't bully me just because I'm from Yan and he's Qinbing. I'm selling wontons, a small business, and I've been pitted for a bowl, and I've done it in vain for 1 day. My family is still waiting for me to go back. Wonton Lu cried out. Qinbing next to him was a young man who had just turned 17. It's the infantry who just joined the Life and Death Battalion. I didn't. You have wronged people. I obviously ate a bowl of your wontons and paid you 3 yuan. I didn't eat the second bowl. Here's 1 bowl. Named Tu Tian cried out in a hurry. You finish a bowl, and let me add another bowl for you. It's eaten in a bowl. I have 20 wontons per bowl, and you eat 40 of me. You are deliberately bullying our people because of your status as Qinbing. Wonton Lu said, slumped on the ground, beat his chest and feet, and cried. Oh my god. Qinbing is bullying people. Yan people are not people. Exploited. Wonton 6 cried, his voice sad. The people of the Yan kingdom who were watching around them all pointed to each other. They all thought that Qinbing was bullying the Yan people. Buff glanced around, and finally his eyes fell on Tu Tian. How many bowls did you eat? A bowl. 22 Tian held his head high and said firmly. Okay, I believe you. But they don't believe you. You have to convince them. Prove Qinbing's innocence. As long as you are innocent. Those who slander you, I will deal with it. Filu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 148 _ A soldier who slandered my Buff. Chop all over. Captain Buff. I'm willing to prove my innocence. I definitely didn't eat an extra bowl. But I can't prove it. Qinbing and Tian were so anxious that they cried. It's just that he said it with sincerity. Of the Yan kingdom around him won't believe him. It must be the Qin soldier who has eaten too much. Qinbing broke the city. How could he obey the rules? I said before that Chu did not commit any crimes, and he was lying to us at all. Qinbing is bullying our Yan people. You can't believe what Qin people say. He must be trying to take advantage. Then Qin will definitely cover up this Qin soldier. The people of Yan state were talking a lot, and they were full of distrust of the Qin people. These words fell into Tu Tian's ears. And Tu Tian was so anxious that he cried. He would rather be hurt than be framed. But Buff patted his shoulder and comforted him. No, you can prove your innocence. Just to see if you like it or not. I do. Tu Tian did not hesitate, immediately. Said. Buff nodded, took out a dagger from Qi Ying, and threw it directly in front of Tu Tian. Bang. Dagger fell to the ground, making a sound, and everyone who was shocked fell silent. The people of Yan country watched curiously. Wonton 6 is also puzzled. Tien raised his head and looked at Buff. Buff said softly. He said, there are 20 wontons in a bowl. You haven't digested it for a while after you eat it. As long as you cut open your stomach, dig out all the wontons you have eaten, and count them, you will know whether you have eaten 20 or 40. As soon as Buff said this, Tien was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the self-innocence that Buff said was so bloody. Opened his stomach and dug out the wontons he had eaten. Even if he counted them all, he would be dead. In hesitation. Of the Yan kingdom around heard this, their minds exploded, and the eyes they looked at Buff changed. Cold, blooded, heartless. This Qin general is so cruel. In order to maintain the dignity of the Qin army, he actually wanted sacrificing the life of one of his subordinates. That, Qin Bing, would you really be willing? Everyone looked at Tien. Wonton Lu glanced at the corner of his mouth. He wouldn't believe that there are still people in this world who would do such a thing. For the mere 3 coins, how could it be possible to cut off the abdomen? Tien has been silent, twisting slowly. He glanced at the people of the Yan kingdom who did not trust him. I saw that one by one his comrades Qin Bing. The end, it was Buff in front of him. He just looked down at himself like that, his eyes were full of trust and fiery. Those were Qin Jun's unique eyes. I do. Tien suddenly roared, grabbed the dagger on the ground, and stabbed him directly in the stomach. PFF'd. Blood splashed out. But that's not enough, it's just plugged in. Tien gritted his teeth and pulled the dagger horizontally a little bit. The blood was like a spring, gurgling out. Tien's forehead was instantly covered with beads of sweat. However, he still gritted his teeth, pulled the dagger across, and cut open his stomach. Then, he stretched out his hand, probed into it, and grabbed the undigested wontons inside. 1, 2, 2, 3. Blood gushed like a spring, and the 2 fields were pale, but they persisted, and the wontons in their hands were sprinkled on the ground one by one, counting. Shaking hands, all wontons. The dumplings fell to the ground. He had to count again. 1, 2, 2, 3. An terrifying scene scared the surrounding Yan people into retreating, timid and even vomited. Stop counting. Stop counting. We believe you. There are not 20 of these at a glance. You just ate a bowl. Some of the Yan people couldn't bear it in their hearts and said. But Tien didn't listen, and was still stubbornly counting. 11, 12, 13, 18, 19, 20. Count is over. Tien stretched his hand into his stomach again and took out a handful. But I didn't take out any wontons, only a little sticky that was digested into slag. That's corn from last night. 20. Just 20. I support a bowl. A bowl. 22 Tien was relieved, pointed at the 20 wontons on the ground, and looked at everyone around him. Of Yan country lowered their heads one after another, not daring to look at them. Did I eat 2 bowls of you? 22 Tien looked at Wonton 6 again. Wonton Lu had an embarrassed look on his face, and he faltered and faltered, unable to utter a complete sentence. 22 Tien let out a sigh of relief, leaned forward, and looked up at Buff. Captain. I didn't lose face for Qin Jun, did I? You don't, you are the pride of Qin Jun. Buff nodded. 22 Tien hearing this sentence, he immediately fell to the ground and completely fainted. He cut his abdomen, could count 20 wontons, and could say so much, all because of the unyielding air in his chest hold on hard. Now that I have proved my innocence, my obsession has disappeared, and I can no longer care about it. Pass out, and die soon. However, Buff glanced at Qi Ying at this time. Qi Ying immediately. He took out a cloth bag that had already been prepared from his arms. After opening, there is a small pinch of bone meal. Qi Ying pressed the bone meal he was holding onto the wound on Tien's stomach, then dragged him down and asked Qin Bing to take good care of him. As soon as the Shuangjiao bone powder came out, the fate of this Tien was guaranteed. Even, Ertutian will be a blessing in disguise, increase attribute points, and become more powerful. Although Ertutian has proved his innocence. However, this matter is far from over. Buff looked at Wonton 6. The facts have come to light. My soldier, I ate a bowl of your wontons. But you framed it into 2 bowls. You are guilty. Wonton 6 was immediately frightened. Kneel on the ground. Small. Convicted. I was just fascinated for a while. Please don't hit me with the whip. Wonton 6 was trembling with fear. Whip. Buff sneered. Who told you I was going to whip you? Wonton 6 meals. According to the law, slandering soldiers and pawns will be punished with 20 whips. He. Buff laughed. Why are you so clear? Looks like you checked beforehand. However, you are talking about Yanlu. Press, Chinlu, slander the soldiers of my buffalo. All over the house. Chapter 149_disrespectful country gentleman. Chopped up. As soon as Buff said this, Wonton Lu was shocked, and his face was pale. Don't. I was wrong. Don't kill me. Please sir, don't kill me. Don't raid my house. Wonton Lu hurriedly begged for mercy, kept kowtowing, trying to save his life. But Buff sneered. Now I know my life. When I framed my soldiers before, why didn't I think of it? Said, Buff directly pulled out the Chin sword and cut off an arm of Wonton Lu with one sword. Ah! Wonton Lu suddenly screamed and passed out. Buff threw Chin Jian to Qi Ying. This arm is just interest. Take it down and wake up, find his home, and behead all over. No. Qi Ying immediately. Take command. Buff then glanced at all the Yan people around him. As I said, when the Qin army entered the city, Chu did not commit any crimes. It's Chu who is innocent. If there is a crime, please report it. Once verified, it will be severely punished. However, if you want to slander and frame things, this Wonton 6 is the end. The people of Yan country shrank back one after another, shocked by Buff's ferocity. They all saw it. This Qin general is ruthless towards his own people, and even more ruthless towards the people of Yan. Those who dare to play tricks like Wonton Lu are courting death. Everyone shuddered and dared not make trouble. Report. When Buff returned to the team, he received a messenger from outside the city. Bufu took it over and looked at it, but it was Wang Jian's order. The army was ready to start again, but the horses did not move, and the food and forage went first. Wang Jian ordered Bufu to collect 20,000 stone grains and forages in this Shuangjiao county within 3 days. Order. Buff immediately. Next up. Attacking cities and plundering villages, and fighting to support wars, is the essence of war. Besides, Wang Jian's army order, Bufu, a colonel, has no right to refuse at all. Very long. After the messenger left, Shido couldn't help scratching his head and said, It's a bit difficult to collect 20,000 stone grains in 3 days. I think my brother is right. The steamed buns followed suit. Buff nodded. It is true that Shuangjiao County was disturbed by the 2 beasts of Black Jiao and Qingjiao before, and the harvest was very poor. Ordinary people can guarantee that they will not be caught. It's already good. Almost impossible to collect food and grass from them. However, this does not mean that there is no food and grass in the entire Shuangjiao County. Wu Gui, a county magistrate, has countless private treasures. The warehouse of the county government office was empty. But in Wu Gui's own granary, there are 5,000 stone grains. There is still 15,000 stone. Is to fall into Shuangjiao County, and a few big households will come up. Buff knew that in any place, there were large squires, that is, the landowners of later generations. They have many fields and houses, and they rent the fields to the people for cultivation, but they receive extremely high rents. They oppress the people. At the same time, they have good dealings with the government, they have protection above and people below, and they live a very nourishing life in the middle. Even in the Qin state, this phenomenon is not uncommon. not to mention the Yan state with lax laws. In Yan state, there is even a saying that the king is not ordered to go to the countryside. Words, the orders of the government cannot be carried out in the countryside. The government had to persuade the squires to take the lead, and the squires then drove the people to obey. That is to say, the laws of the Qin state are strict, and a word does not agree with each other. Beheaded directly, slightly suppressing the arrogance of the squire. At this time in Shuangjiao County, the big squires have not yet shown their heads. Before Bufu Shuangjiao Lake slaughtered Zhao, the people who used to watch were ordinary people. Big squires, one by one, hid in their high houses and acted as tortoises. There are 3 big squires in Shuangjiao County, namely the Qian family, the Sun family and the Li family. 5,000, sheaves grain and grass, fell on their heads. Buff made a direct decision. But it hasn't waited for Buff to make a move against the 3. A Yan man dressed as a servant shouted from the door. Buff went out to take a look, and saw that the Yanran sent the invitation with both hands. I'm the servant of the Qian family. My master has already set up a banquet at home. I invite Master Qin to come over. The servant of the Qian family said with a smile. Buff frowned. Crack. At this time, a man came from behind the servant of the Qian family, grabbed the invitation card with his hands, and was furious. It is Qi Ying. Bold. When the Qin army enters the city, it is one of the rudeness of you, the head of the Qian family, not to kneel down to greet you. The Qin army has been in the city for a few days, and you, the head of the Qian family, have only invited a banquet now. This is the second rudeness. For an invitation to a banquet, to actually send you a servant of the Qian family to deliver the invitation, this is the third rudeness. Qi Ying yelled loudly. That servant of the Qian family was originally a ruthless man, but when he was yelled at by Qi Ying, his legs became weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Qi Ying is a fierce man who has experienced bloody battles on the battlefield, and his body is fierce. Can be afforded by a domestic servant. Puff. The servant of the Qian family was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, his lips trembling, and he was speechless. Qi Ying ignored him, but looked at Boof. How long? I went to Wonton 6 a house. There is only one old father in his family, but he is not at home either. That, Wonton Lu, he deliberately slandered my Qin Bing just after receiving instructions from his old father. And his old father is the gatekeeper of the Qian family. Qi Ying lowered her voice to report. When Buff heard it, he immediately understood everything. Wonton Lu slandered the Qin soldiers, but it was the Qian family's instruction to deliberately spy on the majesty of the Qin soldiers. Their hearts can be punished. The Qian family was afraid that Buff would thoroughly investigate and blame him, so they immediately. Banquet, I want to invite Buff to make amends. This wishful thinking is played in sets. It can be said that the Qian family knows everything about Shuangjiao County. Go back. Let Qian's parents come over to worship and invite. Qi Ying kicked Qian's servant on the ground. It is the greatest etiquette to ask the eldest son to personally invite. The servant of the Qian family did not dare to disobey, so he nodded quickly and turned to leave. Buff sneered. It's not rude to come and go. Since your Qian family has already sent a servant of the Qian family to invite you. Even if I don't go, I have to ask you to bring some gifts back. It's not rude. The Qian family servant was overjoyed. There is also a gift. This General Qin is not angry. He is much softer than the guy who yelled at just now. What gift? The servant of the Qian family couldn't help but ask. Then I saw Buff grinning. The gift is, the head on your neck. Shish. The next moment, Buff slashed out with a sword. A1 great head suddenly soars into the sky. Thilu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 150 _ Get off the horse. Who to whom? Shuangjiao County, Qian family. The head of the Qian family with a kind face, Qian Ren. At this time, he was sitting in his courtyard, waiting for news. Qian's concierge, the seven-headed old man, was kneeling in front of him, his face full of anxiety. Master Qian, you must save my son. My son also listened to my words and went to test that Qin Jun. But I obeyed your wishes and let my son do it. Now my son has been captured by the Qin army, and he will be beheaded. I heard that my son had one arm chopped off. He's my only son. You can't die. Lao Qito was Wanton Lu's father, crying at this moment. Qian Ren stretched his waist and smiled. Don't worry. You are from my old Qian family, and do things for my Qian family. Of course I won't treat you badly. I have already sent someone to invite that Qin general. As long as he knows each other and comes to the banquet, this matter will be revealed. Your son won't die either. What is a broken arm? Let him come to my Qian family as a domestic servant, take care of him for the rest of his life, and still get a widow. Hearing what Qian Ren said, Lao Qito immediately kowtowed and thanked him. Of the Qian family are much better than selling wontons on the street. Moreover, his son is a widower, the boss is not too young, and he can marry a daughter-in-law, which is even better. Doesn't matter if a widow is a widow or not. It's enough to be a woman. Lose an arm for this, what is it? The old seven heads rejoice. However, Qian Ren glanced at him with disdain. Wonton have to do with his old Qian family. If it weren't for Lao Qito being his concierge, many people would know that if he was not clean, he would have driven Lao Qito away long ago. To be honest, he was also a little scared when the matter of tempting Qin Jun was discovered. He had been informed of all the actions of the Qin army since entering the city. Knowing that General Qin is by no means a soft-hearted person. I just wanted to give him a slap in the face. I didn't expect him to be ruthless, and he directly digs the stomach of his subordinates and proves his innocence. The fact that he is the master behind it must not be kept secret forever. Therefore, the invitation to hold a banquet is the goodwill of one's own release. That Xinjiang is not a fool and will accept the invitation. Approaching, he is a big squire in Shuangjiao County. If he wants to control the entire Shuangjiao County, he must rely on himself. Without his own cooperation, he, an outsider from Qin, would have no way to control Shuangjiao County. This is the strength of the old Qian family. County magistrate can be killed, but the big squires cannot be offended. Once the big squires are offended, the whole big squires will fall into chaos. At that time, the higher-ups of the Qin army would definitely not be able to spare him. Those who know the times are Junji. Qian Ren sighed in his heart. The servant has been out for a long time, why hasn't he come back? Qian Ren looked at the time and was a little upset. Not good. Sir is not good. At this moment, another home hurriedly ran over from the door. What's the matter, so panic? Not just one Qin general. What's the panic? Qian Ren thought it was Buff who came, and scolded. No. The servant panicked. It was the third child who was sent back and left at the door. Third child is the previous. The servant who went to deliver the invitations. Oh. Then Qin will not accept it. Where's the third one? Let him in and I'll ask him. Qian Ren frowned. It seems that this General Qin is not easy to deal with. The third one can't get in. The servant said again. He came back sideways. He's all gone. The body is lying in the doorway. What? Qian Ren immediately stood up. Ah-san is dead. That, Qin will dare to kill my servant of the Qian family. Qian Ren immediately walked out of the door. He took a closer look and saw two corpses on the ground. Ah-san's head fell to one side, his eyes were round, and he couldn't rest his eyes. Qian Ren felt dizzy. I deeply feel the rudeness of that General Qin. He refused his kind invitation and said nothing. He actually dared to kill his servant. This is completely disregarding the Qian family. That's outrageous. Qian Ren couldn't help but scolded angrily. Then what exactly do the Qin people want to do? At this time, the servant next to him spoke up. 2 Qin soldiers came here after throwing the third's body. They also left a word. Tell me, if our Qian family is sincere, then we'll do it. Let the eldest young master hand over the invitation. When Qian Ren heard this, he became even more angry. They deserve it too. It's just a group of passers-by. If you want to rule Shuangjiao County, you can't rely on my money family. How dare you be so rude? Qian Ren said angrily. The servants next to him nodded in agreement. Then sir, are we going to call back? Bang! Qian Ren kicked the servant to the ground with one kick. What do you know? Where's Qian Yi? Going for a drink again. Go to the pub and bring him back to me. Qian Yi is the eldest young master of the Qian family, the eldest son of Qian Ren. Although Qian Ren is powerful in his mouth, his body is still very honest. Of the servant in front of him was Qin Jun's disgrace to his Qian family. You dare to offend the other party, you will only have a dead end. After all, people have military power. You should lower your attitude and try again. Of course, I thought the old Qian family, couldn't need the dough. Wait at least 3 days before going to invite. Qian Ren said to himself. No, 3 days is too long, just 2 days. 2 days. Enough. Qian Ren nodded seriously. When Qian Yi, who was full of alcohol, was called back. Qian Ren frowned, scolded him all the time, and then gave a face-to-face instruction, exhorting him for a long time. Qian Yi vaguely nodded and agreed. As for how much he heard, only the wine in his stomach knew. The next day. Buff is looking for a new address. The county government was destroyed by the Red Rabbit Horse. 2,000 Qin soldiers, if they want to be stationed, can only find the address again. But in Shuangjiao County, apart from the county government, there really is no suitable place. Boof could only have 2,000 troops stationed on the ruins of the county government office, and then he requisitioned a nearby house. Report. Soon as Buff went out, he heard Qin Bing coming to report. A man who claimed to be the son of Qian's family said he wanted to see the captain.